Lord Global, starting as the Desert Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Extraordinary Soldier Evil Spreader. After counting the harvest, Richard was still in a state of excitement. At this moment, a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, the exploration of the dungeon The Grave of the Gods is completed. The completion rate is 80%. The main task, destroy the spider temple, completed. The side task, rescue the players, completed. 186 rescued. Side task reward: 500,000 experience points, 1.86 million units of rare resources. Main task reward: Rose statue asterisk 4 semicolon Tower tribe soldiers nest, Iron Tower warrior, crown 3 stars, asterisk 3 semicolon 5-star treasure Tower tribe war drum. Richard heard the system prompt in his ears, and the whole person became energetic. The player has left the Eternal Land. After reading it carefully several times, a bright smile hung on the corner of his mouth. What a surprise! Exclamation mark. I didn't expect the reward for exploring the dungeon to be so generous, not to mention the experience. 500,000 is enough to be generous for his current level. From level 15 to level 16, the required experience has reached an exaggerated 3 million, and now it is close to 1.5 million. It won't be long before he can upgrade again. The 1.86 million rare resources obtained by saving the players were definitely a satisfactory income. This made him, who was short of money, breathe a sigh of relief. But the most exciting reward for him was the 4 statues of Rose. He was just regretting that he could not synthesize that special spider soldier, but now it was here. The 3 crown level soldier nests of the Tower clan were pure extra gains. Crown 3-star soldiers. Even if you don't use this thing to exchange for resources, you can get a huge amount of resources. Finally, there is the 5-star treasure, the Tower clan war drum. In the previous battles, I have experienced the blessing brought by the war drum. Obviously it is not a rubbish. This wave is comfortable. It is worthy of being a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Come to think of it, Rose was provoked in the end, and it would be unreasonable if the reward was not generous. This time, if the Eternal Land had not evacuated the army in advance, and if the hero altar had not been built in advance to revive, the only ending of this dungeon would be annihilation. At this stage, no player can face the power of the Spider Queen. Dusk City is no exception. The existence that makes the abyss tremble is too terrifying. But danger and opportunity coexist. Such an exaggerated difficulty brings satisfying benefits. Open the system space, and the rewards issued by the task are all stored in it. With a thought, the statue of Rose appeared in his hand, including the original one. There are exactly 12 statues. They are placed on the ground in order. The evil aura emitted by the statues overlaps with each other, which makes it more and more creepy, and the flowers and plants around them become a little dull. The mummy guards next to them are even more like they are facing a great enemy. Their empty eyes stared at the statues, and they felt that their souls were oppressed, as if they were really being watched by an evil god. Seeing this, Richard did not hesitate, and directly took out the statue of the old god, and used the power of the ancient god to isolate the evil aura. At this time, the auras of the 12 statues began to merge with each other, and gradually there was a sign of condensing into one. Ding, do you want to synthesize the 12 statues of Rose? Note, the statues can be synthesized into a special spider soldier, and the synthesis process is irreversible. Richard, who had been prepared in his heart, did not hesitate, and directly chose to confirm. The next second, the statue on the ground broke into pieces, and then turned into streams of light that gathered towards the center. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura surging around surged 100 times, as if some kind of terrifying life was brewing. It brought a lot of psychological pressure to people. Under Richard's close attention, the stream of light condensed into a solid, gradually, 3-meter high human-faced spider statue appeared in front of him. The upper body of the human body was wearing a dark brown priest robe, holding a pure black mysterious book in his hand. The face was like a dying person who was suffering from pain and torture. hideous and terrifying, and the dense evil runes engraved on it made people shudder. The lower body of the spider body was covered with large patches of fine hair, and the hard bone armor wrapped the whole body. There were 3 rows of uneven barbs growing from the head to the back, giving people a weird and brutal feeling. From the appearance alone, this statue is definitely orthodox of the abyss, evil, chaotic, brutal, and bloodthirsty, with all the characteristics of dark life. This extremely impactful appearance greatly aroused Richard's interest. The more ferocious the appearance, the stronger its attributes. This seems to be some kind of rule of the abyss. It is worth looking forward to the opponent being so fierce. With full of curiosity, he opened the attribute panel. Evil Spreader statue, rare, level, special, recruitable soldier, evil spreader, super 3-star, number of recruitable. 1. Recruitment limit 1. Only when the previous evil spreader dies can it be recruited again. Recruitment conditions. 500,000 units of gems. 500,000 units of sulfur. Introduction. A mysterious soldier that spreads the faith of evil gods. Richard's eyes widened suddenly. Good guy. This thing can actually recruit a super 3-star soldier. And the opponent's attributes are not simple. It is the first time that he has encountered the feature of only recruiting one in the recruitment quantity column. The rare resources required for recruitment are as high as 1 million units. This made him breathe a little quickly. Dusk City currently recruits several squadrons of advanced soldiers without using so many resources. The more resources needed, the more it shows that this special type of soldier is extremely powerful. The evil spreader, spreading the evil god's faith. This type of soldier seems to be more special than he thought. After calming down, he immediately placed this special type of soldier in the front yard. After placing it, he chose to recruit without hesitation. The next second, 1 million rare resources were consumed. At the same time, a pure black power surged from the statue that exuded an evil aura. Loneliness, darkness, cruelty were filled with countless negative emotions. Under the surge of that power, the hideous statue snapped. The rock body suddenly moved. Then, under Richard's surprised gaze, it gradually moved. As the body movements became more and more intensive, the pair of eyes that had been closed slowly opened. In an instant, this 3-meter tall evil spreader statue seemed to be endowed with a soul and came to life directly. The pair of scholar eyes became the key to the finishing touch. Looking intently, the eyes were full of tyranny and killing. The breath emanating from his body was like the coming of the god of death, with evil and darkness coexisting. But surprisingly, this extremely evil existence that made people tremble actually gave people an inexplicable sense of holiness. It was as if he was facing a great god who controlled the supreme rules. All kinds of weird and discordant breaths mixed together, making people tremble in their hearts. Catcher shaking off his body, the evil spreader directly moved 8 spider limbs and came to Richard. Then this terrifying existence prostrated on the ground in the most humble posture and saluted him. Great Lord, your humble servant sends you the highest greetings. I offer you my life and soul, and eternally guard your glory. May darkness bless you. The evil abyss blasphemy immediately brought a strong spiritual shock to people. Darkness, chaos, brutality, and fighting all came out of this evil language that was born with original sin. Ordinary people would immediately fall into madness when they heard these words and become a life of chaos and fighting. Every word of the abyss blasphemy carries the will of the abyss. Richard's face didn't show any abnormality. He nodded slowly. No need to salute. After the other party saluted again and stood up, he opened the other party's attribute panel with strong curiosity. Evil spreader level 23. Extraordinary soldier. Spreading faith plus 70% persuasiveness. Potential. Extraordinary 3 stars. Increases casting effect by plus 300%. Magic power 100,000. Recovers 300 points per second. Skills. Faith. Super A level. When spreading faith. Increases trust by 70%. Increases persuasiveness by 70%. And reduces stranger suspicion by 70%. Forced preaching. Super A level. Forcibly preaching to a unit and changing its faith. Each time consumes a minimum of 50,000 points of magic power. The stronger the target, the more magic power is consumed, and the cooling time is 3 days. Spreading evil. Super A level, spreading evil rumors in an area, which can cause great panic. Rumor spread plus 70%. Credibility increased by 70%. Disguise, Super A level, can disguise as a preacher of another god. Legendary level and below detection cannot be identified. For the corresponding god, Abyssal Whisper, Super A level, scold the enemy with the abyssal blasphemy, causing a huge mental shock to the enemy, making the enemy fall into absolute fear, and greatly reducing the psychological defense line. Loyal Believer, Super A level, the longer the time of preaching to the believers, the deeper the believer's faith, and every 7 days is a cycle. Sect Governance, Super A level, has a super high ability to manage sects, and can manage a sect. Racial talent, faith accumulation, can accumulate the power of faith of believers, and keep it in the body. Bond evil spread, when disguised as an evil spirit missionary, the credibility is increased by an additional 90%. When spreading evil doctrines, the speed of persuading believers is increased by 70%, and the persuasiveness is increased by 70%. Introduction, the perfect missionary that every evil god wants to have. Using it to spread evil will be more effective. After reading the attributes of this type of soldier, Richard was surprised. He thought the other party would be a combat type, but he didn't expect it to be so special. Preaching. All its attributes are born for this behavior. He suddenly thought of the plane of the kingdom of El and the promises made to him by the two princesses. This evil spreader seems to be the best practitioner. However, the best way for the other party to spread is the belief in evil gods, which is a bit different from his source of power. The desert power in him is not an evil power. This thing is completely neutral. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Richard subconsciously turned his head to look outside the city. Although his vision was blocked by the courtyard wall and the city wall, he could still sense the vigorous life breath of the ancient tree of evil. This dark boss has some of the power of evil gods and a trace of rotten authority. These are all powers at the level of gods. Its attributes are also completely in line with evil darkness. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to let the evil spreader test the water with the ancient tree of evil gods? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a lot of room for operation. If he could achieve some results in this regard, there would undoubtedly be huge benefits. If a fierce and powerful god can be cultivated, the scene is just right at this time, and Kalu, who went to arrange the players, just returned. Seeing the steward of the City of Dusk, Richard smiled a little. Without waiting for him to report, he directly began to introduce the details of the evil spreader, and finally said, Kalu, you immediately arrange for the evil spreader to go to the underground world and find some underground forces that are isolated from the news to preach to them. The sect is the Dark Ancient Tree sect. The god believed in by this sect is the godly evil ancient tree, the great tree bird. You ask someone to find some believers to come, combine the teachings of other gods, and design the teachings, emblems, etc. of the Dark Ancient Tree sect. Do this immediately. First use the godly evil ancient tree to test the waters. If it really works, the evil spreader has a talent for disguise. At that time, it will not be difficult to create a yellow sand sect. Richard's eyes flashed. No, more than that. You ask someone to design a complete pantheon. The ruler of this pantheon is the desert and the yellow sand. When spreading the Dark Ancient Tree sect, you can reveal a part of it, but don't tell the details of this pantheon. Be vague. If there is anything that needs to be supplemented later, you can adjust it at any time. There are a few core points of preaching. Survival needs, social needs, respect needs, and self-realization needs. The reason why believers believe in gods is nothing more than these points. They are in turmoil and danger, and they long for gods to save themselves. They need to deal with other people of the same kind. They need strong power to win the respect of outsiders, and they need to realize some lofty ideals. Richard stuffed all the scattered thoughts he thought of to Kalu. The language became less logical. Although there are not many people in the City of Dusk, after more than half a year of training and in-depth development of literacy classes, a part of talents have been cultivated. These outstanding talents who stand out have all been absorbed into government departments, involving dozens of people in the design. Even if there are any defects, they will not be too obvious. Anyway, it is just a framework and experiment, and there are plenty of opportunities for adjustment. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. More than an hour later, Kalu excitedly left the Lord's mansion with the evil spreader and a large number of notes. Afterwards, all the senior talents of Twilight City were summoned to discuss the various aspects of the Dark Ancient Tree sect, which had just been established for an hour. Richard felt relaxed at this moment. As the master of Twilight City, he naturally didn't have to do everything himself. He just needed to delegate tasks and supervise and guide. A lord with a force as a backing is not comparable to a lone ranger who fights alone. After arranging this matter, Richard didn't worry too much. It will take some time to see the results of this sudden idea. It will take time to test the specific situation. While thinking, he took out the Tower Clan war drum that the system had just rewarded for the task. The diameter of the war drum is about 1 meter. The grey-brown drum skin is covered with large patches of black and red blood. The drum body is made of an unknown bone and has turned yellow due to the passage of time. At first glance, it is full of a sense of ancient vicissitudes. Tower Clan War Drum Level 5 stars. Features 1. After the thunder of the war drum, dispel all the attributes that reduce morale, people's hearts, fear, anxiety, panic, etc. 2. The army that hears the war drum will increase all attributes by 30%. Within an hour, the morale is absolutely high, the army's morale is stable, and it will not be affected by magic. Introduction. The war drum made by the ancestors of the Tower Clan with dragon skin has the effect of boosting morale. The attributes of this 5-star treasure are very simple, even too simple. Compared with the treasures on him, it is not strong, and it is even a little weak. But the attributes are very practical. The more magnificent the battle, the more important morale. If there is no countermeasure, the combat effectiveness of the entire army will be reduced by more than half. If someone else's magic that causes the army to collapse is smashed, this war drum can keep the army's morale and combat effectiveness high, which is quite rare. But unfortunately, the army of the City of Dusk is all mummies, and morale is of no use to him. Moreover, the attribute of his legendary title, the King of Gladiators, can also increase morale. This war drum is a pearl covered in dust for him. Richard did not hesitate and put the war drum back into the system space. Anyway, this thing is a reward. It is free, so why not take it away? It can also be exchanged for something useful in Solan City. I believe that the human race and other races that need morale have a strong demand for this kind of treasure. He did not stay in the front yard for long, turned back to the hall, and drank hot tea comfortably. After a few cups of hot tea, the soldiers outside the hall came to report that the leader of the Tower tribe, Pop of Black Tower, wanted to see him. Richard said, "Oh," put down the teacup, and asked the soldiers to bring him in. When he saw this majestic level 19 hero again, he obviously found that the other party was not in a good state. The majestic hero who dared to wrestle with the dragon was now hunched over, lowered his head, and his eyes were dull. The aura on his body was even more floating, and he no longer had the domineering attitude of killing the spider army alone. At this moment, the other party was more like a deserter after the defeat. After seeing Richard, Popov forced a smile. "Sir Richard." Before coming here, he knew Richard's real name from other people, and now he changed from calling him King Kyu. Richard looked at this 8-meter tall behemoth, like a city wall, with some emotion. The other party stood in the hall, making his house look very small. Such a warrior is an absolute killer on the battlefield. Even the city wall can't stop his charge. "Popov, what are your plans now?" Popov's face darkened, and he smiled bitterly. "Sir, I don't know. The plane of the Tower Clan has collapsed, and all his hopes have been shattered. Now there are only him, and more than 50 children left in the entire Tower Clan." Looking around, he can't find the direction to move forward at this moment. What else can he do? He doesn't know that people who have not experienced the collapse of hope can hardly understand the emotions of this level 19 hero. That is the confusion of life without hope, and even no longer know the meaning of living. Richard sensed the other party's emotions, and fell into silence. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Popov, the past is the past. Don't be trapped in it, and unable to get out. You live in Twilight City for a while. When you figure it out, we can talk again." Popov took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly to Richard. "Thank you for taking me in." He turned and left. Richard shook his head as he watched the exhausted warrior leave. The other party was obviously hurt. After all, that was the land on which the Tar people lived, the graves of their ancestors, the heritage of their race, the savings of their tribe, and everything collapsed in the blink of an eye. This would be a fatal blow to anyone. However, with the character of the Tar people, it was only a matter of time before they came out. When the other party was influenced and assimilated by the high popularity of Twilight City and became a part of Twilight City, he arranged a few tasks for them, and the other party would not have so much free time to think about it. Chapter 477, the first step of cross-dimensional conquest. After Popov Black Tower left, Richard seemed to have thought of something and took out the 3 crown 3-star soldiers of the Tower clan rewarded by the system, Iron Tower warriors. The soldiers' nests have not been built yet, and now there are statues of 3 Tower clan warriors. Feeling the cold statues, he felt quite good. There is no doubt that the crown soldiers are powerful. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether it was necessary to recruit them. The battle mode of the Tower clan is mainly ground charge, which is somewhat inconsistent with the style of the City of Dusk. The most important thing is that these soldiers need logistics. It is not a small burden to raise them. The average height of the Tower clan is more than 8 meters. How much logistics is needed to support them? Accustomed to the undead who don't have to worry about it, this thing immediately reduced his points in his heart. Shaking his head, he temporarily postponed the idea of training. Keep it first and use it as nutrients when the next soldier nest is upgraded. Anyway, these soldiers' nests will not be ruined. After solving these trivial matters, Richard didn't work anymore and enjoyed a hearty dinner comfortably. I had planned to rest early to relieve my fatigue, but late at night, Kalu asked for a meeting again. My lord, I'm sorry to bother you. Looking at Richard, who had changed into soft pajamas, Kalu's wrinkled old face was a little embarrassed. Richard smiled, half leaned on the stool, and asked softly, "It's okay. How is the doctrine of the Dark Ancient Tree sect being discussed?" "It's under discussion. This matter is too important. Everything needs to be carefully demonstrated and judged. It will take a few days to perfect it." Kalu's tone was very serious. Creating a sect is simply a dream for the natives of the glorious era. What kind of existence is a god? The controller of this world, the master with supreme prestige. But now, they have to create a pantheon. And this creation is not just a fantasy, it must be used in a real way. Excitement, uneasiness, and anxiety all fermented in my heart. Richard nodded, not only did not urge him, but also comforted him a few words. "Don't worry. A new sect can't be perfected all at once. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. If there are any problems along the way, just modify them immediately. The entire underground world is our test field. Just go for it." After receiving such a strong guarantee, Kalu felt more at ease and nodded solemnly. "I will not let you down." To be able to entrust him with such an important matter that would even directly affect the future fate of Twilight City, this was trust and responsibility. Kalu slightly hunched back straight and up, his eyes full of determination. Richard waved his hand and didn't continue to talk about this matter. This was destined to be a long project, and it would be difficult to see results in a month or two. "You came so late. Do you have anything else to report besides this matter?" Kalu said slowly. "Sir, Twilight City has recently attracted many residents." Richard became a little interested. "This is a good thing. The population shortage in Twilight City was simply insane. According to the forum, after more than half a year of development, some players' territories have even reached nearly 100,000 residents. He had been planning to buy or plunder some refugees outside the Death Desert, but he had never had the time to do it. But before he finished speaking, he saw Kalu's eyes were solemn, and he couldn't help but frowned. "What's the problem here?" Kalu said in a serious tone. "Those refugees are not residents around the Death Desert. They said they came from a country called the Kingdom of El. I have repeatedly verified it, and Wedia has also inquired about this information in Solon City. In the end, we all agreed that there is no such country around the Death Desert. You said before that the Death Desert will merge with other planes in the future. We guess that the mysterious Kingdom of El is likely to be a kingdom in other planes." Kalu's tone became heavy when he said this. If our guess is correct, then the Death Desert may have begun to merge with other planes. My lord, we need to respond to this. Richard's face became quite wonderful at this time. Refugees from the Kingdom of El appeared in the Death Desert. It was not accidental that he was summoned to that plane. As his thoughts turned, he calmed down. Then, without hiding anything, he repeated in detail about the two princesses of the Kingdom of El summoning him. Finally, he said, I thought it was just an accident, but I didn't expect that there would be a space crack in the Death Desert. We really need to prepare in advance. This may be a big change. Richard's eyes gradually became sharp. Once a plane merges into the Death Desert, the City of Dusk will definitely be impacted. The geographical location determines everything. There is no escape. Speaking of which, this news was given by your fucking Italian cannon, a stupid player. At that time, the other party said that there were no players born in the Death Desert because this was an advanced map and would be merged with other planes in the future. He had been guarding against this point, but he didn't expect that the time node of this scene would appear much faster than he expected. But fortunately, the growth rate of the City of Dusk is also much faster than expected. After regaining his mind, he said softly, is the Void Sandworm still in the underground world? In order to prevent the enemy from conquering the two-way portal and blocking the reinforcement from the underground world, we placed the Void Sandworm on the other side of the two-way portal after you left. Summon it back. Tomorrow, we will open the plane channel to the Kingdom of El. No matter how the situation changes in the future, one's own strength will always be the first priority. Strength is the only pass. Whether the plane where the Kingdom of El is located is integrated with the Death Desert or not, the other party has been regarded as prey by him. A plane with a population of tens of millions and capable of giving birth to extraordinary people. The wealth contained in it is enough to make people jealous. Kalu was also shocked by Richard's news. While they were still making uncertain guesses and speculations here, Lord Richard had already gone to that plane. Hearing his description, he became excited. Princess of the Kingdom, the tricks of the betrayer are nothing new. 9 out of 10 stories of fighting for power are the same, but it doesn't matter whether this thing is important or not. There is a plane behind them. The biggest problem facing the City of Dusk before was that it didn't know the specific situation of the Kingdom of El, and it was a bit difficult to start. Even if there are void sandworms, they dare not act rashly, for fear of unexpected situations. Now that there are two princesses as internal support, Dusk City has the initiative. This topic was discussed for more than half an hour before it was finished. Then Kalu seemed to have thought of something and continued. Not long after you left, a lady who claimed to be the president of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce came to Dusk City. She said that she was entrusted by you to temporarily protect us. She also told me that if you return, you must notify her as soon as possible. Richard's mind suddenly emerged with that elegant figure. Yes, that is the president of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, Windsor. He has met many outstanding opposite sexes in glorious era. Rebecca of the Frostwolf family, Chris, the little princess of Solon City, Andal who concentrates on scientific research, the ignorant little centaur Merida, the fearless sinner, and the unparalleled dark Valkyrie. But only this key figure of the Crimson Moon made him feel unfathomable. There is even an inexplicable pressure. You pass the message to Weir and let her tell the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce that I have returned safely. That heart. I got it. The day after tomorrow, I will go to Solon City. If Lord Pym can't hold on that long, you can ask him to come to me. At this time, the time is December 17th, and there are still 10 days before the arrival of the Crimson Moon. The speed of time in the dungeon this time is different from that of the main plane. Only 2 or 3 days have passed in the dungeon, but half a month has passed outside. However, since the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store dared to set the time, he would definitely not joke with himself. There is still plenty of time. Feeling his still weak body, Richard was very calm. There was no need to be so anxious. The heart of the god is already a benefit, and the strange plane is still to be developed. Let's open the channel tomorrow to see the specific situation. Kalu nodded and didn't say much. Richard made a decision, and he just had to execute it. Then the two discussed some backlogs of government affairs, and Richard asked about the recent developments. He had only been away for half a month, and there had not been much change in Dusk City. Everything was developing as planned. However, Kalu mentioned a piece of information that aroused his interest. My lord, the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf Grand Duke, Lady Rebecca, sent a message 3 days ago. Lady Rebecca invited you to the Ice and Snow Empire to receive the Frost Mine. In addition, she also said that she had prepared a great gift for you. When Rebecca came to Dusk City to buy the rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit, the most critical bargaining chip was the Frost Mine. At that time, Andal thought that Dusk City had made a great bargain. However, due to various delays and the fact that the Death Desert was very far away from the Ice and Snow Empire, Richard had not been able to find time. This matter was left here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become a little curious. The other party had been away for several months, and Dusk City had been sending out the rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit on time. I wonder if there is any new progress in the progress of that girl in charge of the Frost Wolf family? Did Weya send any information from the Frost Wolf family? No, the Violet Chamber of Commerce was founded not long ago, and it has not yet extended its tentacles to the Ice Empire. Richard nodded. I know about this matter. I will go there when I have time. He was also somewhat curious about the country, covered by ice and snow all year round. It is said that the Ice Empire has many special and rare military forces. However, this will have to wait until he is done with this period of time. There are many things on his hands. Moreover, the great changes in the Crimson Moon are imminent. If there is nothing urgent, he will not leave the Dusk City for too long. After the discussion of government affairs, Kalu hurriedly left and went back to discuss the issue of doctrine. Seeing his interested appearance, he may not plan to sleep tonight. Richard was too lazy to care so much. After Kalu left, he dragged his tired body and lay comfortably on the bed. Dusk City is covered with ice and snow elf statues, and the temperature has been maintained at a suitable temperature of more than 20 degrees for a long time, which is very suitable for rest. Although the time for exploring the dungeon this time was not long, the various things he encountered made him feel tired both mentally and physically. Richard slept very soundly that night and woke up at noon the next day. The weakness caused by the loss of soul power was relieved a lot at this moment, but he still felt quite weak. He could only wait until the evening, when the 24-hour weakness period was over. After washing and having lunch, Richard immediately ordered the army to be assembled. Then he led a large army to the quicksand. According to the agreement with the princess of the El royal family, he had to open the space door today to further discuss cooperation, or in other words, the other party begged him to decide whether to help them. Riding on the back of Alvis, Richard turned his head and looked around. The ancient tree of the evil god that revived on the dark tree man stood in the center. Although this boss has not yet recovered to its peak, it has 50% of its combat power. However, the trump card today is not the ancient tree of the evil god, but the 19th level boss, the Dark Soul Eater, Critus, who has been buried in the earth for a night and has been completely recovered. But these two combat units alone are not enough. To be on the safe side, Richard also transferred 2,000 Dark Tree men to the quicksand to guard the surroundings firmly. In the sky, a black cloud of poisonous wasps and killer wasps was buzzing. In addition, the stone statues of the dead, the controllers of sandstorms, the mummy guards, the king of the gods, and other arms were all on the list. This force, even among the indigenous people, cannot be called weak. All arms were now looking at the central area, as if they were facing a great enemy. Richard looked down at the ground. On the side of the ancient tree, a huge monster was slowly crawling. Void Sandworm. This void life, whose body seemed to be cast with dark gold, has now grown to 80 meters in size. The body was covered with large and small mysterious inscriptions, making it extremely eye-catching. It was entrenched on the ground like a wall, which was extremely oppressive. Even without any means of attack, just crawling could cause great damage to the enemy. As if it had noticed Richard's gaze, the void sandworm stopped, slowly raised its head, and let out a low roar. Richard sensed the other party's emotions and nodded slightly. Get ready, then let's get started. The void sandworm put its head against the quicksand again, and suddenly endless void power surged around it. A treasure emitting a special luster slowly floated into the air. It was a token given by the two princesses of the El royal family. The majestic power surged along the treasure and spread to the surroundings. If you sense it carefully, you can find that the surrounding space is beginning to break like glass. First there are small cracks, and then they gradually expand and break into large pieces. Crack crack, the explosion sound keeps ringing. At the moment of reaching a certain limit, the breath emitted by the void sandworm is as turbulent as a 1,000-foot wave, forcibly shattering the space in front. Boom, the void exploded, and a void crack with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in front of everyone. The soldiers around subconsciously looked at the crack. The pupils reflected a strange picture in a magnificent church. Two thin figures kneeling on the ground, clasping their hands together to pray, looking at this side through the void crack. When their eyes met, they could sense each other's panic. Until the other party seemed to sense a familiar breath. Great Lord, is it you? Riddell's sky blue eyes were full of tension. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a sound of flapping wings from the ugly golden insect's head in front of the space crack. A giant undead dragon with a wingspan of dozens of meters, with a majestic dragon's might, penetrated the space crack and appeared in the church. What surprised them was the figure on the back of the undead dragon, wearing a black and red crown, a dark printed cloak, and a temperament as dazzling as the bright moon. Riddell's eyes turned red at this moment. The great existence they summoned really came. Chapter 478, New Layout. On Alvis's back, Richard looked down at the two excited figures below. His eyes moved slightly. With the help of the power of the yellow sand, he could vaguely sense that the rules of this plane were slightly different from those of the main plane. The space of the main plane was like a heavy mountain, while this plane was like a wall. Alvis, who passed through the gap in space, slowly landed in the magnificent church. This church, which can accommodate 1,000 people, is open and wide. But after this giant dragon with a wingspan of more than 40 meters landed, the church immediately looked small. After Alvis landed, he slowly crawled on the ground and used the most humble way to let Richard behind him get down. Tap tap, with leather boots stepping on the smooth floor, Richard walked step by step towards Riddell and Asherelle, the two princesses of the El Kingdom, who were kneeling on the ground and had not yet stood up. From Riddell's perspective, the young man was extraordinary and full of scorching eyes. Behind him was a giant dragon emitting crimson energy. Further back, there was a space gate that was dozens of meters wide. Behind it was a hideous dark golden giant worm that exuded a heart-shaking aura. Beyond the giant worm, towering dark treemen came into view. Above those treemen, a large number of flying soldiers were roaming around. Just this picture gave her a sense of shock that the other party had an endless army. It seemed that, as long as the other party gave an order, countless armies would cross the space gate and launch the most fierce attack on their enemies. The army waiting for orders behind them added a strong deterrent to Richard. After coming to her senses, Riddell lowered her head, and her excited tone resounded throughout the church. Great Lord, Riddell welcomes your arrival. At this moment, the sky blue eyes were hot enough to melt ice and snow. The majestic young man in front of her was the savior of the kingdom of El, their last straw. Richard turned his head and looked around. His eyes lingered on the reliefs of giants fighting demons engraved around the church for a moment, before he withdrew his gaze. He said slowly, I, a descendant of the royal family of El, have come here to keep my promise. These words immediately made the encounter solemn and dignified. The two people kneeling on the ground supported each other to stand up. Then they saluted solemnly. Great Lord, royal family of El Riddell, Elsa, I pay you my highest respects again. After the voice fell, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Riddell carefully peeked at Richard. She thought that the mysterious existence who could control the yellow sand was an old and vicissitudes old man. But she didn't expect that the other party was so young. The thin little girl next to him, Elsa, who was wearing a white nun's robe, looked at Richard with endless depth in her black eyes. The tender voice of the girl sounded, Great Lord, are you from the main plane, the place where the gods were born? Richard felt a little strange when he saw the deep eyes that did not match his age. He looked at the other person slowly. Yes, Lord of Twilight City, Richard. Elsa's tender face showed a little subtlety. Sir Richard, the promise we made to you will never change. You are the eternal friend of the kingdom of El. Although these words sounded very nice, Richard looked at the little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old meaningfully. Their promise will not change, which means, what about his promise? At this age, she is too smart. With some curiosity, he opened the other party's attribute panel. But unexpectedly, it was full of question marks. Elsa L. Introduction. A descendant of the L royal family with special blood, with immeasurable potential. Except for some information revealed in the introduction, nothing else is known. This aroused his curiosity. This little girl is a bit unusual. He turned his head and glanced at Riedel next to him and opened her attributes. This time, he did have some information, but not much. Riedel hero unit level 15 potential, super A grade skills. Introduction. A descendant of the royal family of L, with excellent potential. Super A grade potential. As expected of a princess of a fallen country. If she is allowed to grow freely, she will definitely become a top level combat force. After retracting his thoughts, Richard said slowly, Riedel, I need to know more about the royal family of L in this plane. The biggest danger of exploring an unknown plane is that everything is unknown. I don't know who the most powerful existence in this plane is, how many troops there are, and what the enemy's methods are. Every unknown may lead to major losses. But fortunately, they have the largest source of intelligence here, 2 princesses. This is more powerful than any intelligence. Riedel organized her words and spoke softly. Lord Richard, there are 7 provinces in the Kingdom of L. The most populous province is where the capital city of L is located. Each province has a population of over 1 million and is guarded by a large army of over 100,000. Because they have to deal with the threat of the Abyss Rift, the hidden military power of the Kingdom of El will be even stronger. As Riddell narrated, Richard had a more detailed understanding of this plane. The Kingdom of El is the only country in this plane. It is a huge force with a population of over 10 million and an army of over 1 million. In comparison, although the military strength of the City of Dusk is not weak, its size is like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Even with the underground world, it is not much better. His main enemy, the leader of the rebels, the Grand Duke of Blood Rage, is a top-level strongman who has just entered the extraordinary realm. The direct army in his hands, the Blood Rage Hand, has reached level 19 and has a number of over 5,000. It is an absolute trump card. In addition, the opponent also directly commands the army of the entire capital city, which is over 100,000. What's more, this betrayer is also in league with the Abyssal God and has an unclear relationship. The only good news is that the armies of other provinces cannot be mobilized at will to prevent the demons that escaped from the Abyss Rift from causing chaos. Moreover, the Kingdom of El had just experienced turmoil at this time, and most of the troops were not completely loyal to the Raging Blood Grand Duke. In addition, some old nobles in the capital were involved. Although the Raging Blood Grand Duke had ascended the throne, he could not do whatever he wanted. Richard pondered for a moment and said slowly, Riedel, how many troops do you still have? Riedel's face dimmed a little. My previous troops were all killed. Now I only have the troops stationed in the Forbidden Area. After entering the Forbidden Area, a total of 3,000 people. They are all top-level soldiers of level 18. Although this force is not weak, it depends on who you compare it with. The Raging Blood Grand Duke now nominally controls more than 1 million troops in the Kingdom of El. Even if most of them cannot be withdrawn, only counting his direct command, it has exceeded 100,000. The power of both sides is completely different. If they are exposed now, they can be crushed in minutes. Seeing Richard fall into silence, Riddell's face changed. Finally, she took a deep breath and saluted again. Lord Richard, I know it's a bit too much to let you face such a powerful enemy, but this is our only chance. We must avenge the Kingdom of El, no matter how much it costs. If we can drive that traitor off the throne, we are willing to govern the Kingdom of El with you. Share the world with you. Looking at Riddell with a solemn face, this word suddenly popped up in Richard's mind. Before he could speak, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Dean triggering a Class A emergency event, national hatred and family feud. The descendants of the El royal family, Princesses Riddell El and Aisha El, were forced into exile because of the betrayal of the bloodthirsty Grand Duke. Under the planning of the bloodthirsty Grand Duke, the king of the El Kingdom was killed, the royal family was purged, and the power of the country was swallowed up by him. The fire of revenge of the 2 princesses of the fallen country has been ignited. Task requirements: help the two princesses complete the restoration of the country, kill the bloodthirsty Grand Duke, and restore the rule of the El royal family. Task reward: this task is an emergency event, and the task reward will be obtained based on the completion rate. After reading the system prompt, Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, the restoration of the country was actually an A-level task. It seems that the water in this plane is deeper than he expected. With his current strength, it is still judged as an A-level task, which is obviously not that simple. After retracting his thoughts, he stared at the figure in front of him with the determination to burn his boats. Riddell, the El Kingdom will always be a country ruled by the El royal family, and the City of Dusk will not seize your throne. Richard's eyes were clear. No matter now, or in the future, the cost of governing a country is not something that Twilight City can afford now. He spied on this plane because he wanted it to become the nourishment of Twilight City, not a burden. The development model of the underground world is very suitable for the small Twilight City. He didn't plan to change it too much if he could occupy it. As long as the other party can follow his plan and orders, it's enough. But it's too early to say this now. I'm afraid it will take a few months to complete this mission. The enemy is too strong, and the power in hand now can't compete with the other party head on. Moreover, a country's war involves all aspects, and it can't be ended in 1 or 2 battles. Hearing Richard's sonorous words, Riddell's eyes softened immediately. Looking at Richard with emotion, her eyes quietly turned red. My lord. Richard waved his hand. No need to say more. You are the main force in the next war. In his opinion, although these two princesses are down and out, their potential influence cannot be ignored by anyone. It's not even comparable to 30,000 or 50,000 troops. They represent the orthodoxy of the El royal family. The Raging Blood Duke is a traitor. No matter what is said, a traitor is always a traitor, and cannot be recognized by everyone. After knowing the specific situation of the El Plane, he did not intend to let the army of the City of Dusk participate deeply. The best way is to support the two princesses and let them become the main force to overthrow the Raging Blood Duke. He only provides support at the critical moment. It is worth mentioning that the Raging Blood Duke has become his hunting target at this moment. The Dark Soul Eater Critus. The promotion task of this 19th level boss is to participate in the hunting of a transcendent, and the damage caused during the period is not less than 70%. There was an opportunity in the Tower Clan's plane, but unfortunately, they faced Rose's favorite, the chaotic and bloodthirsty wax-melting demon. That monster has no weaknesses at all, and cannot be killed in a short time. Missed a precious opportunity. In the main plane, it is not difficult to find a transcendent, but how to kill the other party is difficult. Which transcendent does not have a huge force as a backing? How can it be so easy to kill? Now, the angry Blood Duke was caught in the crossfire. Even if he couldn't occupy this plane, it would be enough to kill the angry Blood Duke and let Critus be promoted to the extraordinary. Thinking of this, Richard made clear the direction of the attack on this plane. Support the two princesses as the main thing, and the City of Dusk will help them at the critical moment. The two princesses have the name of the El royal family, and there will be no shortage of loyal people to come and join them. The only difficulty is, after the banner of the two princesses is played, how to deal with the counter-attack of the angry Blood Duke. The angry Blood Duke is not a fool. If he sees that the situation is not right, he will definitely encircle and suppress him with heavy troops. The extraordinary came with thousands of level 19 soldiers, and the scene was enough to make people's scalps numb. However, as long as he can withstand this wave of attacks from the other side, those loyal ministers of the El Kingdom who are dissatisfied with the traitor, the angry Blood Duke, will definitely flock to him. Now, what he lacks is a chess piece that can compete with the angry Blood Duke. Only the extraordinary can deal with the extraordinary. Thinking of this, he subconsciously opened a system space. At this moment, the bloody heart was still beating. Seeing this, he made a decision in his heart. Now, he needs a heavyweight killer. After collecting his thoughts, Richard briefly described his ideas to the two princesses. As soon as the voice fell, Riddell's eyes lit up immediately. My lord, your idea is very feasible. Her previous thoughts also went in this direction, but she didn't think as thoroughly as Richard. After being pointed out, she immediately felt that the direction was clear. Richard nodded and didn't discuss this topic in depth. This task cannot be completed in a few days. We must go to Solon City and complete the commission of the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store before we can continue to advance here. Turning to look at the space gap behind, the voice resounded through the sky. Gray, Gaunt, you and Riddell further communicate and discuss the next plan. I'm leaving first. Riddell was stunned, looking at him a little nervously, and said uneasily, my lord, you want to? Richard climbed onto Alvis' back. He looked down at the two of them and said slowly, the crimson moon is about to rise. Great changes are imminent. I want to find the future. As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for the two to respond, he drove Alvis away from the church, passed through the gap in space, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Riddell's eyes were blank, a little puzzled. The crimson moon is about to change? Subconsciously turning his head to look at his sister, he inexplicably found that a crimson moon appeared in the other's dark eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Return to Solon City, Time for Harvest. Solon City, Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce. Windsor stood by the window, overlooking the entire city through the glass. At this moment, the superior who holds power is like a stone sculpture. His eyes were dazed. Beside him, an old figure with an old face and a breath like a candle in the wind, sitting on a mechanical wheelchair, was looking at everything below with his turbid eyes. After a long time, the old man said in a hoarse voice, don't worry so much. We have already expected this result, right? It's just a pity for that little guy. There was some regret on his wrinkled face. That plane completely collapsed. The other party's body has not been found. Windsor turned his head and looked at the old man in the wheelchair who was so old that he looked like a human being, and his eyes dimmed. Teacher, I went in to investigate. That plane is not just collapsing, it has also fallen into the abyss. I was up there and sensed the breath of Spider Queen Rose. The collapse of the plane seems to be Rose's layout. The heart of the god inside is most likely the target of the other party's pursuit. When Spider Queen Rose mentioned this existence, that made the bottomless abyss tremble. Her mood was ups and downs. When she knew that the plane collapsed, she still had a glimmer of hope. But after sensing Rose's breath, her hope was shattered. The life of the main god level has transcended the general rules. Facing this level of existence, the Crimson Moon at this moment can't do anything to the other party. She stayed there for a day and a night, but didn't see any miracles happen. As for the City of Dusk, she was no longer in the mood to go there again. Spider Queen. After the old man murmured several times, a fascinating light appeared in his turbid eyes. At this moment, the old man, who was aging and weak, had a breath as strong and majestic as a dragon. These false gods who destroy the rules of the world will eventually become dust. No one can stop the flow of the river of destiny. But, like a flash in the pan, the powerful momentum only flashed by. The light in his eyes dimmed again. Sensing that the power in his body had weakened to the freezing point, the old man's face was a bit complicated. Finally, he shook his head in relief. He slowly closed his eyes. Windsor, all this should have been my responsibility, but now, it can only be carried out by you. Windsor couldn't bear to look at the old man's appearance anymore, and turned his head to look down at the city in front of him again. Teacher, our goal will definitely be achieved. No one can stop the return of the ancient gods. This is the guidance of destiny. The old man with his eyes closed said in a weak tone. When the crimson appears in the sky, the world will usher in great changes. We are the key to open a new era. He stretched out his right hand covered with age spots and his skin was loose and wrinkled. The next moment, an illusory light emerged from the open palm. After a few breaths, the light gradually condensed into a solid. A scale was reflected in Windsor's eyes. Teacher, the old man in the mechanical wheelchair did not open his eyes, but put the scale in his hand and rubbed it slowly, touching his most beloved thing. Windsor, this is the last treasure I want to give you. When my soul dissipates, the mark on it will dissipate. The tone was slow, like an old man who was seriously ill in bed, telling his children before dying. The words were calm, but weighed 1,000 pounds. You use blood as a guide and soul as a seal to re-engraving your own power. It will be your best helper. A higher level artifact, placed in the outside world, can cause a sensation in the whole world. Some empires are even willing to launch a war of annihilation for this. But at this moment, Windsor turned a blind eye. His lips trembled as he looked at the old man who looked like a dead plant, and his eyes became red. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he couldn't say a word at this moment. Any words, in the face of death, seem so insignificant. The key to all this is that hope is shattered. The person she had high hopes for did not return as promised. The house fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the old man in the mechanical wheelchair opened his eyes slightly, revealing a crack. The world in front of him was already blurred. He could only vaguely see the figure that carried all his hopes. A somewhat satisfied smile appeared on his face. I have never married in my life, and I have always treated you as my own child since childhood. It is my greatest luck in my life to be your teacher, Windsor. It is my selfish desire to let you inherit the Crimson Moon. I hope that, if you blame me, you could have lived freely in this world without worrying about any trivial matters. When Windsor heard the weak words, his nose was sour, and he subconsciously held his breath, trying to stop the tears in his eyes. Teacher, his throat was choked and trembling, and his voice was even more blurred. At this moment, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, breaking the almost solidified atmosphere in the house. President Windsor, I have important information to report. A young female guard entered the office with an urgent expression. The moment she entered the room, she happened to meet a pair of red eyes. Her heart trembled. The words in her mouth were directly suppressed. The president, who was always confident and strong like a queen in the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce. Crying? Exclamation mark. What's going on? Exclamation mark. Shocked, she didn't dare to look anymore and immediately lowered her head. Windsor also realized that his emotions were not right at this time, but in his low mood, he had no intention of hiding it. He said in a hoarse voice, "Speak." The female guard who came to report didn't dare to talk nonsense and said directly, "President Weir of the Violet Chamber of Commerce sent a message." Windsor's heart trembled when he heard this. "Are you asking about the situation of Sir Richard?" Her tone was a little trembling. Some people couldn't bear it, but they had to speak. Report to her. Sir Richard died in that plane. If it weren't for her repeated requests, the other party would not have been in trouble. This is what she felt most guilty about. Now, the most difficult thing is not to face the situation that has already become a foregone conclusion, but to inform the other party's subordinates of this cruel news. It feels like a comrade in arms has died, and I have to go to his parents to tell them. It's hard to say. Hearing this, the guard raised his head in surprise. Sir Richard died? Is her information false? No, this is clearly what President Weir said. Looking at Windsor's expression, he immediately felt that something seemed wrong. He hurriedly said, "President, is there any misunderstanding?" President Weir sent a message saying that Sir Richard asked her to tell you that he has returned safely to Dusk City and has retrieved the heart. After resting for a day, he will come to Solan City and tell you that, if time is urgent, you can go to find him. The moment the voice fell, Windsor was at a loss at first, and then his eyes refocused, and his eyes bloomed with endless light. The whole person climbed from hell to heaven in an instant. At this moment, it was as if he was given a soul and revived. "Sir Richard, are you okay?" The old man sitting in the mechanical wheelchair also turned his head in astonishment and looked at the door. "That little guy is not dead. And he got the heart? Are you kidding? Not only did the plane fall into the bottomless abyss after it collapsed, but it was even targeted by the Spider Queen Rose. How could the Spider Queen let go of such a conspicuous target as the heart of the gods?" In this case, he was suddenly told that the other party not only escaped the collapse of the plane, but also got the heart of the gods from under the nose of the Spider Queen. Isn't this a fantasy? Windsor's emotions instantly climbed to the extreme, and he couldn't suppress the explosive joy in his heart, even after taking a few deep breaths. Alive. The other party is still alive. Exclamation mark. And the teacher is going to be okay too. Exclamation mark. If he had received this news at the beginning, he might not have had such strong emotional fluctuations. But after experiencing despair, and then rekindling hope, that feeling is completely different. After regaining his mind, he immediately asked with some uneasiness, "Is this news true? President Weah came to tell me in person, and the other party just left. Go and invite President Weah now." "Yes, Mr. President." After leaving the airplane, Richard did not stay in Dusk City, and immediately drove Alvis to Solan City. Sensing his urgency, Alvis flapped his damaged dragon wings desperately, and rushed across the desert at the fastest speed. Richard watched the yellow sand on the ground quickly pass by. A strong expectation rose in his heart. This trip to Solan City is different from the past. Crimson Moon is about to come, and a new expansion pack is about to start. At this critical moment, he is about to establish a deep friendship with the top leaders of Crimson Moon. This is of immeasurable value to Dusk City, which is in the midst of a major change. He can control both advance and retreat. If he advances, he can cooperate with the attack and make a fortune in secret. If he retreats, he can save his life and avoid the most intense conflict. In high spirits, Richard arrived at Solan City in the evening of November 22nd, under the afterglow of the setting sun. Just after he deposited Alvis, a middle-aged man wearing the badge of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce immediately surrounded him with a large group of people, respectfully signaling to prepare the carriage and inviting him to the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. Richard was not surprised by this. Given the importance of the Heart of the Gods, it was unexpected that Windsor did not come directly to the City of Dusk to find him. The Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce had such a status in Solan City that it was easy to make these arrangements. After asking clearly, there was no nonsense and he followed the other party into the city. After passing through the streets and alleys and relived the prosperity of Solan City, the carriage stopped in front of the building complex of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a red aristocratic evening dress, and the elegant and luxurious figure seemed to be looking forward to it. After seeing him, the plump lady, who was enough to be called the most beautiful in the country, showed a brilliant smile. At this moment, the already nearly perfect face gave people an impact that amazed time. The air around seemed to become sunny. The guards around seemed to have never seen this scene before. They stared wide-eyed and their hearts seemed to stop beating. They stared at the figure with outstanding temperament and couldn't recover for a long time. Richard was also amazed for a moment, but his face did not change. He stepped forward with clear eyes. "Stop and stand. Look directly at this beautiful figure with emotional fluctuations. President Windsor, I got what you wanted back." The plain tone was more beautiful than any natural sound in Windsor's ears at this moment. Taking a few long breaths could not suppress the emotions in his heart. Finally, he looked at him deeply and held his chest solemnly. Saluted with the most respectful attitude. "Sir Richard, thank you for your efforts. You will always be a friend of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce." After standing up, he said solemnly, "And always my friend." These words were light, but in Richard's eyes, the weight was 10 times heavier than the previous sentence. The guards around him came back to their senses, and then looked at Richard in surprise. The master of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce actually saluted this young man. What is the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce? The power it possesses is simply the overlord in the Death Desert. Even if the princess and prince of the kingdom come, they are not qualified to be treated with such an attitude by their master. What is the background of the other party that makes President Windsor so respectful? While the guards around him were puzzled, Richard followed Windsor to the giant building in the center of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce complex. Riding the old chemical elevator to the top floor overlooking half of the city, after entering the office, he saw a figure leaning on a mechanical wheelchair at a glance. The old man who lost his heart in the Red Dragon grocery store, Pime. The first time he saw Richard, Pime in the wheelchair slightly cracked his mouth, revealing a weak smile. "Little guy, I didn't expect that you could escape from Rose's hands. It really surprised me. Lord Shannon, you really can't be underestimated." Richard glanced at the other party with a subtle expression and didn't respond. Escape from Rose's hands? He came out dead. If he hadn't obtained the hero altar in the Eternal Land, he would have been defeated this time. However, it seems that the hero altar was also obtained from the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. A peck and a drink. No one could have expected it. After regaining his mind, he looked at the old man in front of him. His eyes became hot. This old man who looked like he could die at any time, but he once killed the ancient red dragon and possessed a high-level artifact. And such a boss is about to usher in a new life. He said slowly, "Sir Pim, I have completed your commission. This is the heart of the god you want." As soon as the voice fell, a wooden box appeared in his hand out of thin air. Bang 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 bang. The moment the wooden box appeared, bursts of heartbeats came from it. Pim's eyes were immediately attracted. But unexpectedly, he was not as excited as Richard imagined, but his face showed an extremely complicated expression. After a long silence, the old figure in a black robe slowly stood up. Step by step, he walked to Richard like a pilgrim. His right hand, which was full of age spots and wrinkles, pressed on the wooden box, and he felt the heartbeat inside, and his eyes became more and more cloudy. The beginning of a new era represents death, killing, turmoil and chaos. No one can escape fate. But, since sacrifice and death are inevitable, let's start with me. After he finished speaking, he slowly opened the wooden box. Chapter 480 Rewards Received. The moment the wooden box was opened, the still beating bright red heart was exposed to the air. Bang 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 bang. The beating sound was as dull and powerful as a drum. Without the body, this heart is still full of vitality and vigor. Because this is the most powerful organ of life in this world. Pime reached into the wooden box with both hands and held the heart in his palms. After taking a deep breath, the old and decayed body straightened his chest and slowly brought the heart closer to his chest. The black robe on his body seemed to have life. After the heart approached, it automatically tore apart and shortened in other directions. The chest was exposed. Richard looked at it intently and saw that the original heart area was now empty. The heart had long lost its trace. The flesh and blood on the huge scar outside were rolling, and the bones and blood vessels were bursting, looking bloody and terrifying. No one knew how this old man could survive after losing his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but slow down his breathing, for fear of disturbing the other party. Under the tense gaze of Richard and Windsor, Pime slowly put the heart into his empty chest. The next moment the heart entered the chest, a powerful energy flowed out from the blood vessels, muscles, and bones around the heart, and poured directly into it. Bang 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 bang. It was like a video with triple playback speed, and the beating sound suddenly accelerated. The heart was like an engine full of fuel, and every beat was full of strong power. After passing through the heart, the slightly chaotic energy immediately became smooth, and flowed back into the limbs. The dry river was irrigated with abundant water. Pime's breath gradually rose. The rolling flesh and blood on his chest began to grow again under the stimulation of the powerful energy. The scars of bones, flesh, and tendons that had been destroyed for more than 10 years were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a dozen breaths, the flesh and blood covered the heart again, and the ribs grew out again. From the inside to the outside, when the outermost skin grew, Pime, who was originally old and decayed, and the breath of life was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure like an ancient dragon burst out. With the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce as the center, it rioted unscrupulously in all directions. In an instant, the entire Solon city was shrouded in this shocking pressure. On the city wall, the general in charge of defending the city turned his head suddenly and looked into the city in horror. In the towering magic tower, the noble magician stood up with horror. In a large number of luxurious manners, those nobles with titles raised their heads in shock. Everyone had the same question in their mind. Who is it? This powerful and unfamiliar momentum is definitely not the City Lord, and its aura is even stronger than the City Lord. Stronger than the legend? Is it a demigod? The moment this word came to mind, their breathing became heavy. A demigod was born in Solon City. What kind of changes will this bring? Not long after, the whole Solon City was boiling, and everyone was frantically exploring the secrets. Richard, who faced the pressure directly, felt it more deeply than others. The power of the demigod was like a river flowing backwards into the air, and then crashing down, mighty and overwhelming. The power of the yellow sand on his body was running wildly, and he barely blocked the energy of the opponent's pressure with full firepower. Under Richard's gaze, Bim, who had just aged and was on the verge of death, regained his youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pale hair turned black, his wrinkled face became elastic again, and his age spots disappeared in a breath. When the shocking aura dissipated, the opponent recovered to his early 50s, at the peak of his youth. Pim let out a long breath, stretched out his right hand, and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. A creaking sound was heard. His eyes became extremely complicated. Excited, and so on. After taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his emotions, turned slightly, and looked at Richard with clear eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Little guy, I owe you a big favor this time." He had already given up hope that he could recover, and letting Richard go was just a last try. When the news of the plane's collapse came, he was not disappointed, but felt sorry for Richard. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. In the end, even though Rose was targeting him, he still survived, and really retrieved the heart of the god. This favor is a big debt. Or this may be the choice of fate. Pym's eyes were dim. He still needed to contribute his strength to the Crimson Moon. He shook his head, and retracted his thoughts. He said slowly, "What else do you want?" Hearing this, Richard said calmly, "Sir Pym, I need you to fulfill our agreement." "That's all?" Pym looked at him with interest. Richard sneered. "Of course, if you are willing to give me 10 or 8 artifacts, I will not refuse." Pym laughed dumbly. "You dare to dream of artifacts, but I don't have many. I can't afford to give them to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. The illusory silver scale solidified in his hand. On one end of the scale was a thin pure white wing, as if it could be blown far away with a breath. The imperceptible weight pressed the scale to one side, and the other end was empty. After gently stroking the scale for a while, Pym narrowed his eyes. The majestic energy surged out of his body. As Richard watched with a bit of trance, streams of light turned into light balls, and fell on the other end of the scale. Looking carefully, you can see that there seems to be something in those light balls. But because the scale itself is only half a meter long, the trays at both ends of the scale are even smaller, and the light balls only occupy 1/10 of the width of the tray. The things inside are completely invisible. Gradually, as the light balls increase, the tilted scale pressed by the wings gradually balances. The moment it reaches a certain limit, those light balls shattered directly like glass, turning into streams of light and merging into the scale. The next second, a miniature scroll gradually emerged on the empty scale tray. After a few breaths, it condensed into a solid. Pym waited until the scroll stopped changing, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the energy in his body surged again. The miniature scroll seemed to have lost its gravity and slowly flew away from the scale. Every half inch away from the scale, the scroll became 3 points wider. When the scroll fell into Pym's hands, it had become a fully expanded normal scroll. This scene looked quite magical. Seeing the curiosity in Richard's eyes, Pym laughed with a bit of arrogance. "Little guy, are you shocked? The wishing balance is a real high-level artifact, which contains mysterious and unpredictable rules. This is an artifact forged by the god of creation himself. The value is inestimable. Even the existence of the main god level has to peak," he said with a proud head raised. "I snatched this from that ancient red dragon. That ancient red dragon might have been obtained from some ancient ruins. But that's not important. What's important is that this treasure is in his hands. Although he is hostile to all gods, the artifact is not a sinner, and it was forged by the god of creation. This is a well-deserved treasure." Richard looked at the expression of the old man, and remembered the scene when he first met him. This guy's character really makes people not respect him much. But it's not a bad thing. No one likes to deal with an old man who is arrogant. This is more friendly. "Here, this is the reward I promised you," Pym said, handing over the scroll in his hand. This scroll can forcibly enslave extraordinary life. It can be clearly felt that he felt a little painful, but he was trying to save face. "It's just some small things. Come to me if you need it in the future." Richard looked a little funny, but didn't say anything. The high-level artifact, the wishing balance, is not something that can be conjured out of thin air. If you want something, you need a treasure of the same level to exchange it. The other party had obviously spent a lot of money. After reaching out to take it, he felt a great energy coming from the scroll and was overjoyed. After months of planning, unprecedented adventures, and even becoming an enemy with the evil god that made the abyss tremble, everything was for this scroll. A precious and rare treasure. Contract scroll level, legendary features, can forcibly enslave a life of extraordinary level, making it eternally loyal to the scroll holder. Introduction. An extremely precious treasure. It is extremely difficult to make. Richard was a little excited. This scroll represents too many meanings. From today, Dusk City will have its own extraordinary. Other dimensional planes are merging into the Death Desert, and the Crimson Moon and new expansion packs are about to be opened. The world is becoming turbulent. The uncertainty of the future is increasing. Extraordinary, this is the power to step into another level, representing the power to survive. With extraordinary, Dusk City has the ability to protect itself, coupled with the foundation he has accumulated before. Now he has a strength that cannot be underestimated. After such a long period of steady development, Dusk City has finally grown up. It is no longer the tiny existence with only a dozen arms, and has to be careful when facing a few wild wolves. Richard was full of a sense of accomplishment. After putting the contract scroll into the system space, his face was bright and bright. Sir Pym, our promise is fulfilled. Congratulations on your new life. This world is waiting for you to change it. Pym laughed loudly, and his mood was also extremely happy. After the laughter subsided slightly, he turned his head to look at Windsor beside him. The other party showed him an equally bright smile. When his mood calmed down, Windsor seemed to have thought of something, and a crimson medal appeared in his hand. He stepped forward with a somewhat relaxed tone. Teacher, you have recovered this. It should be returned to its owner. He spread his palm and handed it over. Pym looked at the crimson medal, and the smile on his face subsided. After a moment of silence, he looked into the other party's eyes and shook his head slowly and firmly. No, Windsor, this medal is already yours. There is no reason to take off the crown you have already worn. I can't do that either. He shrugged and smiled. Now, I have to obey your orders, respected President. After saying that, he saw Windsor was about to speak, and waved his hand to interrupt. No need to say more. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Your performance during this period has been able to bear this heavy responsibility. The future belongs to you. This responsibility will eventually be borne by you. Windsor looked at the old man's serious eyes and fell silent. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Teacher, I will not let you down. This time is different from the past. Before, she was ordered to take over the heavy responsibility in a critical situation. At this moment, it is her true choice. As she said that, she slowly put the crimson medal on her chest. The medal is a bit simple and old, and there is not even any energy fluctuations on it. It looks more like a symbolic item, rather than a treasure. Richard, who was watching this warm drama leisurely, suddenly heard a familiar reminder in his ears. Ding, the Lord of Crimson has taken on the fate. No one can stop the rise of the Crimson Moon. The new expansion will be opened on time. Please be prepared, Lords. Ding, the system reminder sounded 3 times. Richard's heart trembled, and he turned his head to look at the elegant figure in front of him. At this moment, the ancient medal tied on his chest was as dazzling as the sun. Lord of Crimson? Exclamation mark. Even without more information, these 4 words alone are enough to bring endless reverie. Half an hour later, Richard left the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce with a solemn look. When the carriage drove to the Violet Manor, he leaned against the window and was in a daze. It was not until the coachman called him to get off that he suddenly woke up. Seeing Richard get off the carriage, Welia, who had been waiting at the gate of the manor, immediately stepped forward. But after taking a few steps closer and seeing his strange expression, her heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. After she saluted with her hands on her chest, she said in a deep voice, "Sir, have you encountered any trouble at the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce?" Richard regained his composure at this moment. He took a deep breath and suppressed his fluctuating emotions. He stared at the cold figure in front of him solemnly and said word by word, "Send a message back to Twilight City. All troops that are out must be recalled within 3 days. Twilight City is under the highest level of security. All troops are not allowed to leave Twilight City without orders. All residents and non-military important materials are transferred to the Eternal Land. The underground world has produced strategic materials and transported them all to Twilight City. From now on, the military factory will produce military supplies 24 hours a day. All other production arrangements will be postponed. And a series of orders were issued, which made Wedia's uneasiness reach its peak. When Richard finished speaking, she immediately said in a hurry, "Sir, what happened?" Richard let out a long breath and slowly looked up at the sky. At this moment, the last ray of light disappeared from the sky. The whole world fell into darkness. The sky has changed. Chapter 481 Players' Reactions. New information. The night shrouded the city of Salin, which was still brightly lit and bustling. It seemed that ordinary residents did not care about the direction in which the world would develop in the future. That was not a problem they should care about. Even if the sky fell, there would be nobles living in tall houses to support it. Compared with the illusory things, they were more concerned about where to earn tomorrow's rations. Violet Manor. After Wedia wrote Richard's order in a letter in secret language and sent it out, she returned to the hall with a solemn mood. At this moment, Richard was standing in front of the huge French window, looking through the glass at the moon that was mostly covered by dark clouds and only revealed a faint light. In his deep eyes, there was a light that was difficult for outsiders to understand. The order has been passed on. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he did not turn his head, but his tone was a bit colder than usual. Wedia's dark eyes stared at the figure that looked extremely majestic under the dim magic light. The worries in his heart were inexplicably calmed down. It seems that, as long as the other party is there, all problems can be solved. After taking a deep breath and calming down, he whispered, "My lord, it has been delivered." Then he began to explain in detail. The order is written in a special secret language. Only Teacher Kalu has the decryption code. I researched it, and no outsider knows it. The soldier who delivered it is the Shadow Walker that Her Highness Chris asked to help find. This special race can walk freely in the shadows. Once the Shadow Core is mastered, they will absolutely obey orders and be eternally loyal. After leaving the city, the secret letter will be escorted by the stone statues of the dead waiting outside the city and return to the City of Dusk as soon as possible. 3 copies, each sent out 10 minutes apart, using 3 different routes. Hearing this, Richard turned his head and looked at the girl with appreciation. The positioning of the Violet Chamber of Commerce in Solon City is by no means as simple as a Chamber of Commerce. It is also responsible for the collection and transmission of intelligence, and is an important link for the City of Dusk to know the outside world. These few months, Wedia's time has obviously not been in vain, and the framework has been built. You've done a great job. Violet Chamber of Commerce, have you encountered any difficult problems recently? Weir saw that Richard didn't say much about this matter. She knew that it must be of great significance. It was inconvenient for her to know, so she didn't ask and responded softly. With the care of Her Highness Chris and the blessing of President Windsor, no one can hinder our development. The Violet Chamber of Commerce has established 30 stores so far. Some are still under construction and not open for business. It is expected that all of them will be put into use in half a month at most. What are the identities of Chris and Windsor? One is the little princess of Solon City, and the other is the controller of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. With the care of these 2 great gods, some small forces that can't afford to offend dare not even look at them. Some nobles who can afford to offend don't have to make enemies with these 2 for such a little benefit. So the Violet Chamber of Commerce has been in a stable development. Weir said. Her tone became a little excited. As our sales efforts increase, black condensed ice cream has become the most popular summer food in Solon City. As long as our store opens, it will be sold out in less than an hour. Even many chambers of commerce come directly to the store to buy goods and sell them at retail. The black condensed ice cream with the function of cooling off only sells for 20 units of ordinary resources, which is simply an irresistible temptation for residents in the deep hot desert area. It's too damn cheap. This is magic food. Even beggars and refugees who are so poor that they beg on the street can afford to consume it several times every now and then. It's cheap and effective. A pure killer. Richard smiled. He personally experienced the effect of black condensed ice cream and naturally understood how attractive this thing is to people in hot areas. In this world, there are no household appliances that ordinary people can afford. What about those competitors? Black condensed ice cream is not something difficult to produce. Wedia smiled a little. Many wizard towers have launched similar products after seeing our strong sales. However, due to different raw materials, the lowest price is more than 500 units of ordinary resources, and some even require hundreds of rare resources. Although those magic foods can improve certain attributes, they are still too expensive compared to black condensed ice cream. Only some nobles can afford it. Plus their huge market capacity, the other party poses no threat to us at all. 500 units of ordinary resources are not too expensive for ordinary people. They may be equivalent to half a day's salary for dock workers in Solon City. But the biggest problem is that this thing is a consumable. Eating one portion can only last for 1 or 2 hours. Black condensed ice cream, eating 3 or 5 portions a day is affordable for ordinary residents. But asking them to consume hundreds of units of Wizard Tower products is nonsense. Richard nodded. The product positioning of black condensed ice cream is to go to the sinking market. Coca-Cola is his template. If it goes to the high-end market, it will lose the biggest cost advantage. Which Wizard Tower or noble can't make a product to relieve the heat? It's just a matter of cost. Keep the current steady development momentum for a while, and when the situation is more stable, our food workshop for producing black condensed ice cream will continue to expand. During this period, you should do a good job of early personnel training to avoid various problems in future expansion. The raw materials for the production of black condensed ice cream have been planted on a large scale in the underground world. Although the automatic farming alchemy machine that it wants to develop in Furnace City has not been developed yet, it will surely see results in a short time. Once the raw materials can be supplied, then it will not be a small fight now. Although this kind of sinking market product does not make much money individually, once the number is scaled up, it will be a pure money printing machine. After a brief chat about black condensed ice cream, Richard suddenly seemed to think of something, and continued to ask. Has the promotion of the magic music box in Solon City been effective? Weia shook her head and smiled bitterly. We only have 10 magic music boxes in our hands now, and we haven't started to promote them yet. The number is too small, so it can only appear as a treasure at the auction. Richard nodded, indicating that he understood. He still had high expectations for this fantasy version of the music player. However, the research and development and improvement of this treasure does not seem to be that simple. It has been almost 2 months, and there is still not much progress. Now there are many research and development tasks accumulated in the Furnace City, and judging from the current situation, it may be postponed further. Thinking of this, he thought of the words he just heard in the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. A bitter smile appeared on his face. There is no time for him to develop so easily. Once the crimson moon rises, the situation will be turned upside down. Although he knew that the new expansion pack would change a lot, he did not expect that the changes would be so great. The return of the old gods will cause the dusty power of the whole world to revive. At that time, the space barriers between other planes and the main plane will become fragile and thin. There will be a large number of planes connected to the main plane. Especially those planes that hide the power of the ancient gods will be connected to the main plane as soon as possible. This is the information Windsor told him personally. Richard's mind immediately thought of the L plane that had just appeared in the Death Desert. In addition, there is also the news that the Death Desert will be the place where other dimensional planes will merge in the future. With the example in front of him, Windsor's words became particularly heavy. After the Crimson Moon rises, the Death Desert will surely usher in unprecedented changes. At that time, how many planes will be integrated into the Death Desert is completely unknown. And the Dusk City, which is in it, must be the center of the storm. The pressure is heavy. My lord. Weia looked at Richard's face and suddenly became solemn, and couldn't help but call him softly. Richard came back to his senses, and looked at the girl's worried eyes and was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Weia suddenly held his chest and bowed, saying in the most determined tone, no matter what happens, Weia will always stand by your side and protect your glory with life and soul. That unquestionable tone made the suppressed emotions in his heart inexplicably dissipate a lot. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how the future changes, he will always have firm followers around him. On the road ahead, he is not alone. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky covered by dark clouds with a scorching gaze. The inner pressure turned into a strong fighting spirit, and fighting spirit at this moment. No one can make Twilight City bow its head. Even if God comes, it won't work. My lord. Weir sensed that Richard's aura seemed to have undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but call out again hesitantly. Richard reached out and patted the girl's shoulder, his eyes returning to their usual calm and indifferent state. Weir, Twilight City is about to face an unprecedented impact. The enemy we face is unknown, and there may even be extraordinary or even legendary beings. As he spoke, his eyes became deeper. But no matter how great the danger is, it cannot shake our will to win. This time, Twilight City will definitely go to the end. No one can make us surrender. A few minutes later, Weir left the hall with determination and high spirits. Richard watched the girl's back disappear from his sight and took a deep breath. He had made a promise to Windsor about the changes in the world, so it was not easy to tell Weir too much. But the girl who was in charge of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was extremely smart. She didn't ask anything specifically, but she noticed a lot from just a few words. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it. No matter how the world changes, one's own strength is still the only thing to rely on. Fortunately, his previous efforts had saved up a good deck of cards for the City of Dusk. After waving his hand and letting the maids waiting in the hall leave, Richard leaned back in the soft armchair, drank a sip of hot tea comfortably, and skillfully opened the system forum. The situation has changed so much. I wonder what new information those idiots have. The forum gathers all the players, a large number of people meet here, and posts of great value are often born. After opening it and taking a few glances, a familiar feeling came to me. Shocked, the new expansion is opened for this reason. 120 bedtime positions. That I have to say with Scarlet Moon the new expansion is opened. Is there any big boss to protect it? No matter what the situation, the atmosphere in the forum where players are most active is always the most high-spirited. Richard ignored those posts with a stronger atmosphere, found a homepage, and took a few glances, and was immediately attracted by a high-topped post. 2 or 3 conjectures about the Crimson Moon. I'm a believer of the Sun God and a senior priest. Ever since the Crimson Waning Moon appeared in the sky some time ago, the entire Sun cult has gone crazy and has used almost all its strength to look for news about the Crimson Moon. And it's getting more and more urgent as time goes by. Those black-robed high priests who haven't appeared for a long time often go out and hang around. After I inquired many times and asked many important bosses indirectly, I finally deduced the blockbuster news. The Crimson Moon is related to the gods who disappeared in ancient times. But what puzzles me most is that I went to the library in the sect to look for such news, and there was no record at all. I thought the sect's collection of books was not comprehensive, and then I went to the Imperial Library and there was no record. Unwilling to give up, I asked someone to go to the libraries in several other big cities, but I didn't find any news. I even spent a lot of money to buy such news, but all I got was that there was no such person. Regarding those disappeared ancient gods, it seems that that period of history has been erased, and there is only one power that can do this. The gods. So, is there a possibility that the Crimson Moon is the ancient gods? Moreover, the ancient gods have a great hatred for the current gods. Otherwise, it would not happen that the other party only showed a little trace, and the powerful gods like the Sun God would be restless and even feel great fear. Not only that, after observing the posts posted by brothers from various sects on the forum, I can draw the same conclusion: the gods are afraid of the Crimson Moon, always trying to find and eradicate them. Brothers, perhaps this new version update will involve the battle between the new gods and the ancient gods. When the time comes, everyone must open their eyes and choose a camp to stand in. Don't think I'm kidding. I got a very heavy news yesterday. Players will play a key role in this battle. We are the Lord of Divine Grace. Which camp the new souls from the other plane stand in will make the worlds will lean towards. This is crucial for the new gods and ancient gods who are fighting for control of the world. Will the players affect the balance of victory in this battle? This is something he had not thought of before. Richard immediately realized the importance of this news. The current strength of the players is still too weak compared to the natives. But once it involves the will of the plane, who dares to underestimate it? The following comments are also supplementing or guessing relevant information. Many messages have confirmed their authenticity after corroborating each other. Richard immediately became serious. He looked through the forum for several hours and didn't close it until late at night. Many messages are explosive enough, but the most useful to him is the post about the role of the players in this major change. For others, this news may not be of much value, because even if this thing is known, what can it do? Can it directly affect the overall situation? The current status of the players has not reached this level. Even if the news is reported now, not many people will pay attention to it. But he is different. He can directly contact Windsor, the real Lord of Crimson and the protagonist of the new expansion. The most feared thing is that the gods have noticed the importance of the information in advance, and Crimson Moon is indifferent. He pondered silently in his heart the impact of this incident on the situation. This is definitely a heavyweight chess piece. If Scarlet Moon arranges in advance, it may not be impossible to win more people to join. Once Windsor gains an advantage in the next change, then Dusk City, which has a deep friendship with it. Chapter 482 Turbulence and Unrest. December 23rd, 3 AM, Violet Manor. After Richard closed the system forum, he felt more and more the importance of the news, that players can influence the world's will. He immediately asked someone to prepare a car, and went to the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce again under the cover of night. Although the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce also has its own player system, to observe the player group, and inquire about the relevant information. But these players may not be able to understand the importance of this news. The reason why information is valuable is that it is placed in the hands of the right people. After coming to the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce again, Richard waited for about half an hour before he saw Windsor, who looked a little tired. Obviously, after he left, the Lord of Crimson did not rest. He did not waste words and told the other party the news he had just received. After listening to his story, Windsor seemed very surprised and even had a bit of unprecedented solemnity. Then he fell into a long silence. After thinking for more than 10 minutes, he spoke. "Sir Richard, I didn't expect that we made a low-level mistake." The voice was a little low. Richard raised his eyebrows. "Low-level mistake?" Windsor looked at him deeply, with a complicated look in his eyes. "We thought that the will of the plane would like to see the return of the ancient gods, but after millions of years, the false gods who stole the power of the gods have formed new rules. The will of the world may not be inclined to the ancient gods again. This war is more difficult than we originally expected." Richard looked into her eyes and said word by word, "President Windsor, we are friends. If you need help, we will do our best." Windsor's expression relaxed a lot, and his eyes smiled again. "Sir Richard, your news is precious to me. But don't worry too much. Our enemies are the gods who control the world. No matter how bad the situation is, we have already anticipated it." As he spoke, his tone became sonorous and powerful. "No matter who it is, no one can stop the return of the ancient gods. The order of this world will eventually return to its original state. We are the defenders of the rules and the guardians of the world. No one can defeat our will." The tone was calm, but with unshakable determination. "Without enough courage, how can we destroy the gods?" Looking at that serious look, Richard sighed in his heart. Perhaps he still underestimated the Crimson Moon. He underestimated Windsor. This person is the protagonist of the next expansion pack, and her future will surely be brilliant. He nodded slightly. "I'm looking forward to meeting that day, President Windsor. Praise Crimson." After saying that, he turned around and left neatly without saying a word. Windsor saw Richard's back, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Until this moment, she really felt that Richard and she were on the same path. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked through the glass window at the dim sky. Her eyes became indescribably sharp. No one can stop the rise of the Crimson Moon, even the will of the world. The next second, the body suddenly disappeared from the spot and was no longer seen. After returning to Violet Manor, Richard was no longer busy and slept comfortably. Although the amount of sleep required each day is decreasing as one's strength increases, sleep is still the fastest way to restore one's energy. The next morning, Richard woke up full of energy. After breakfast, he did not plan to stay in Solan City for long. The contract scroll was already in hand, and the vampire duke in the blood coffin was waiting to pledge allegiance to the city of Dusk at any time. The L plane was even waiting for him to conquer. Coupled with the news he heard from Windsor, he felt a strong sense of urgency. Time waits for no one. Today is the 23rd, and there are still 5 days before the new expansion is launched. A huge change is imminent, and he must go back to make arrangements. When Weir heard Richard's words to prepare the car, she immediately asked someone to go down and make arrangements. 1 or 2 situations had been deduced last night, and there was no need to keep her at this moment, and she repeatedly stated that, if there were any orders to be executed, the Violet Chamber of Commerce would do its best to complete them. Richard also valued this smart girl very much, and spent some time to comfort and communicate with her. The development route of the Violet Chamber of Commerce and the next major change was roughly determined. After the conversation, they did not stay any longer and headed out of the city in a carriage. Not long after Richard left, a carriage with the logo of the Solon Chamber of Commerce stopped in front of the Violet Manor. Then, a middle-aged lady in her early 50s got off the carriage and walked into the manor in a hurry. The first time she saw the lady, Weir was quite surprised. "Ms. Babiner, welcome." She looked back. "Her Highness Chris, didn't you come?" The other party was the guard of the little princess of Solon City. She had seen him more than once, but he always appeared with Chris. It was the first time for him to come alone. The middle-aged lady smiled a little. "Her Highness Chris is studying martial arts and magic. She may not be back until next month." Weir nodded with a subtle mood. The last time Chris was stimulated, she said freely that she was going to become stronger. "It has been a while since I saw her." Unexpectedly, the girl with a lively nature really persisted. After coming to her senses, she was curious again. "Then who are you looking for?" The middle-aged lady looked solemn. "Grand Duke Solon, I want to meet the real master of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, Lord Richard, the Lord of the City of Dusk." Weir's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes became extremely solemn. "Grand Duke Solon. This name is a well-deserved legend in Solon City, with endless deterrents. This is the only master of Solon City, a legendary ascetic. His fighting power is so strong that the entire Death Desert trembles. What is the purpose of such a top figure to meet Lord Richard at this moment?" Her heart was immediately filled with uneasiness and anxiety. Although she had absolute confidence in Richard, the other party was a legend. He was also the ascetic monk with the top fighting power among the legends. That was a terrifying life that could go deep into the magma, swim in the erupting volcano, and remain unscathed under the cover of dragon breath with just flesh and blood. Not to mention that the entire Solon City was obeying his orders. This is the real superior, the most powerful person in this world. The lady saw Weir's worry, her face softened a little, and she said softly, "Miss Weir, you don't have to worry. The Grand Duke has no ill will towards Lord Richard. Last time the Abyss Rift broke, a large number of demons appeared in the desert. Later, those demons were suddenly cleared out. Lord Shannon sent a message that he saw the figure of Lord Richard inside, and there is solid evidence that the turmoil was quelled by Lord Richard. Grand Duke Solon highly appreciates this behavior. Moreover, Her Highness Chris often mentions Lord Richard in front of Grand Duke Solon. So the Grand Duke is quite curious about him, so he wants to meet him." Hearing this, Weir felt a little more at ease. The other party should not have much ill will coming to the door like this. If there is, who can stop the Grand Duke Solon from taking action personally? After turning her mind, she said slowly, "This is really unfortunate. Lord Richard has left the Chamber of Commerce half an hour ago. Just now, news came that a sandstorm is about to hit. Lord Richard must go back to prevent the disaster, and has no time to stay in the city for too long." He said apologetically, "Can you apologize to the Grand Duke and postpone the meeting to the next time? I will write to Lord Richard immediately to inform him that he has survived the disaster and will return to Solon City as soon as possible. It is not easy to reject an extraordinary person. However, this excuse is not a big problem. The sandstorm is coming, which is very immersive for people living around the desert. No one will say anything about it." Hearing this, the lady's face changed slightly. She just remembered that the City of Dusk is deep in the desert. It is very common to encounter sandstorms. "Do you need our help?" She added another sentence for fear that he would misunderstand. "Before I went to study, Miss told me that if Sir Richard had any difficulties, I would help him as much as I could. Weir was stunned for a moment, and she had a better impression of the little princess. She said softly, "Your Excellency has already found a way to deal with it, but Dusk City cannot do without you for the time being." Seeing her confidence, the lady said no more. After a few more polite words, she turned and left. Weir looked at the other person's back with a subtle expression. "Grand Duke Solon wants to see you. I don't know if this news is good or bad." With a heavy heart, she entered the study and passed on the news. The lady who conveyed Grand Duke Solon's will frowned after getting back on the carriage. After thinking for a long time, she looked up and spoke slowly to the empty carriage in front of her. "You said that Abyss Crack is really related to authority? Also, can that God's Grace Lord really obtain authority, a power that only gods can control? Also, the other party left Solon City so quickly this time. Could it be that he noticed something?" After the voice fell, a somewhat cold and hard voice sounded in the empty carriage. "The news obtained by the Grand Duke's personal investigation is naturally impossible to be false. If we had not carefully investigated the God's Grace Lords who entered the Abyss Crack, we would not have discovered that the God's Grace Lord who was so close to the young lady would be involved." The lady frowned even more. "But, how can a God's Grace Lord control the power of authority? And when the Lord of the Abyss takes action?" The cold and hard voice fell silent, and after a long time, he spoke slowly. "The other party is the strongest among the Lords of Divine Grace, King Kyu. He is the only one who has become the strongest among tens of billions of people. He must be extraordinary. As for whether he has obtained that authority, we will know once we meet him. Besides, we will not hurt him. The Grand Duke admires him very much." The lady raised her head slightly and said with a somewhat fiery tone, "Grand Duke, have you touched the edge of that realm? This is not something you should ask about." Richard did not know that he had entered the sight of the Lord of Solon City at this moment, and it also involved the authority of decay. After leaving Solon City, he took out Alvis from the storage point as soon as possible. Then he drove at full speed and returned to Dusk City at the fastest speed. His heart was full of excitement and expectation. The contract scroll in his hand became extremely hot at this moment. Extraordinary Dusk City is about to welcome its own extraordinary. Unlike the foreign aid of the Lord of Fire Element, once the contract is successfully signed, the other party will completely obey his orders. This is of immeasurable value for the situation that is about to change. Flying at full speed. On the evening of December 23rd, Richard reappeared in the sky of Twilight City. At this moment, it was less than half an hour since the stone statue of the dead arrived after the letter was sent back last night. After his order was delivered, Twilight City had begun to move. A large number of personnel and materials began to move to the Eternal Land. The army that was originally deployed around the Quicksand Land to attack the L-plane was now dispatched back. Only a part of the Dark Tree people who had not yet fully recovered from the divine evil ancient tree was left to guard the space gate opened by the Void Sandworm. All kinds of weapons on the city wall have entered a wartime state, and they can attack as soon as the enemy appears. Although no one knows what happened, Richard's order was firmly executed as soon as it was transmitted back to Twilight City. No one can question his prestige. Moreover, because the entire city is not large in size, and the political orders brought by the high public opinion are passed, the administrative efficiency of Twilight City can maintain a very high level of operation. After patrolling the sky and seeing the whole city busy, Richard felt more at ease. Although time is tight, there is still time to prepare. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Kalu, who knew of his return, came over as soon as possible. After the white-haired old man saluted, he asked in a serious tone, "My lord, what happened? It is impossible to issue such an urgent order without a shocking event." Richard took a deep breath and stared at the other party's nervous face with his deep eyes. He said slowly, "The news that we first received that other planes will be integrated into the Death Desert is gradually becoming a reality. The L-plane is just the beginning. In the next week, there will be a greater impact. An unknown number of planes will be directly integrated into the Death Desert. Our enemies are coming." Kalu's pupils shrank. He subconsciously held his breath. Although the appearance of the L-plane has confirmed the accuracy of this news. But the problem is that he thought it was a slow process. But he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The simple words made him feel a huge pressure and urgency. If those planes that were integrated into the Death Desert were all forces like the L-plane, Dusk City could still accept it. But who can guarantee that the next plane to merge into the Death Desert is not a demon, not the Abyss, not Hell, not the undead? Unknown enemies are always the most terrifying. Richard took a deep look at Kalu, who was aware of the danger. He said slowly, "Take out the blood coffin. Because the blood coffin cannot be placed in the system space, and it is not realistic to carry the coffin with you. It has been stored in the City of Dusk." Later, it was handed over to the godly ancient tree for safekeeping. This time, the godly ancient tree was taken away during the exploration of the copy and placed back in the City of Dusk. Kalu was still a little unaware at this time, and he subconsciously agreed. "Yes, sir, I will send someone to get it immediately." After he finished speaking, he came to his senses and looked at him nervously. "Sir, who are you?" Richard sneered, and a contract scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. His tone was a bit hot. "The City of Dusk will usher in its own extraordinary. No matter how the situation changes, we will still stand." Chapter 483, The Extraordinary Birth of the Vampire Duke. Kalu looked at Richard with a firm gaze, and his heart trembled. He couldn't suppress his fluctuating emotions, even after taking a few deep breaths. This is the master of Twilight City. No matter what kind of enemy he encounters, he will not hesitate or be discouraged, and he will always bring hope. And Cheofen, for Twilight City, is tantamount to having a trump card with enough weight. Its value cannot be described in words. "My lord, I will get it immediately." After the voice fell, he turned around and left neatly. Not long after, a sound of footsteps sounded. Kalu returned with 7 or 8 mummy guardians. The mummy soldiers carried a scarlet blood coffin, which exuded a strange breath, and gave people a strong sense of shock. Even if the blood coffin was not opened, it still made people panic. It was as if an evil god of the abyss was sleeping in the coffin, and it would break out of the coffin the next moment. Bang! As the blood coffin slowly fell to the ground, the surrounding soldiers raised their vigilance to the highest level, and a pair of empty eyes stared at the coffin. The atmosphere became very solemn. Richard looked at the blood coffin with a strange smell, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. It was finally time to harvest. His efforts in the past few months were worth it. In order to help the guy who loved steamed buns, he led his army across the space gate to help him clear out the orcs. Finally, he found this blood coffin in the orcs' treasure house. Inside, sleeping was a vampire duke of extraordinary level. After getting the blood coffin, he has been thinking about it. He mobilized huge manpower and material resources, and finally received the S-level task of the Red Dragon grocery store. All kinds of hardships are not worth telling to outsiders. While thinking, he opened the black gold system. Blood coffin. The vampire duke is sleeping in it, and it cannot be awakened for the time being. 1. You can collect the water of the temple, the water of life, the gem of light, and kill the opponent. 2. You can put it in the blood, let it drink blood and restore strength. The first one was automatically ignored, and his eyes looked at the second one, drinking blood, which can restore strength. After Richard pondered for a moment, his brows frowned slightly. The army of Twilight City is made up of dead mummies, so there is no blood. As for ordinary residents, it is not enough. The other party sucks blood to recover. How much power is contained in the body of an ordinary person? Even if thousands of people are sacrificed, there is no hope. After thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ordinary people can't do it, but there are people who can. The Tower clan is still eating and drinking in Twilight City. There are still more than 50 young children in this race, but these Tower clan children are not human children. Each of them is 4 or 5 meters tall and full of strong muscles. They are all natural warriors, with a level of up to level 15. It is reasonable to let them donate some blood. But for the sake of safety, Richard still ordered people to go to the underground world and draw a legion of dungeon barbarians. The dungeon barbarians are serious lives, and there is strong energy surging in their blood. Tens of thousands of people, how can they satisfy the vampire archduke? The order was issued, and the herald immediately went to the underground world. Because of Richard's order, Bloodhoof City has been on high alert. After receiving the order, a large number of troops immediately passed through the two-way portal and headed to the City of Dusk via the Land of Quicksand. It takes a long time to dispatch troops. By the time all preparations were completed, it was already late at night. Outside the city of Dusk, dozens of Tower Tribe warriors, 4 or 5 meters tall, stood in front of a giant sandpit. In the center of the sandpit, the protagonist of this time, the bloody coffin, was placed. Under the night sky, the bloody coffin gave people a strong sense of discomfort. Looking at it a few more times, I felt creepy. Dozens of floors outside the Tower Tribe, there were circles of dungeon barbarians. Although there were many people, the only sound around was the breathing of the crowd, which was very quiet. It was hanging on the side of the clouds like a cold moon. The silvery white moonlight poured down like mercury, covering the entire desert with a layer of silver gauze. Above the sky, a tall figure surrounded by yellow sand stood calmly, overlooking everyone. Seeing that everything was ready, Richard slowly gave the order. Action. The moment the voice fell, led by Pop of Black Tower, a level 19 hero, he took up the giant dagger in his hand without hesitation, and cut his wrist fiercely. Puff the blood in the body, spurted out like a fountain. It looked quite exaggerated. Ordinary people could not do this, but the Tower Tribe had a strong body, and the pressure of blood in the body was not comparable to that of ordinary life. More than a dozen Tower Tribesmen acted at the same time. The air was immediately filled with a strong smell of blood. Under the moonlight, this picture gave people a strange sense of horror. Blood dripped into the sandpit, but the dry sandpit did not absorb the blood. Instead, it was like steel and rock, directly letting the blood pass through the body surface and flow towards the blood coffin in the central area. After more than a minute, more than a dozen Tower Tribe warriors retreated palely, turned away from the sandpit with a bit of weakness, and walked towards the crowd along the left passage. The Tower Tribe warriors behind took over one by one. Puff the sharp blade cut across the wrist, and blood spurted again. As more than 50 huge Tower Tribe members finished donating blood, the blood had covered the bottom of the sandpit. The blood coffin was also soaked by 1/3. After the Tower Tribe left, the dungeon barbarians behind also began to move. Although the size of the dungeon barbarians was not as exaggerated as that of the Tower Tribe, their average height of 2 meters was still not to be underestimated. Sizzle accompanied by the sound of blood splashing. The blood gradually filled the sandpit on the ground. When thousands of people left with pale faces, the level of blood at the bottom of the pool had risen significantly. At the moment when the blood completely submerged the blood coffin, which had been motionless, suddenly exuded an evil and brutal aura. It felt like some extremely dark life was awakening. Goo 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 bubbles began to emerge from the blood pool, which added a lot of horror to the already weird scene. The dungeon barbarians behind felt extremely uneasy and a little agitated. But after seeing that the figure in the sky did not move, the agitation immediately subsided and continued to donate blood. Richard's reputation in the underground world has reached a level comparable to that of a god. Even if he doesn't speak, he can still play a huge role in motivation. A living flag and benchmark. 1,000, 2,000, 8,000, 10,000. When the last soldier of the dungeon barbarians left the blood pool with a pale face, the huge sand pit was already filled with blood. Because of the different rules of Glorious Era, under the same volume, the blood content of most lives is more than that of Blue Star lives. And more importantly, this blood contains tremendous energy. The dungeon barbarians are all high-level warriors above level 10. The blood of tens of thousands of high-level warriors, plus the blood of dozens of Tower Clan warriors. The energy contained in it can burst a person alive. At this moment, a thick tide of magic has already appeared above the blood pool. The surging energy even attracted many mummy soldiers guarding the city wall to look back frequently. The dead souls do not crave blood, but the negative energy contained in it is a great tonic for any dead soul life. Goo 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 goo. As time went by, the bubbles coming out of the blood pool became bigger and bigger. The breath inside became more and more creepy. Richard could clearly sense that the blood coffin was madly devouring the power of blood, and the sleeping life was waking up. The Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, an extraordinary existence. Evil is returning. Zizzy flutter at this moment. There were waves of strange calls and the sound of wings flashing in the sky. Richard turned his head to look. I saw palm-sized lives with fleshy wings and sharp teeth, and claws flying from all directions. Bats? Question mark? Zizzy. The harsh sounds coming from the mouths of these lives walking at night made people extremely uncomfortable. After approaching, the bats that came from nowhere gradually gathered above the blood pool and began to dance wildly. This scene seemed to give people a strong visual impact. Because of their own characteristics, bats are often associated with vampires in glorious era. Because these lives walking in the dark are symbols of darkness and evil, some powerful vampires will even turn into bats to fly. Richard frowned slightly, but he did not move to drive away these dark creatures. After sensing for a few more minutes, he slowly landed beside the blood pool. He looked at it intently. The energy contained in the blood pool with bubbles rolling was becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this speed, it won't be long before the blood will sink to the bottom and lose energy. But the existence sleeping in the blood coffin is far from awakening. The energy required for the extraordinary is too huge. Richard was amazed. Tens of thousands of people can't meet the other party's needs. This vampire archduke is too strong. After pondering for a moment, he stretched out his hand and waved it. A thumb-sized ball with a strong negative aura appeared in his hand. Undead crystal. There are still a lot of this stuff left. Each one contains a huge negative energy. I just don't know if it will work. Without hesitation, he threw a handful into the blood pool. Plop! The sound of small stones being thrown into the water rang out. The moment it came into contact with the blood, the undead crystal exploded directly, and the energy inside surged out in waves, directly blending into the surrounding blood. It worked. Sensing that the energy of the blood began to recover, he immediately became energetic. He began to invest a large amount of undead crystals. Thousands and thousands of them were thrown in. He stopped only when all the stocks in his hands were emptied. But until now, the existence in the blood coffin still showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that something was missing. This made Richard frown. After thinking for a long time, he slowly took out the sharp blade. Without any hesitation, he cut a line directly on his wrist. The blood with a little golden light flowed out and fell into the blood pool. At the same time, the whole desert seemed to come alive. A stream of majestic energy surged out from the surrounding yellow sand and followed his blood into the blood pool. After 2 sublimation transformations and swallowing the yellow sand power of the Lord of the Dunes, Richard has become the favor of the Death Desert. His every move affected the desert. After receiving the magnificent energy injection, the blood pool became gorgeous. Gurgle! The bubbles in the blood pool began to burst. The noise was more than 10 times louder than before. The characteristic of vampires is to use blood as a medium to devour energy. The blood injected by Richard finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. A brutal breath 10 times more fierce than before burst out after the endless desert energy poured in. The vampire who had been sleeping for an unknown period of time was revived. A blessing came to his mind. Richard subconsciously took out the contract scroll. He smeared the scroll with wet blood and injected his soul power at the same time. Then, he threw the contract scroll into the blood pool with a light toss. The contract scroll seemed to have life. After falling into the blood pool, it suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Then it passed through the blood and fell on the blood coffin. The next moment, countless inscriptions floated on the contract scroll, and the light penetrated the scarlet. After a while, the inscriptions turned into nothingness and penetrated the blood coffin without leaving any trace. When all the inscriptions disappeared, the light of the contract scroll also dimmed, and then it turned into a piece of waste paper as the bubbles rolled and floated. The investment of the contract scroll broke the stalemate. Catcher! The blood coffin suddenly cracked into cracks, like a spider web covering the surroundings. The evil and brutality that were already surging suddenly increased 100-fold at this moment. The whole world dimmed at this moment. The moonlight in the sky, which brought a quiet and peaceful atmosphere, became extremely cold at this moment. It seemed to have become a servant of darkness. The atmosphere suddenly tensed. At this moment, on the cracked blood coffin, bang! A fist directly penetrated the coffin. The dull sound was like a heavy drum hammering on the heart, which shocked people. The pale fist was so eye-catching in the blood pool that became translucent due to the loss of energy. Richard's pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. But before he could see the next scene clearly, crack! The blood coffin, which was already cracked with countless cracks, suddenly exploded. A black shadow broke through the blood pool like lightning and flew into the sky at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The troops who had not left the surroundings subconsciously looked up at this moment. Sizzle, the black lightning suddenly spread its wings in the air. Countless blood flew from the air, and the blood rain exploded. The evil and brutal momentum roared out like thousands of rushing rivers at this moment. The trembling, extraordinary breath crushed everyone's heart even more unscrupulously. The world was quiet. Zizzy Flutter, the bats lingering around the blood pool, now swarmed up and lingered around it. The already fierce figure was even more terrifying. The army that had just donated blood suddenly felt that their souls were tightly grasped by a giant hand, as if they would be crushed as long as the other party looked at them. It was a crushing of the life level, which was irresistible. The extraordinary of the City of Dusk was born. Richard's heart was beating wildly, and the joy in his chest was almost overflowing. The smile on his face was as bright as the stars at this moment. He looked up at the sky and saw the trembling figure clearly. The other party had a pair of dark red bat wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, which were full of powerful power. The front part had a ferocious hook, which was cold and sharp. Once it swooped down, it would definitely cause huge damage. There were long silver hair growing on the head, reflecting the bright light under the moonlight. She was wearing a tight blood red robe, and her graceful figure was convex and curvy. The huge peaks were high and undulating. When she looked down, she couldn't see the ground, as if she was about to explode. Her face was exquisite and perfect, and her skin was as white and tender as a girl. Because it was stained with blood, she looked full of seduction. The two fangs exposed at the corners of her mouth were the symbol of vampires, but because she was too beautiful, it added a strong and strange temptation. What impressed me most was the cold and deadly pair of silver eyes. Looking down at the earth, her eyes were overbearing and powerful, with a strong aggressiveness, as if she was the ruler of this land. The queen has returned. Richard was instantly attracted by the other party's dashing appearance. He was pleasantly surprised. Is this the vampire duke? The style is a little different from what he imagined. It's not bad, but it unexpectedly suits his appetite. Even if the other party is not extraordinary, just based on this exotic style, this appearance, this big nay, it's worth cultivating. Feeling the other party's surging breath, he couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity and directly opened the other party's attribute panel. Lorena Ferrari, hero unit level 22, extraordinary. Chapter 484, Letter from the Dark Valkyrie. PS. Extraordinary attributes are in the next chapter, a free chapter, and the order of release is wrong. Sorry. After Richard saw the attributes of this silver-haired and silver-eyed vampire duke, whose face was beautiful and seductive, his whole body was filled with seductive aura. The surprise in his heart almost overflowed his chest. Level 22. To levels higher than the 20 level he expected. And its attributes, there is no discount at all. Son of Darkness, Bloodthirsty Body, Blood Rage, Scarlet Bat, Blood Freeze, Scarlet Shield. There are 6 Super A level skills, none of which is garbage, all of which are powerful. Plus a more perverted legendary level ultimate skill, Pale Hand. Within 3000 meters, ignore space and directly pierce the enemy's heart. This skill is simply illegal. Just looking at these skills, the combat effectiveness of the Vampire Duke has exceeded his expectations. Not to mention the remaining attributes. Hero characteristics, Blood Descendants, can cultivate a blood hero every week. Racial characteristics, Transformation, can transform into 3 forms, Vampire, Human, and Bat. Bond, Bat, can instantly exchange positions with bats within 1000 meters, which can have an unimaginable effect in battle. In addition, the extraordinary characteristics, Dark Apostle, can make the body fall into nothingness and freely shuttle between the main plane and the shadow plane. This extraordinary is simply unstoppable. Not only is the attack fierce, but the defense is also invincible, and escape and sneak attacks are also extremely good. He just can't find any faults. The hard work and efforts of the past few months have finally paid off. He laughed in his heart. At this moment, the Vampire Grand Duke Lorena, flapping her dark red bat wings, slowly descended in front of Richard with endless darkness and brutality in the eyes of tens of thousands of troops around. Swish, the moment he stood on the ground, the broad and powerful bat wings filled with ferocious ferocity shrank directly to his back and disappeared quietly in the breath. At the same time, the fangs exposed in his mouth slowly retracted. In a few blinks, this vampire duke who dominated thousands of troops turned into a noble girl with stunning elegance and a breathtaking aura. The blood-red robe was engraved with countless dark patterns, and the towering chest that seemed to be about to burst open gave people a breathtaking impact. The long silver hair fell freely behind her head, and the breeze blew past, and a few strands of hair mischievously attached to the white face that could be broken by a snap of a finger. The head was raised high, revealing a swan-like white neck, and the steps were light. The silver eyes could compete with the bright moon in the sky. If there was no picture of countless bats circling in the sky, blood sliding down her face, and the fanged bat wings intimidating the enemy in the night, no one could imagine that this noble girl, who was full of elegance in every move, would be the messenger of darkness, the source of evil that tasted blood. The Grand Duke of the Blood Clan. Under the attention of the crowd, this extraordinary approached Richard, touched his chest with his right hand, and knelt on one knee. The head that was held high slowly lowered, saluting with the most humble attitude. "Master, Lorena Ferrari, I offer my loyalty to you." The words were spoken in the common language of the main plane, and there was no communication barrier. The moment the other party's voice fell, Richard only felt that the connection with the other party, which was originally vague, suddenly became close. He could clearly sense that there was a special power in his mind. He immediately understood. Control the soul. As long as he wanted, he could use that special energy at any time to destroy this dark life with extraordinary power. Life and death were all in his mind. Ding, a supernatural has joined your army, and your legendary degree has increased by 1 point. The sudden system prompt made Richard come back to his senses, and his mood couldn't help but better. Double happiness. Reaching out to support. "Lorena, no need to be polite. I should congratulate you on your new life. From this moment on, Dusk City will become your new support." The silver-haired and silver-eyed female vampire duke slowly stood up and looked directly at Richard. Her eyes were full of awe. This is her master, the controller of her soul, and everything about her future. At this moment, the undulating mountains on her chest became particularly majestic when she looked at it from a close distance. It really makes people wonder how such a majestic existence can grow from that not-so-plump figure. However, Richard was more interested in her origin and past at this time. "Lorena, why are you sleeping?" The delicate face of the Grand Duchess showed some memories. "Master, I once built a powerful castle with more than 100,000 vampires. But after the vampires became powerful, they attracted the attention of many forces, and the Sun Cult was one of them. One of their cardinals regarded us as his mortal enemy, and soon the other side attacked us. The Archbishop held a semi-artifact made of the fire of the sun, and dispelled the darkness in the endless night. The strength of the vampires was greatly reduced, and it was difficult to sustain. After the castle was breached, I was severely injured. I could not recover by swallowing blood, and could only rely on sleep to repair my damaged soul and heart. As a last resort, I was forced to flee to the Ice and Snow Empire, where the Sun Cult was the weakest. Before I fell into a deep sleep, I rebuilt a castle not far from the Ice and Snow Empire to protect my safety. What happened next, I no longer know. Until you woke me up." The euphemistic tone was neither slow nor fast, and the voice was a little cold, but very pleasant to the ears. Richard inexplicably saw some shadows of Windsor and Chris in the other person. That is the elegance and calmness that only great nobles can cultivate. The legend of Glorious Era is indeed not groundless. The Blood Clan are all born nobles. At the moment, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Before you fell asleep, did you leave any treasures?" Lorena shook her head. "After my original castle was breached, the wealth accumulated over thousands of years was occupied by the Sun Cult. Rebuilding the castle cost me the rest of my savings." As she said that, she seemed to think of something, and turned her head to look at the blood pool. "Only this blood coffin is a top treasure." Richard followed the other person's gaze, and looked at the blood coffin, which had been broken into hundreds of pieces and slowly floated on the blood pool, looking particularly miserable. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Can you say something else?" Lorena's eyes showed some apology. "Sorry, Master, I didn't regain consciousness at the time." Richard waved his hand, and didn't get entangled in such a trivial matter. "No problem, I don't lack 1 or 2 treasures. You are the greatest gift of Twilight City." Lorena's eyes curved slightly, and the corners of her mouth showed a very comfortable arc. This made Richard marvel. Elegance never goes out of style. After thinking for a moment, as if he had thought of something, he said with interest, "The castle you rebuilt before still exists. If you go back, can you take over those vampires again? This extraordinary person has a very special attribute, special identity, Grand Duke of the Vampire Clan. The deterrence of the Vampire Clan is increased by 70% and can directly subdue vampire soldiers below the level of Earl in the wild and can attract vampire heroes to come and join. And the hero talent is also very powerful. Blood Descendants can cultivate vampire heroes. The purpose of the other party rebuilding the castle is to let the Vampire Clan guard her sleep. So the vampire in the castle is most likely her direct descendant. The vampire race is very special, and the ancestors have absolute control over their descendants." Lorena said softly, "Master, if the blood descendants are left behind are still here, I can take over directly, and no one can disobey my orders. But if the castle already has a new ruler, we need to destroy the other party before we can take it back." Although he didn't make any promises, the confidence in his tone made people feel at ease. Extraordinary words, no matter how plain, contain powerful power. Richard nodded slightly. "I'll leave this matter to you. I'll let the Void Sandworm open the spatial coordinates of the castle later. It would be a great thing for the City of Dusk to really conquer a Blood Clan castle, especially at this critical moment when great changes are about to come. The enemy is still unknown, and we can only improve our own strength as much as possible. As you wish." After a simple conversation, Richard was no longer interested in staying outside the city. It was late at night, and he was not a vampire, so he didn't like the night. He waved his hand and called Popov Black Tower, the 19th level hero, to command the army to leave. The Tower clan leader has been very comfortable in the Twilight City these days. Although he has not been assimilated yet, he has begun to gradually accept this city. He can often be seen in the literacy class at night to learn the knowledge of the main plane. Because the target is too obvious, he is often picked to answer questions. Interestingly, this warrior who is over 8 meters tall and as strong as a city wall dare not breathe loudly when facing Lorena, who is about 1.75 meters tall in human form. It seems that the two are reversed. He is the thin existence of 1.75 meters tall, and Lorena is the little giant. The gap between level 19 and level 22 is only 3 levels. But Popov can sense that, if the other party wants to kill him, he may not be able to survive for a breath. This vampire is a life more powerful than the wax demon. It is definitely not an existence he can deal with. To treat the strong, you must maintain enough respect. This is the first rule of survival. Richard didn't pay much attention to so much. After handing the task to Popov, he directly returned to the Lord's mansion with the elegant vampire duke. The main thing has been done, so he doesn't need to do trivial things like cleaning the battlefield. He half leaned comfortably on the soft chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. Staring carefully at the elegant figure in front of him, Richard's smile never faded. Cheofen. This is a genuine Cheofen hero, not a Cheofen soldier with no combat power like the evil spreader. Half a year ago, he couldn't even imagine the scene of Lorena kneeling down to pledge allegiance to him. Now, a being of this level has naturally become a member of Twilight City, a subordinate who can devote his life and soul to him. The sense of accomplishment and excitement is difficult for outsiders to understand. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. After Cheofen is obtained, many of the plans that have been accumulated before can be put into action. The reason why he put so much energy into completing the S-level mission and contracting Lorena is because Cheofen is irreplaceable to Twilight City. With Lorena, Twilight City has the strength to advance those areas that are of great value but unable to explore. Contracting Lorena is not the final goal, but just the beginning. The L plane where the two princesses of the fallen country are located, the place where the rules are broken, where the little centaur Emerida was born, the dark dungeon that imprisons the existence above the extraordinary. In addition, there is the next new expansion pack to be opened, and other planes will merge into the Death Desert. All in all, Lorena, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, will play a major role in it. It is no exaggeration to say that the other party is the most critical link in the series of plans for the next round of development of the City of Dusk. Fortunately, this link landed safely, and he got this significant killing weapon. The efforts of several months have not been in vain. Seeing that Richard did not speak in his thoughts, the graceful Lorena seemed to have thought of something, and moved gracefully, and came behind him. Richard only felt a faint fragrance coming, and then 10 slender fingers slowly pressed on his head. He tensed up at first, and then immediately relaxed. The girl behind him seemed to be particularly clear about the acupuncture points of the human body. Although her massage technique was immature, it made him feel comfortable that the maid did not feel it all when massaging. But the most satisfying thing is the enjoyment in my heart. It is true. There is no other person who can be served so wholeheartedly by Cheofen among the tens of billions of players, and he is a vampire known for his good looks. In the eyes of most players, Cheofen is still an untouchable top figure. If this scene is posted on the forum, most players will be envious. After a while, Richard felt something was wrong. As Lorena's movements increased, the undulating mountains hit the back of her head from time to time, pressing out dents. The softness was simply amazing. Double impact. At this moment, a sound of footsteps sounded hurriedly. Pale-haired Kalu came in with a solemn expression. After entering the house, he ignored Lorena, who was massaging seriously in the back, and said to Richard in a hurry, "Sir Richard, Miss Foy has sent back a message." Richard's emotions immediately rose. Foy, the Dark Valkyrie. It has been more than 2 months since Zinner the Dark Goddess left the City of Dusk. Originally, he told them to return within a month. There were 2 people on the expected list for the offensive S-level mission, but there was no sign of them until the departure. If it weren't for the support of the hero altar, he would have been restless. This was the first time the 2 had sent back a letter. He sat up straight and stared at Kalu. What did they say? Kalu's face was a little solemn, and his tone was a little trembling. The Krynna tribe was dragged into an unfamiliar plane, and Zinner and Fui are still fighting against the army of that unfamiliar plane. In addition, they also said that the god of the dog-headed people is not dead. Richard's pupils shrank, and the breath on his body suddenly became cold. He was in doubt. It was not surprising that the Krynna tribe was dragged into an unfamiliar plane. The other party was also in the Death Desert. At most, it could mean that the power of the ancient gods remained in that unfamiliar plane. But the news that the god of the dog-headed people was not dead made him a little solemn. The opponent's soul was taken away by Windsor himself. Now there is news that the opponent is not dead yet. Is it that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Or what Windsor took away at the beginning was only a part of the opponent's soul? After a series of events, there is no room for reasoning between the City of Dusk and the God of Dogs. The opponent is probably dreaming of slaughtering the City of Dusk. Once the God of Dogs catches the opportunity, he will definitely strike at all costs. At this time, the situation is so confusing. An enemy who hates the City of Dusk has come back from the dead, making the already unclear situation even more uncertain. Chapter 485, The Headless Golden Corpse Moves? ? Richard took a few deep breaths and suppressed his emotions. He said slowly, "Where did they see the god of the dog-headed men?" Kalu handed over the letter he was holding tightly in his hand. "Please take a look." Richard took it and opened it to read it carefully. The content on the paper was very simple, roughly what Kalu said, without any details. Only the last line had a few obscure characters that Richard didn't recognize. He frowned slightly, hesitated, and tried to spread his mental power. The moment he touched those characters, a message suddenly flooded into his mind. "My lord personally wrote." The breath of the Dark Valkyrie. Richard was shocked and increased his mental power input. In an instant, several characters glowed and became bright. After the energy accumulated to a certain level, an extremely rich information emerged in his mind. After a careful understanding, his eyes gradually brightened. This message describes in detail what happened to Hinner and the Dark Valkyrie after they left the City of Dusk. In the vast desert, Zinner spent a lot of effort to find the Krynna tribe's residents that had not responded to her messages. But unexpectedly, the space of the residents became very blurry. The terrifying space energy isolated everything. But just as they were thinking about how to enter it, a space storm suddenly blew up. covering the surrounding area of 100 miles. The two of them could not avoid it and were swept in. When they woke up, they found that they had arrived in a strange plane where countless hideous and terrifying insects grew. The body structure of insects is first class perverted. When those creatures that can be crushed to death by 1 foot become 4 or 5 meters tall, or even 20 or 30 meters tall, they immediately become extremely terrifying and brutal. The Krynna tribe is facing the attack of giant monsters collectively known as the Right Zerg. Fortunately, the area is in turbulence, and the alien plane has not completely covered the Krynna tribe's residents. The top overlord of the Right Zerg cannot enter it, which gives the Krynna tribe some breathing time. But even so, facing the endless attacks of those giant insects, the losses were extremely tragic. After the two found the Krynna tribe, they immediately joined them and fought with the Light Zerg on the front line day and night. It was not until a week ago that a bloody crescent moon suddenly rose in the sky and the Light Zerg slowed down their offensive. They finally had time to find an exit. But what made them powerless was that the space in that area was completely chaotic, and they could not find a gap in the space to leave. This letter was sent by the patriarch of the Krynna tribe through a treasure. Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie left early and missed the battle when the God of Dogs attacked the City of Dusk. The two did not know that the God of Dogs had been forcibly abducted by Windsor. As for why they knew that the God of Dogs was still alive, it was because the area with blurred space and condensed storms was not connected to only one plane. They saw with their own eyes that the God of Dogs, sitting high on the throne, stared at the Krynna tribe viciously across the space turbulence. And the time was half a month ago. Although the God of Kobolds did not attack due to the turbulence of space, the two would never misjudge the familiar aura. Moreover, all the female warriors of the Krynna tribe verified the identity of the other party. The moment the kobolds appeared, the curse seals in their bodies became extremely agitated. That feeling could not be faked. The curse in the bodies of the Krynna tribe was set by the God of Kobolds. In the message, the Dark Valkyrie also reminded him to pay extra attention to the God of Kobolds. Richard was also a little emotional when he sensed this. He quietly thought of the two gods sleeping in the statue of the old gods, the god of dwarfs and the god of fraud and lies. These two guys who came back from the dead are enough to show how difficult the gods are. The following information made Richard quite excited. Zinna has crossed the threshold of level 15 and successfully promoted to level 17 after more than 2 months of fighting. She is working towards a higher level. The level of the Dark Valkyrie has risen to level 19 and has even triggered a promotion task, just hunt a transcendent to enter another level. It can be said that their original idea of going out to experience and upgrade has come to a perfect end. But the two were not satisfied. While explaining the situation to him, they also expressed their hope to continue fighting the Light Zerg in this plane and advance to a higher level. But this is under his consent. If the City of Dusk needs them, they will return immediately. Finally, the two said in the letter, after their persuasion, the Krynna tribe is willing to surrender to the City of Dusk, as long as they can be taken out of the dangerous place, where the space is chaotic. At the end, a special energy was attached, that is the spatial coordinates of the Krynna tribe. After digesting the other party's information, Richard frowned slightly. A large area blurred by the space storm. More than one plane merged together. The god of the dog-headed man who came back from the dead, or had 3 burrows. The news of Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie was far beyond his expectations, and he saw that a bigger storm was approaching. The Krynna tribe, who were at the center of the storm, had been swept up in it, and the outcome was still unknown. He had thought of more. The planes with the remaining power of the ancient gods would build channels with the main plane. This was the information that Windsor, the Lord of Crimson, told him personally. 2 months ago, that area had already changed. Does this mean that the remnants of the ancient gods contained in it are particularly powerful? In the future, perhaps he could go there in person. Sir, do we need to send troops to bring back Miss Sinner and Miss Foy? Richard was awakened by the voice, turned his head, and looked at Kalu with a solemn face, and shook his head. No matter what happens now, the army cannot leave Dusk City. He looked through the large French windows at the moon hanging high in the night sky. The dangers faced by Dusk City are not much less than those of the Krynna tribe. We cannot guess how many enemies hidden in the dark must be dealt with in the most powerful posture. Although Dusk City has not yet become the center of the storm like the Krynna tribe, who can say what will happen in the future? Dusk City is the core of everything, and the army must stay until the situation is clear. There is no room for easing or negotiation. Kalu took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, "My lord, since we cannot mobilize a large army, we might as well use the Void Sandworm to send a small part of the army to explore the news. Although the current situation is unclear, no matter how the future changes, we must always restore stability until the final balance. At that time, we will have choices to advance or retreat. In particular, we must focus on the god of the kobolds. This is our mortal enemy and we must not be careless." Richard nodded in appreciation. Mature words. After saying this, he did not care that it was already late at night, and immediately got up and went to the quicksand. The Void Sandworm bears the responsibility of communicating with the L-plane. In order to prevent accidents, the quicksand has become the best home ground. If there is any accident, the ancient tree of the evil gods can suppress it. If the ancient tree of the evil gods cannot suppress it, it will be useless. Larina, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, followed closely behind. After leaving the Lord's mansion, endless yellow sand lingered around him and flew straight away. Behind Larina, the dark red bat wings suddenly spread out, and the powerful airflow lifted her up into the air with a whip. When this vampire with overwhelming feminine charm showed some of the characteristics of the Blood Clan, her elegant temperament suddenly turned into a coquettish one. Although the styles were very different, they were equally full of seductive aura. Richard turned his head and took a look, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Business was more important. In less than a minute, he took Larina to the quicksand. The silver moonlight poured like water, and the endless yellow sand was no longer as hot as during the day, but more tender. The huge god's evil ancient tree was like an ancient life that had survived for millions of years, towering above the quicksand. On his side, 2 space gates were opened wantonly. One was a two-way portal to the underground world, and the other led to the eternal land. The space gap connecting to the L-plane was now closed. Richard and Larina landed in front of the god's evil ancient tree together. As soon as he stood firm, he felt a huge momentum rising from the godly ancient tree. This level 17 boss stared at Larina with an extremely vigilant attitude. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any time. The twisted face on the tree trunk had a look of facing a great enemy. Even if the extraordinary did not make any hostile moves, it could bring heavy pressure to this boss. This is the gap in hard power. Even if he possessed the power of the godly ancient tree and the authority of decay after 2 transformations, it was difficult to make up for this gap. When the 2 top combat forces were facing each other faintly, bang, a huge figure fell from the tree trunk, and his knees stepped hard into the soft quicksand. The yellow sand splashed up. With a creak, the behemoth slowly stood up and revealed its true face. The height of more than 6 meters seemed to be made of rock, full of an unspeakable sense of power. The 32 bodies behind him were accompanied by some illusory dark servants, which made it extremely eye-catching. Dark Soul Devourer Kritus, the 19th level boss who guarded the L-plane together with the ancient godly tree, also looked at Larina with burning eyes. Larina, who had retracted her dark red bat wings and restored her elegant human form, brought him more pressure than the Spider Queen's favorite melting wax demon. "Good night, Master." The 2 top bosses greeted him in unison. Richard nodded, ignoring the 3 people's secret competition, and looked up at the sky. There was originally a space gap leading to the L-plane. "Where are Gaunt and Grey?" Kritus withdrew his gaze from Larina and said in a muffled voice. They were invited by the 2 princesses to enter the L-plane to discuss the details of dealing with the angry Blood Duke. It is definitely not that easy to fight a kingdom with a complete military system. Even if the City of Dusk now has a supernatural commander, it is impossible to directly lead 3 to 5,000 troops into the opponent's capital and overthrow the angry Blood Duke. That is pure nonsense. Before knowing the opponent's trump card, the probability of failure in rash action is 100 times greater than success. Moreover, the strength of the Rage Blood Duke is more than 10 times stronger than that of the City of Dusk. The opponent now controls the entire kingdom of L. He only has the extraordinary in his hands to be on par with him, or even not necessarily. The Rage Blood Duke is also involved with the Abyss Evil God. Now the time node is too sensitive. You continue to stay here. If there is an unexpected situation, bring the two princesses back immediately. The identities of the two princesses of the fallen country are the key to conquering the L plane. Although the kingdom of El has been controlled by the Rage Blood Duke, as long as the two princesses can raise the banner of resistance, they will surely attract a large number of troops that were originally loyal to the El royal family. Without them, the City of Dusk will end up as an outsider and invader. The difficulty of invading and occupying and escorting the princess to regain the throne is not of the same level. After a simple exhortation, Richard summoned the Void Sandworm. Puff the gravel underground rolled violently to both sides, like a whale surging out of the water and the sea. In the spectacular scene of sand splashing, the Void Sandworm, with countless mysterious runes growing all over its body and dark golden body, slowly crawled out of the yellow sand. Its huge size dimmed the surrounding light. Lorena's silver eyes showed some curiosity. "My lord, I can feel the majestic void energy contained in this life." Richard turned his head and looked at her, smiling. The Void Sandworm had been repeatedly praised by the top boss who rubbed the plane with his hands in the first copy. Without explaining anything, he stepped forward, looked at the oppressive behemoth in front of him, slowly stretched out his arm, and pressed on the other party's rough skin. With a bit of piercing touch, Richard's mental power escaped and went directly into the other party's mind. As the Void Sandworm grew, it now had the wisdom of a human at the age of 12 or 13. Except for some incomplete cognition, communication was not difficult. He transmitted the energy representing the spatial coordinates left by the Dark Valkyrie in his mind to the other party. He withdrew his hand after confirming that the other party had received it. The eyeless head of the Void Sandworm tilted, as if thinking about something, and then slowly retreated a distance. After stopping again, the runes on its body began to gradually glow, as if a tsunami was rising. The majestic energy gradually distorted the surrounding void. Richard began to be invigorated. As the thick void energy surged, the surrounding space rippled like water waves, and cracks gradually appeared. After reaching a certain limit, snap, the void exploded. But as expected, the other scenery behind the void did not appear. After the space was shattered, countless space fragments as sharp as glass splashed out from the back, covering the surrounding 100 meters. Sizzle, the ground seemed to be pierced by thousands of arrows, and large patches of pits appeared. Yellow sand splashed. Even if the dragon went deep into it at this moment, it would be torn apart by the space fragments. Fortunately, the Void Sandworm was far away from this area, so it was not affected. Space storm. Richard's face was solemn. It seems that the area where Hina and the Dark Valkyrie are located is more dangerous than he expected. After 5 minutes, the space storm that could tear everything apart gradually subsided. When the void was restored, the Void Sandworm, which was not hurt, approached with a little frustration. A spiritual force escaped. "Father, I tried my best. The space turbulence was too fierce. I can't deal with it now. I can't enter that coordinate now. This space turbulence will take at least 1 or 2 months to subside. 1 or 2 more months." Richard touched the rough skin of the Void Sandworm and said nothing. According to this trend, it may be difficult for Xina and the Dark Valkyrie to come back in a short time. I can only let the two continue to upgrade. But this is not a bad thing. When the space storm stops, it is unknown whether Twilight City can have 2 more extraordinary people. He didn't dwell on this matter too much. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of the vampire castle. While there is time, just do it together. At that moment, he passed the coordinates of the vampire castle that the sand sculpture of the steamed bun lover had discovered to the vampire sandworm. Open the location of this coordinate. The Void Sandworm was now alert again. After retreating a distance, it held back its strength and urged the power of the void. The space rippled and cracked again, and after reaching its peak, it suddenly collapsed. But what was surprising was that the space storm hit again. Richard's pupils shrank. The vampire castle was also affected. After the storm subsided, the Void Sandworm became listless again. "Father, I'm sorry. The mind of a 12 or 13-year-old is at the right time to be strong." It was a big blow to make a fool of herself twice in front of Richard, who she respected the most. Richard didn't care. After comforting her for a few words, he turned his head and glanced at Lorena beside him. The vampire castle has thousands of advanced and top-level soldiers. This is a strong force. Lorena must go there no matter what. As soon as his thoughts turned, he immediately had a goal. Pass another space coordinate to the void sandworm and let it open the space door. While the other party was busy, he took the opportunity to open a private chat. I'll send a hero to your territory, and you take her to the vampire castle. The other party replied immediately. Steamed bun lover, Boss King Q, are you finally going to take action on the vampire castle? In fact, you don't need to send people to investigate. I know every aspect of the castle. Richard smiled. Investigate? No, the hero I sent is to conquer the vampire castle. The steamed bun lover was stunned. One hero can conquer the vampire castle? Boss, don't be impulsive. Recently, the strength of the vampire castle has suddenly become much stronger for some reason. The level of the vampire marquis has been raised to level 19. The current vampires are definitely not as strong as the orcs before. With the power that Richard controls, it should be no problem to break through the castle. But he only sent one hero, which still surprised the steamed bun lover. Richard didn't explain it and said directly, just lead the way, you don't have to worry about the rest. He closed the private message and ignored the other party's message. The steamed bun lover on the other side gritted his teeth when he saw this. No matter what, he can't let the Kinkyu boss down this time. His army can also hold up. He knows the value of this golden thigh. He must pay what he should pay and never back down. Otherwise, why would the other party help him next time? During the brief conversation between the two parties, the void sandworm once again opened a space rift to the territory of the steamed bun lover. Seeing that there was finally no more space turbulence on the opposite side, the behemoth immediately became energetic and at the same time felt proud. It did not live up to his father's expectations. Richard also became a little cautious when he saw this and turned his head to look at the elegant vampire Grand Duke beside him. Lorena, after you pass through the space gate, immediately follow the Lord of Divine Grace opposite to the Blood Clan castle and reoccupy the castle. Preserve your strength as much as possible and don't cause too many casualties. That Lord of Divine Grace is our man. Don't hurt him. Lorena's eyes lit up. This was her first mission and she couldn't make any mistakes. As you wish. After an elegant salute, her figure flashed and disappeared into the space gap. The next second, the space returned to its original state. It takes a huge amount of energy to maintain the space gap for a long time, and the immature void sandworms are not that durable. Seeing this, Richard didn't stay for long and turned around to return to the City of Dusk. Lorena went to the Blood Clan castle. There would be no accidents. As long as no extraordinary appeared, she could suppress it strongly. But as soon as he flew off the ground, he suddenly had an idea and turned his head to look at the space gate beside the godly ancient tree. That was the portal to the eternal land. Sensing carefully, his eyes narrowed. It seemed that the immature plane consciousness was calling him. What was going on? Confused, he immediately approached the space gate. The moment he stepped into the eternal land, a special message flooded into his mind. The golden corpse that he brought out from the copy and suppressed in the depths of the earth was struggling to resist the power of the plane. The eternal land, which was still very weak at this time, gradually showed a trend of being unable to suppress the opponent. The plane consciousness was asking him for help. This information shocked Richard. The headless corpse was still alive. Question mark? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, The Shock of Steamed Bun Lovers. Wow, super extraordinary. After closing the private message, the steamed bun lover took a deep breath and immediately stood up to go out. Seeing his action, a male player in his early 20s with a short haircut looked at him in confusion. Brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? The steamed bun lover turned to look at his cousin with a bit of pride on his face. Gangzy, just now the Kinkyu boss sent me a private message saying that he would send a hero. The player called Gangzy immediately became excited. Brother, do you really know that Kinkyu? The steamed bun lover glanced at him with disdain. Fuck, do you think I'm kidding you? he said and waved his hand. Come with me. Although the guild you founded has 20 players, it is nothing special. Now it is a great opportunity to get to know the subordinates of Boss King Kyu. If you are really favored by Boss King Kyu, he can make you full with just a little bit of food from his fingers. In the last public copy participated by all players, he used the seeds of the world tree as a bargaining chip in exchange for the protection of the City of Dusk. This gave him the opportunity to witness the opponent's domineering attitude in the final decisive battle. That scene is still fresh in his memory. It has been 3 or 4 months since that copy, and his territory has not caught up with the City of Dusk 3 or 4 months ago. The opponent's strength can be seen. The more he develops, the more he can understand how valuable the top of the list among tens of billions of players is. Now that it has developed for a few more months, he dare not easily speculate what kind of power the City of Dusk has at this time. Looking at the admiring eyes of the steamed bun lovers, Gangzi was a little stunned. Brother, King Kyu is indeed strong, but it's not as mysterious as you say. Our guild is not weak. The steamed bun lover glanced at him with disdain. You know nothing. Your guild is nothing. Facing the boss of King Kyu, I'm afraid it will be overwhelmed in one round. Gangzi's eyes widened. Brother, are you kidding? Although King Kyu is strong, he is not invincible. This is the main plane, not a copy. He can fight 100 in a copy, because the death arena limits the number of troops. He said with some pride. Our guild now has more than 2 legions of advanced troops above level 10, and 1/3 of the potential has reached the brilliant level. I don't believe anyone can overwhelm us in one wave, not even King Kyu. In his opinion, the strength of their guild, although not comparable to the top players, can also be considered quasi first tier. With King Kyu's strength, it will be no problem to defeat them. The number 1 player is not just a boast, but it will take some effort, right? It takes some time to kill tens of thousands of pigs. The steamed bun lover looked at his cousin who he had only contacted 2 days ago while he was out on a mission and waved his hand. You should open your horizons and move out of that remote and barren place as soon as possible. You have been living in seclusion for so long that you don't even know how big the world is. And with your strength, you still want me to take the army to join you? After saying that, he was too lazy to argue with this guy. Come on, follow me to meet the subordinates of Boss King Kyu. Gangzi was quite unconvinced when he heard this. He was the leader of more than 20 players and commanded tens of thousands of troops. But seeing that Mantau enthusiast had no intention of saying more, he did not speak again, and his face returned to calm. He was able to survive in glorious era and even set up a guild. He was not lacking in cunning. Walking out of the hall built in the giant trees, Gangzi seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, Brother, what did King Kyu send the hero to do? The target is the vampire castle you are exploring? He also participated in the exploration of the castle in the past 2 days and knew how powerful it was. Remember to tell him that the vampire Marquis has been promoted to level 19. Although he didn't care about what Mantau enthusiast said before, he didn't mind making another famous friend. When Mantau enthusiast heard this, his expression was a little strange. He hesitated and said, the boss of King Kyu said that he sent that hero to capture the vampire castle. Gangzi was stunned for a moment, then felt a little absurd. Brother, did you hear it right? King Kyu sent a hero to capture the vampire castle? With a level 19 hero in charge, even if he dispatched all the troops of his guild, he might not be able to capture it. The other party only sent 1 hero to occupy the castle? What a joke. Even if you are from King Kyu, you can't be so outrageous, right? Even if your hero can deal with a level 19 vampire Marquis, what about the thousands of vampire troops? That is a top level 15 soldier. Not to mention 1 hero, even 10 heroes can't capture it. For most players, the heroes that can be conquered at present are basically mainly D level and C level, and B level heroes are already top level heroes. As for A level, they are absolutely golden legends, and there are very few of them. Although heroes below A level are also stronger than soldiers, it is not difficult to kill them with human wave tactics. From Gangzi's perspective, sending 1 hero is too ridiculous. The steamed bun lover smiled bitterly. That's how the King Kyu boss arranged it. Since the other party can make this decision, they must have something to rely on. He looked at him meaningfully. You know that a level 19 hero with thousands of top troops is not easy to deal with. Is the other party so stupid? The strongest among the players can't even understand this basic common sense. Gangzi was speechless. That's Kinkyu. The other party is stupid. This is a fucking joke. The hundreds of millions of players suppressed by him are not even as good as a fool. The steamed bun lover shook his head. What I'm entangled with is where the confidence of the Kinkyu boss comes from. I really can't figure out why a hero can capture the vampire castle. According to their inference, the hero sent by Richard is at most level 19. As for the extraordinary, don't dream about it. When you sleep, you can do anything. Gangzi thought thoughtfully. Maybe that hero is proficient in teleportation? After the other party entered the vampire castle, he directly opened the portal and pressed in with his army. The steamed bun lover's eyes lit up. If he inferred in this way, it instantly made sense. Well, let's go and see. The two of them stopped wasting time and quickened their pace to a relatively spacious platform. Then they climbed onto two horned eagles and flew out of the territory. The space anomaly just now was in this direction, so it was not difficult to find. After shuttling through the towering woods and reaching the edge of the territory, the two rushed out of the trees. Their vision suddenly widened. The next second, the two people's pupils reflected the scene that made their hearts stop. Hundreds of meters ahead, under the silver moonlight, a bewitching, mysterious and terrifying existence stood in the sky. The dark red bat wings spread out for 10 meters, gently flapping, and the strong airflow made the hay covered with frost on the ground sway constantly. The delicate face was white, without a trace of blood, and the fangs at the corners of the mouth added endless strange charm to it. The long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the eyes were the same color as the hair, and the coldness contained in them was enough to suffocate people. A red robe, the color was as bright as blood, giving people a bright visual impact under the night. But what made them tremble the most was the other party's momentum. Dark, evil, brutal. All negative adjectives are not too much to describe the other party. As far as the eye can see, it seems that an evil god of the abyss is staring at them. Strong fear surged uncontrollably in the heart. The throat seemed to be strangled by a giant hand, and breathing became difficult. At this moment, the heart was even gradually stopping beating. Under the horrible pressure, the steamed bun lover reluctantly opened the attribute panel. But after just one look, the whole person was instantly stagnant. Note: extraordinary life. Attributes cannot be explored. There are all question marks in front, and the notes behind only reveal a little, but extremely heavy information. Super, extraordinary, question mark? This extraordinary person whose attributes they are not even qualified to check, is the hero sent by Kinkyu? Question mark? This thought emerged in the minds of the two at the same time. They looked at each other, and saw extreme shock and fear in each other's eyes. No wonder the other party only sent one hero. Damn it, one extraordinary person is enough! Exclamation mark. Sending two extraordinary people to capture a vampire castle. Can the vampire castle bear this face? Brother, is this the true strength of the Kinkyu boss? Gangzi was about to cry at this moment. His tone was trembling, and he was stammering. He was still very unconvinced just now, but now, unconvinced. Does he have the qualifications to be unconvinced with Kinkyu? In front of the extraordinary, his guild of 20 players is nothing. This is a super extraordinary. Super extraordinary. This level of combat power can destroy a city. The damage caused by top combat power is definitely not something that mortals can resist. The original confidence and pride in my heart were ruthlessly trampled and shattered at this moment. Eluolina looked at the two guys who dared not even breathe under her pressure, and frowned slightly. Really, it is so weak that people can't arouse the slightest interest. Slightly restraining his breath, he said lightly, "My lord, I was ordered to come to capture the human lord of Oz Castle, and you lead the way immediately." The two of them were startled, came back to their senses suddenly, and saluted in a hurry. "Yes, your majesty." "My lord? Are you talking about the boss of Kinkyu?" This Jeofan was actually conquered. The two of them couldn't tell what emotion they felt at the moment, but they didn't dare to be vague, and hurriedly drove the horned eagles they were sitting on towards the direction of the vampire castle. On the way, Gang's intensive private messages almost made the mailbox of the steamed bun lovers explode. Brother, how can Kinkyu conquer Cheofen? This is too fucking outrageous. The powerful hero of our guild is only level 13, and his potential is only A level. How can such a pervert exist in this world? That's Brother Cheofen, say something. Looking at this guy's private message, the steamed bun lover was speechless for a long time. What could he say? This time, he felt no less shocked than Gangzi. At this point in time, the other party can subdue the extraordinary level hero. King Kyu's growth rate is far beyond his expectations. This may be the strongest among the players. With a long sigh, he could only bow his head. Facing such an existence, he has lost any desire to compare, and hugging thighs is the only idea. Lorena ignored the two people who were severely impacted by her appearance. To her, they are just two weak blood foods. No, even under normal circumstances, the two are not worthy of her to look at them more. In the urgent flight, half an hour later, the steamed bun lover pulled the reins of the horned eagle fiercely, indicating the thousands of meters high mountains shrouded by towering dense forests. Turning his head and saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Blood Clan castle is just under the mountain. Please instruct me." Lorena looked at the area with a frown. The space was rioting. In this area, there were several layers of space overlapping. Something was wrong here. She wanted to take action directly, but she stopped when she saw the two people who were still waiting for orders anxiously. The master asked her not to hurt them. He waved his hand. "You can leave." The steamed bun lover and Gangzi were relieved. Without any hesitation, they turned around and flew away from the area at the fastest speed. It is impossible to imagine how much pressure it is to face the extraordinary. The throat is always pointed at by a sharp knife, and just a look from the other party can make them meet the god of death. After rushing for 20 minutes, the two slowed down. Gangzi drove the horned eagle close to the steamed bun lover, with a look of shock on his face. "Brother, I didn't expect that one day we would be so close to the extraordinary and not die," he said with some curiosity. "That extraordinary is a vampire. Could it be related to the vampire castle you inquired about before?" The steamed bun lover glared at him unhappily. "Stop talking nonsense. Is this something you can inquire about?" The moment he saw Lorena, he remembered the blood coffin that Richard had obtained from the orcs. "But, it doesn't matter. The origin of that extraordinary person has nothing to do with him." After saying that, he lowered his voice and warned, "No matter what you see, don't tell outsiders." The tone became solemn. "Boss King Kyu, your character is trustworthy, but you are definitely not without temper. I don't want you to cause trouble." Gangzi said in shock. "Don't worry, that boss is not someone I can afford to offend." After saying that, he turned his head and looked behind with some envy. "I don't know when we can have the confidence like Boss King Kyu, send a hero, and capture a blood clan castle. It sounds so domineering." The steamed bun lover was also envious, but still shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's a pure dream to want to catch up with Boss King Kyu. You may not know how powerful the other party was 3 or 4 months ago. Don't even mention us. Even among the tens of billions of players, I'm afraid no one has this opportunity." He had witnessed the strength of Dusk City a few months ago, and he knew the other party's perversion better than anyone else. Let's go back, and do something practical. There's no point in daydreaming." Gangzi sighed, and without thinking anymore, he drove the horned eagle to follow. On the other side, after the two left, Lorena immediately started to take action. The dark aura on her body began to surge. Brutality, bloodiness, evil, and endless negative energy surged away. The Blood Clan is the purest dark life. Words such as kindness, light and justice have never been related to them. In the endless dark atmosphere, the sky became dim. It seemed that she was the only one in the whole world. After the momentum climbed to the extreme, Lorena's eyes condensed. The figure was like lightning, and with an absolutely strong posture, it rushed directly into the seemingly calm area in front, but there were countless spaces superimposed. Crack! The lead ball falling from the 20th floor hit the thin glass. The space exploded layer by layer, and Lorena rushed into the towering dense forest. After breaking through the space outside, an ancient castle standing under the cliff and surrounded by giant trees appeared in sight. The dark brown exterior walls had become ancient and weathered after being weathered by the wind and time. The pitch black environment exudes a sense of desolation and weirdness, giving people a feeling that there are no living people and only the remains of human civilization. Under the moonlight, the castle becomes even more gloomy, and it makes people feel creepy at a glance. Lorena's face was normal. She flapped her wings and flew to the gate of the castle, overlooking. The wanton breath enveloped the entire castle. The space around her was distorted. As she approached, a scream that pierced the eardrums suddenly came from the silent castle. Foreign invaders, stop your steps. This is the castle of the vampires. Hoo-la-la, there were sounds of flapping wings. A pure black cloud emerged from the castle. Bats. Hoo-la, after flying away from the castle, the bats suddenly scattered and began to fly around Lorena. The light in the sky suddenly became dim. Seeing this scene, Lorena raised her swan-like neck. Her silver eyes stared at the slowly opening castle door, and her tone was full of endless pressure. Kneel down and pray for my blessing. Blood descendants, your master has returned. Chapter 487. Remaining will, unyielding will to fight. Richard didn't know how much of an exaggerated shock the steamed bun lovers had received because of Lorena's appearance. After entering the Eternal Land, he immediately became energetic. The power of the entire plane was bestowed on him at this moment. The world was under his control. He was the master of the Eternal Land, the only master of this new plane. All power was at his disposal. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions. The feeling of being in control of everything was really intoxicating. His body slowly floated up to the gray sky and looked down at the earth. The city of Dusk had already moved some supplies in, but it only occupied a small area at the door and did not affect anything. His mental power extended downwards. His eyes penetrated the thick land and gazed into the deepest part of the earth. A headless golden corpse, wrapped in rocks and soil, exuded a terrifying aura. The moment he sensed the corpse of the god. Fight. 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 Suddenly, an ancient roar came to my ears. It was the roar of a fearless warrior charging at an enemy 100 times stronger than himself on the battlefield. The roar of fighting spirit spanned countless years and could not be erased by time. The power it carried was enough to make veterans tremble. It was the breath of the masters of this world. They mastered the rules of the world during their lifetime and were immortal after death. Richard's heart surged instantly. He vaguely saw an extremely strong life fighting bloody battles with enemies from another dimension. The invincible posture made people's hearts sway. He used the power of the yellow sand to protect himself and then suppressed the terrifying roar. What a powerful breath. After taking a deep breath to calm down his mood, he looked again. A shriveled seed fell on the severed neck of the divine body. The green light emitted by the seed has an extremely mysterious power, forcibly suppressing it in the earth, preventing it from exploding. The seed of the world tree. Although it has not yet developed, it has a majestic posture. The other treasure that supports the Eternal Land, the plainstone, is buried under the corpse to stabilize the earth. But even with the suppression of top treasures, the breath emitted by the corpse is still like the roar of the river and sea, and it cannot be calmed down. It gives people a feeling that it may come back to life at any time. The diameter of the Eternal Land is only 1 kilometer at this moment, and the power of the plane can be described as thin. Although these two treasures are extraordinary, they also have a strong enough carrier to show their power. After Richard observed silently for a moment, his eyes condensed. The next moment, the light of the Eternal Land suddenly dimmed. The power of the plane rushed towards the depths of the earth. Rumble, a dull sound roared, and the earth rolled. A huge crack appeared in the central area. Under the gushing of countless mud, the headless golden corpse of the god who was suppressed in the depths of the earth appeared on the ground. The majestic divine power reached its peak at this moment. The entire Eternal Land was under pressure. This is just the breath emitted unconsciously by the divine body. No one could imagine how powerful the other party would be if he was at his peak. Richard was also a little excited at this moment. This was the spoils of war snatched back from Rose. It was really snatching food from the tiger's mouth. After calming down, he opened the attribute panel with strong curiosity. But what made him unhappy was that it was full of question marks. He couldn't see any attributes. Seeing this, Richard opened the black gold system neatly. As expected, more detailed information appeared on it. The divine body of the golden god of war after his fall. contains an unyielding will to fight one. It can be thrown into the evil and dark land, and the evil power can be used to wear away the remaining power of the golden god of war and completely annihilate that will to fight too. The blood-stained weapons, or unyielding souls of the soldiers on the battlefield, can be used to feed the will to fight, making it stronger. 3. The power of the soul can be used to guide the will to fight, integrate it into weapons or a hero, and inherit the will to fight. Good guy. Golden God of War. This title is very loud. After Richard was amazed, he frowned again. After Welia took charge of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, he collected a lot of information about ancient gods according to his orders, but there was no legend about this god in it. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it. The glorious era was born tens of millions of years ago. The war of the gods has broken out 5 times. Countless gods have died in battle. It is normal for some gods whose inheritances have been destroyed to leave no legends. The eyes of the world will only focus on the strong. After reading the information given by the Black Gold system, Richard noticed a very important point. The body of the god has no sense of existence and the prompts all the information is about the remaining fighting spirit in the body. According to past experience, this means that the value of fighting spirit is far greater than that of the god's body. This is interesting. Richard looked at the third point thoughtfully. It can allow weapons or heroes to inherit this fighting spirit. Perhaps the greatest value of this god's body lies in this. The fighting spirit of the golden god of war. Just this name can make people imagine. This is the power of the gods, perhaps similar to the Rotten Authority. Thinking of this, he was very interested. The spiritual power escaped and tried to touch the golden corpse. But the moment the spiritual power touched the corpse, a strong sense of resistance came. That fighting spirit was unwilling to accept him. After trying more than 10 times without success, Richard could not help but feel helpless. That fighting spirit seemed to be in 2 systems with the power of yellow sand, and the other party had no intention of getting close to him. So the good things I got are not compatible with me? So unlucky? This is the case with the Rotten Authority, and this time the fighting spirit of the gods is also the same. After confirming that this thing cannot be collected by him, Richard began to think. If he can't use it, can't he use the top heroes in his hands? As soon as his thoughts turned, the heroic figures of Hina and the Dark Valkyrie who were killing all around on the battlefield emerged in his mind. These 2 pure warriors seem to be very suitable for this kind of unstoppable fighting spirit. And Hina's adaptability is higher. That brave and fearless warrior always likes to charge at the front line. No one can stop her from moving forward. Unfortunately, the other party is still fighting with those weird Zergs in the Krynna tribe's base, and will not be able to return in a short time. After pondering for a moment, he took out the statue of the old god. Then he fell directly in front of the headless corpse. Looking up, the headless corpse is also nearly 4 meters tall, and the scarlet scar on the neck is still wriggling, which gives people a particularly strong visual impact. Sensing the approach of a strange breath, the strong fighting spirit became sharp, and the surrounding space was distorted. It seemed that, as long as he dared to get close, the other party would launch a fatal attack. Richard frowned slightly. This guy is too irritable. With a thought, the dark light of the statue of the old god surged out, covering the golden corpse. The originally restless fighting spirit was like a little chicken pressed down by a giant hand, and it immediately calmed down. The divine power also gradually subsided. Richard saw this scene and was blessed. He took a few steps forward, holding the statue of the old god tightly with his right hand, and pressing his left hand on the corpse. The moment he touched the other party's body, Richard's pupils shrank. An old and mysterious picture emerged in his mind. A warrior wearing golden armor, holding a golden sword, and shining with golden light, was standing on the ground, roaring alone at the plane crack in front of him that split half of the sky. The sound was like the roar of an ancient dragon, and the 9-day thunder exploded. Before the roar fell, countless swollen and twisted dark monsters of unknown race swarmed out of the crack. An exaggerated black tide was formed. The world seemed to collapse under the impact of this black tide. But the warrior did not retreat at all, holding a sword, standing at the forefront of the crack. With his own strength, he forcibly resisted the twisted monsters pouring in from the other plane in front. What is heartbreaking is that under the black tide, that can crush a plane, no one can shake his body, or 1,000 years in one glance. After the picture in his mind jumped several times, Richard suddenly sensed a message. 100 years had passed. The warrior with golden light still stood in front of the space crack, forcibly suppressing the endless dark light with his body. At the same time, a sharp breath gradually condensed after countless years of killing. Fighting will. Power condensed with blood and killing. Not authority, not the power of rules, but not inferior to any power. The sharpness of the long sword can only shine after countless sharpening. The opponent is sharpening his long sword. Hundreds of years passed, and even at the end, Richard didn't know how long it had been before those monsters finally stopped in the endless killing of the opponent. He was already standing here proudly. The fighting will rising from his body made the whole plane tremble. Countless deaths and residual souls made those monsters feel the fear deep in their souls. They were afraid. But the enemy's stopping did not mean the final victory. After thousands of years of sharpening, the Golden Warrior was exhausted to the extreme. His breathing became weak. Just when Richard was curious about how things would develop next, suddenly, a spider silk emitting a dark aura appeared on the screen. His pupils shrank suddenly. Before he could see it carefully, the spider silk had already reached the back of the Golden Warrior. When the warrior whose power had dropped to the freezing point noticed this scene, it was too late to react. Puff, a huge head flew across the sky. The body that could not be shaken was stiff on the spot. The soul dissipated into nothingness at this moment. The spider silk disappeared in an instant, just like its sudden appearance. The scene took a turn that Richard did not expect. The warrior who retreated after thousands of years of siege and frightened the swollen and twisted monsters outside the crack died in this way. But what was shocking was that after the warrior's head fell, his body still stood in front of the crack. Endless fighting spirit surged like a mountain and sea collapsing. Those swollen and twisted evil monsters, facing a headless corpse, did not dare to step out of the crack at this moment. And that shocking fighting spirit was completely condensed after the death of the Golden Warrior. His death, on the contrary, made this fighting spirit with unyielding will. The picture in Richard's mind suddenly shattered at this point. He was amazed. What a fierce golden god of war. Those twisted monsters are not just cats and dogs. With his own strength, he suppressed a plane crack for thousands of years, and even made the enemy dare not cross his body after his death. This fighting power is domineering. The only thing he didn't expect was that the opponent would fall in this state in the end. The last spider silk was obviously done by the Spider Queen. The opponent's body was snatched from the god of conspiracy. Combined with the opponent's position, the Golden Warrior was most likely trapped in that area by Rose, and finally had to resist those monsters for various reasons. At the last moment, Rose came out to harvest his soul. It is in line with the way the god of conspiracy acts. Outsiders cannot explore the process, but the general situation should be no different. And what attracted his attention the most was undoubtedly the fighting spirit that was condensed after the death of the Golden God of War. The opponent used his life to make this fighting spirit completely take shape. It was nothing more than that the black gold system only gave a hint about this fighting spirit and said nothing about the divine body. After knowing the birth process, Richard fell into hesitation. The owner of the fighting spirit had just been born and nurtured when he died. Although it has taken shape, it is not perfect. If it is extracted now, it is still a little bit lacking. Since it is his own trophy, he will cultivate it to be more perfect. At that time, whether it is inherited by Zina or the Dark Valkyrie, the potential of both will not be wasted. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. Anyway, cultivating that fighting spirit, the things consumed do not seem to be precious. But before that, he still has to control the threat of the Golden God corpse to riot. He doesn't want to raise the fighting spirit and finally lose control and be eaten back by it. He tightened his grip on the statue of the old god. With a thought, the hidden power in the statue began to surge, invaded the golden body. The statue of the old god can devour flesh and blood to grow. Its attached life, the divine soul Rini, will also become powerful because of this. But he had tried many times before, and the statue of the old god had no interest in ordinary flesh and blood. Even if it was extraordinary, it would not devour it. This statue, which contained the power of the old god, was interested in the gods. Those who mastered the power of rules were his hunting targets. After the statue of the old god made a move, the golden body of the god, which could not be suppressed by the plain stone and the world tree seed, was gradually devoured. A stream of radiant energy flowed out of the corpse of the god and poured into the statue of the old god. The old god statue received such a magnificent power, and its aura began to gradually rise. At this time, the god of fraud and lies who was sleeping in it felt something was wrong and gradually became restless. But Richard was in no mood to pay attention to this guy at this time and forced him to fall asleep. Then he continued to control the statue of the old god to absorb the body of the god. I don't know what the Spider Queen is plotting. The power of this corpse has not disappeared, and it is still surging. It is full of divine power that makes people tremble. It seems that he has just died in battle. But no matter what Rose was planning, now he got the advantage. After the magnificent energy was swallowed by the statue of the ancient god, the light it emitted became dimmer. It was as if a god from the darkness was about to wake up. But the darkness was not evil and brutal, and it was more accurate to describe it as weird. The ancient god from endless years ago was a condensation of rules, and had no self-awareness. That's why it condensed into various strange shapes. Richard carefully controlled the speed, otherwise the statue of the ancient god would probably swallow the god's body directly. 10 minutes later, Richard sensed that there was still almost endless energy gushing out of the god's body, and there was no sign of exhaustion. Seeing this, he was a little stunned. He still underestimated the power of the gods. Even dead gods are still gods. Their bodies still contain rules and divine power. Mortals can't reach it. After a few minutes, the dim light of the statue of the ancient god suddenly surged tenfold, and then quickly dimmed. Richard's eyes lit up. After a careful look, he immediately found something different on the statue. The statue, which was already vivid, seemed to come alive at this moment. Indistinctly, one could even see the chest of the statue rising and falling. If there was no extra feeling on it, it would really feel like this. This was because the energy was too powerful and distorted the perception of the surroundings. After the transformation, the speed at which the statue of the old god swallowed suddenly increased. But even so, it took 2 hours for the luster of the golden body to become dim. This was certainly because Richard controlled and did not let the statue of the old god swallow freely, but the majestic energy contained in the body of the god was the key. After reaching a certain limit, Richard took back the statue of the old god, and the dark light gradually dissipated. Without the suppression, the body of the god surged with divine power again. But this time, the divine power was no longer so unsettling. The will to fight to the sky also faded a little due to the weakening of the carrier. But the dazzling intention remained the same. The quantity decreased, but the quality did not change. Richard was in a good mood when he saw this. Next, he had to cultivate this fighting spirit until Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie returned to carry it. With a thought, the used golden body began to fall down. It was suppressed deep in the earth again. This time, the fighting spirit was still struggling and resisting unyieldingly, but after losing most of its strength, the world tree seed that had not yet sprouted alone made it unable to move. After the world tree seed fell into the neck of the rolling flesh and blood again, it emitted a faint green light. It seeped into the body of the god. The growth of the world tree seed requires the devouring of divine power and divinity. Now, the god's corpse without the power to resist has become the best source of nutrients. Richard also deliberately left a part of his strength for it to devour. The seeds of the world tree, even if they are shriveled, are supreme treasures. The sooner they sprout and grow, the greater the benefit to the eternal land. In order to prevent accidents, he told the immature plane will about this matter. When the power of the god's body is reduced to a certain level, immediately stop the world tree seed. The plane will is still vague and cannot perform too detailed tasks, but this simple command is still no problem. After doing all this, Richard was in a good mood. This wave of taking chestnuts from Rose's hands and snatching food from the edge of a knife, although the risk is extremely high, but the final benefit is enough to make people satisfied. The corpse of the god fattened up the statue of the old god, and the fighting spirit in it is more valuable than the corpse of the god. This is a power independent of the power of rules and authority. Although the specific value cannot be determined, it can be said a lot from the fact that it took the golden god of war thousands of years and countless killings to condense it. Comfortable. This thing is a pure surprise. After coming to his senses, he took out the statue of the old god again. After stroking this treasure that accompanied him in his growth for a while, his mental power dissipated. The next second, the statue burst into a surging dark light and surged straight into the sky. A shadow quickly condensed, holding a long sword, carrying a long bow, with a delicate face and pointed ears. Divine Soul, Reni. This is the top combat power stored in the statue of the old ancient god. Once, it even hunted the Dark Valkyrie. The statue of the old ancient god has been upgraded, and this divine soul must be good. With full expectations, Richard opened the other party's attribute panel and quickly found the level column. Reni level 17. The arc of the corner of his mouth instantly stretched to the maximum. This immortal existence stored in the statue of the old ancient god was directly raised from level 14 to level 17. He was very happy. Finally, Reni's level was raised. Because this divine soul can be resurrected continuously, in his opinion, its potential is no less than those top bosses. If it can be cultivated into a transcendent, coupled with the ability to be resurrected continuously, its combat power will definitely be amazing. Chapter 488, Zina, you have no right to belittle Lord Richard in front of me. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, with only a faint blood moon hanging high above. In this special space, the light became very dim. Zina placed one hand on the cold and rough battlement of the city wall, gently stroking the scratches of varying depths on it. She stared blankly into the distance for a long time without moving. The city wall she was standing on was more than 50 meters high, towering like a mountain. On the outer wall, there were traces of war, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade thousands of times. The spots of blood mixed with various colors solidified, and the murderer Sora was soaring to the sky. Outside the city wall, on the dark earth, countless huge corpses were lying on the ground in all directions. Those corpses were giant insects magnified thousands of times, and their terrifying appearance was more terrifying than the demons crawling out of the abyss. The huge limbs, the poisonous claws, the sharp barbs, the solid skeleton, and the unique body characteristics of various insects appeared particularly hideous after being magnified. The corpses covering the earth could not be counted. No one knows what kind of tragic battle was fought before, which led to such an exaggerated scene. In this dim sky, the sun cannot be seen, and there is no day or night. It is impossible to judge the specific time from the changes in light outside. After staying here for a long time, Zina felt confused. It seemed that she had been here for half a century. What are you thinking about? A crisp voice beside her interrupted Zina's thoughts. Turning around, a woman in her early 40s appeared in her sight. The other party was wearing grey-brown leather armor and holding a slender sword with a slightly curved arc. Her face was full of countless scars of various sizes. No one knows how many battles the other party has experienced to leave such exaggerated marks. The Krina tribe, scars are the supreme glory. The scars on the face, combined with the high-spirited temperament on the body, immediately gave people a strong impact. This is a warrior with countless glorious achievements. Zina bowed her head slightly. Chief Karen, the middle-aged female warrior, looked at her with a bit of meaning in her eyes. Thinking about that human lord again. Zina's face flushed slightly. This fearless warrior who never retreated on the battlefield and dared to draw his sword even when facing gods was rarely shy at this moment. Chief, Before she could say anything, Chief Karen sighed. No need to say more. You have sworn allegiance to that human lord. It is reasonable to worry about him and that city. His eyes were a little complicated. Speaking of which, we, the Krina tribe, should be very grateful to that lord. Without him, I'm afraid we still don't know how to remove that damn curse. At this point, the crisscrossing scars on her face were a little cold. The seal in the Krina tribe's body was because the god of the dog-headed man planted a curse in their blood. When she got the news, her first reaction was astonishment, because the Krina tribe had never passed down any relevant information. After confirming that the seal on Hina was really removed, and even angering the god of dogs for this, they immediately felt extremely excited. They finally got rid of the shackles on their bodies. At the same time, they were full of gratitude to the City of Dusk and Richard. For thousands of years, the pursuit of the Krina people has finally been realized. No one can describe the emotions in her heart. It's a pity that when she got this news, she had been pulled into this strange place with distorted space. Otherwise, the Krynna people might have regained their freedom. Talking about Richard, Hina's mood was also a bit complicated. Originally, she only planned to leave the City of Dusk for a month, and for this purpose she also brought the Dark Valkyrie, the top fighting force of the City of Dusk. But unexpectedly, this departure was delayed for so long. I don't know what the situation is in the City of Dusk now. Is the adult okay? Hina took a deep breath, calmed down her mood, and spoke again. Chief Karen, hasn't the tribe's documents found any information about the God of Dogs? The God of Dogs planted a curse on the Krynna people that will be passed down in their blood forever. This is not a skill that can be performed casually. Even gods need to prepare for a long time and invest a lot. With this energy and time, the enemy can be physically wiped out. Even if it costs a huge price, the other party will treat the Krynna tribe like this. It is conceivable how much hatred there is between the two sides. Since there is such a strong enemy, the Krynna tribe cannot know nothing, nor can it have nothing left. Especially when the inheritance of the Krynna tribe has not been cut off. Chief Karen shook his head. There are too many documents, and it will take some time to clean them up. Now, we can't spare too many people to focus on this. Although the giant insects have temporarily suspended their attacks, who can determine that the other party will not suddenly attack? Now is not the time to study these things. He turned his head and looked in another direction, with murderous intent in his eyes. No matter why the false god is hostile to us, it doesn't matter now. What's important is how to leave this area, how to remove the curse, and how to take revenge. They didn't know at this time that the God of Dogs had already been defeated once in the City of Dusk. From the perspective of the Krynna people, the God of Dogs is still the powerful being that controls the rules and is beyond the reach of mortals. How much courage does it take revenge on a god with supreme power? But the Krynna people have never lacked courage. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they will draw their swords. So what if it's a god? No one can trample on the glory of the Krynna people. Zina nodded, and her eyes also rose with a strong desire to fight. My lord once said that the God of Dogs is just a barking dog. It looks scary, but as long as the stick in his hand is hard enough, the dog will always be a dog and will not become a wolf. We will definitely pay back the damage he has caused to the Krynna people 100-fold. The tone was full of strong confidence. Not only did Richard say this, but also because the God of Dogs attacked the City of Dusk several times, but Richard cut off the outstretched dog claws. Everything can be faked, but the record cannot. Chief Karen looked at her deeply. I'm becoming more and more interested in the Sir Richard you mentioned. Zina said with a bit of pride. Chief Karen, the Lord will never let you down. That was the only great person who impressed her heart in her life for more than 20 years. In her heart, no one could compare with him. The Lord is the only one. Just as the two were talking, a neat sound of footsteps came from behind. Two teams of female warriors of the Krynna tribe, led by a female hero in white armor, approached with firm steps. Although the giant insects have temporarily suspended their attacks after the blood moon rose recently, the army of the Krynna tribe still maintains the highest level of vigilance. There are not only garrisons on standby on the city wall, but also many patrolling troops. Seeing the hero leading the team, Chief Karen nodded slightly. Good day, Jasmine. The cold-faced female hero raised her hands behind her back, and the soldiers of the two teams behind suddenly stopped, as if they had pressed the pause button. The actions were so neat, just like one person. After the team stopped, the heroine named Jasmine approached the two. Good day, Chief Karen. After a simple salute, she looked at Hina again, but her face was not so good when she saw her. A lady who is loyal to the human lord. Are you missing your master again? It seems that the Krynna tribe can no longer tolerate you. The sarcasm in her tone made Chief Karen frown slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to scold. But before she could open her mouth, Hina's faint voice came. Do you have any objections? As soon as the voice fell, a strong fighting spirit suddenly rose from her body, like an ancient sword that had been covered in dust for a long time, and the dust on it was wiped off. It was dazzling and breathtaking. Sensing the other party's fighting spirit, Jasmine, who had spoken provocatively, also burst into momentum. Sharp edge, unstoppable. Clang. The two sides looked at each other. The air suddenly exploded, and the friction sound of metal and stone pierced the eardrums. The warriors of the Krynna tribe never retreat, even if the opponent is from the same tribe. When Chief Karen saw this scene, his face looked a little ugly. He snorted coldly, and his momentum was like a mountain pouring down, forcibly suppressing the two people. Enough. With a bit of anger, the two people restrained their momentum and stopped exploding. But both sides still looked at each other coldly. Jasmine looked at Chief Karen apologetically, and then looked at Hina again, and said with suppressed anger, "Hina, although you have made great contributions, I have to say that now, you are no longer a member of the Krynna tribe. You have already pledged allegiance to the human lord." Hina narrowed her eyes slightly. "So?" Jasmine's tone became stiff. "So, you are not qualified to point fingers at the future of the Krynna tribe, especially." At this point, she deliberately slowed down her tone, and said word by word, "You are not qualified to ask the Krynna tribe to seek refuge with that human lord." As she said this, the anger in her eyes almost burst out. "We are eagles soaring in the desert, hunters galloping freely on this land. No one can make the souls of the Krynna tribe surrender, especially when the other party is a human lord. Zina, wake up. We have found a way to remove the seal. The Krynna tribe does not need to rely on anyone." This is why she was so angry with Zina. The other party brought back a way to break the seal in the body from the outside world, which is a great thing. She even thought that the gods favored them and the Krynna tribe was going to rise. But she didn't expect that this close friend who had the best relationship with her before leaving the Krynna tribe actually sought refuge with the Lord of Divine Grace, who in her eyes was of low character and not even worth a second look. Yes, Zina, whose talent and potential were on par with her in the Krynna tribe, sought refuge with the Lord of Divine Grace. The Lord of Divine Grace. How ridiculous. Even so, she could still tolerate it. After all, the Lord of Divine Grace helped the Krynna tribe find a way to remove the seal, and Zina's loyalty to him was also a way of repaying the favor. But she didn't expect that Zina would drag the entire Krynna tribe to join him. This directly angered her. Who is the Lord of Divine Grace? A few months ago, before she returned to the Krynna tribe, she had met at least 800 of them. Those lords who behaved in a vulgar and low-class manner, didn't know the rules, and even wanted to recruit her. None of them had the qualities she recognized. The Krynna tribe is an eagle in the desert, a free soul that does not submit to anyone. How could they all join a Lord of Divine Grace? She would never agree. But what made her desperate was that Zina didn't know how to get the consent of the Chief Karen. This made her extremely hostile to her best friend, who grew up with her and had the closest relationship with her. In her opinion, Zina was dragging the Krynna tribe to a road of no return. She could never sit idly by. Zina frowned and looked at her best friend in the Krynna tribe. In the past, they had fought side by side countless times and regarded each other as their life and death. But no matter who it was, no one had the right to despise the Lord. She would not allow it. Her tone became cold and hard. "Jasmine, you have no right to belittle Lord Richard in front of me." This made Jasmine, who was already furious, directly ignite her. She was like an enraged lioness. She took 2 steps forward, raised her head, and roared at her with veins exposed. "I don't have the qualifications? Just because of that Lord of Divine Grace? I should ask, what qualifications does he have for the Krynna people to surrender to him? Just because he is your master? Or because he has a weak and unbearable territory?" The voice became more and more excited. "Or can he deal with the god of dogs?" Zina's eyes suddenly became sharp. She knew that the other party was not optimistic about the Krynna people surrendering to the City of Dusk, but it was the first time she knew that Lord Richard was so unbearable in her heart. This touched her bottom line. Her tone became cold. "I have followed Lord Richard in countless battles, faced countless powerful enemies, and witnessed the rise of Twilight City with my own eyes. Why? Is it enough that you are the strongest among the 20 billion God's Grace Lords? Is it enough that you killed millions of people alone when you were at level 10? Is it enough that you have conquered an underground world? Is it enough that the kobold god, who in your eyes is unattainable and even irresistible, has launched several attacks on Twilight City, but was repelled by you, and part of the soul of the kobold god was imprisoned by you? This is just the most ordinary part of your countless achievements. Jasmine, open your eyes and look at this world. The Krynna people surrendered to Lord Richard, not because Lord Richard could not afford it, but because the Krynna people were too high. The firm words were unquestionable and spread far above the city wall. The soldiers around heard it, their hearts were shocked, and their eyes became extremely complicated. Are these all true? Hina didn't explain anymore. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The crisp footsteps seemed to step on everyone's hearts at this moment. That lonely figure seemed to be engraved in their souls at this moment. After walking a distance, Hina suddenly paused. If the Krynna tribe doesn't want to, I will explain to Lord Richard. No one will force us. But we will definitely regret it. After saying that, she disappeared at the corner of the city wall without looking back. Chief Karam stared at this scene in a daze. He didn't speak for a long time, and his expression was very complicated. Jasmine's mind was still immersed in the shock of the other party's words. She opened her mouth to say something, but didn't know how to start. Her thoughts were confused. The other party imprisoned the soul of the god of kobolds! Exclamation mark. Is that lord really that powerful? Chapter 489 Territory Development Plan, Progress. Richard did not let Rennie return to the statue of the ancient god. He directly took this night elf with him, and left the Eternal Land with a somewhat illusory divine soul. The moment he walked out of the space channel, he felt particularly comfortable. This time, he completed the S-level mission, which was a big profit. There is no need to say much about the power of Rennie's divine soul. However, as the City of Dusk grew stronger, the opponent's level 14 gradually couldn't keep up with his pace. Now it has been upgraded to level 17, and it has immediately become the top combat power. Relying on the resurrection feature, Rennie has infinite potential. A powerful opponent who can be resurrected continuously will scare anyone. But Rennie was just incidental. The most important gain was the fighting spirit condensed by the Golden God of War. That power is definitely not inferior to the power and authority of rules. Its unique birth method is amazing even for gods, facing the endless attacks of a world for thousands of years, fighting bloody battles, and nurturing the fighting spirit with countless corpses and souls. It was not until the Golden God of War sacrificed himself that it was completely condensed and formed. I wonder what kind of improvement Sinner or the Dark Valkyrie will get after inheriting this unique power. It's really exciting. After returning to the Lord's mansion, he let Lenny move freely. He didn't work anymore, and lay down on the bed before dawn. After this trip, he was exhausted, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, December 24th, there were only 4 days left before the new expansion was launched. Richard woke up at 10 o'clock. His fatigue was swept away, and his spirits became vigorous again. After washing and having lunch, he came to the front yard. Looking at the arms nest placed in the corner, his heart moved. He opened the attribute panel and the number of arms was clearly displayed. Glorious arms, 1. Scorpion warrior, 20 nests, weekly output 140, current number 650. 2. Mummy guardian, 3 nests, weekly output 30, current number 90. 3. Condensed sand archer, 10 nests, weekly output 50, current number 685. 4. Sandstorm controller, 20 nests, weekly output 100, current number 700. 5. Dead statue, 11 nests, weekly output 110, current number 1100. Crown arms, mummy guards, 10 nests, weekly output 100, current number 500. Skeleton blood dragon, 125 shining moon arms, king of the Imperial Guard, 3 nests, weekly output 30, current number 150. After a few glances, his brows frowned slightly. The last time the Kobold God and the Lord of the Dunes joined forces to attack the City of Dusk, it caused a painful loss, causing the number of troops to be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the army's potential has been improved. Although the total force is less than 4 battalions, the quality is first class. All members are brilliant. The highest king of the Imperial Army even reached the 3-star Huayu, and the initial level was 17. If it was half a year ago, this army would be enough to dazzle him. But unfortunately, the enemy he is facing now is no longer the army that gathered in the wild in the desert before. The opponent now is the master who rules a plane, the evil god in the abyss, and the unknown force from another plane. I need to burst another wave of soldiers. The army nests in my hand are still not enough. If used to deal with players, this army is more than enough, and can even rub any opponent. But it is not enough to deal with the new expansion pack. This time, the turmoil involves too much, and those forces that have existed for who knows how many years will inevitably show their edge. The immature Dusk City has not grown to the height that can challenge those top forces. Richard stretched out his hand and touched a pyramid in front. Feeling the cold touch of the sand, he was thoughtful. This time, the Rapid Army should focus on training high-level soldiers. The role of a high-level soldier in battle is comparable to that of a squad of mid-level soldiers at certain moments. Although the Dusk City is mainly composed of mummies, it is not pure undead, and it does not follow the path of the Sea of Skeletons. Quality is king. This is the main purpose he pursues. In previous battles, the army of Dusk City has never disappointed him. Top bosses such as the Godly Ancient Tree, the Dark Valkyrie, and Critters can affect the direction of a war, but high-level soldiers are also the backbone of the battlefield, and cannot be replaced. War has always been a competition of comprehensive strength of the army, heroes, weapons, strategic treasures, etc. A war that can be won by relying solely on a top hero must be that the hero's single combat power far exceeds the sum of the opponent's overall strength. Under evenly matched forces, if the top combat power is entangled, then the comprehensive combat power of the army will inevitably become the winner. While thinking, Richard asked the guards around to call Kalu. Less than 10 minutes later, familiar footsteps entered the mansion. After the other party saluted, Richard went straight to the point. Keru, I plan to expand the army again. Keru was refreshed. Wise decision. Richard smiled. How is the recent income of Dusk City? Before entering the copy of the Tomb of the Gods, he spent all his savings to upgrade all the troops to glory. Now, in addition to harvesting millions of rare resources from players, the food reserves in his hands have reached the bottom. Keru straightened his back and spoke with a confident tone. Sir, the production workshop of black condensation ice cream has been expanded to 5 and can produce 500,000 units per day. Each unit is sold for 20 ordinary resources, and the daily sales can reach 10 million ordinary resources, of which the net profit is 8 million units. For the convenience of storage, we exchanged it for rare resources at the Violet Chamber of Commerce at a ratio of 200 to 1. That's 40,000 units of rare resources per day. During the time you were away, a total of 500,000 rare resources were saved. Whitetail Absolute Brew. This month's revenue is the same as last month. The selling price is 300,000 units, minus the cost of 50,000. The profit is 250,000 rare resources. Desert Crown Honey. Net profit of 500,000 rare resources. Other miscellaneous items are not taken into account. The total profit of these 3 major items is 125,000. After deducting the cost of recruiting soldiers and the expenses of the City of Dusk, there are still 800,000 rare resources left in the warehouse. Richard nodded with satisfaction. The output of Whitetail Absolute Brewing is almost fixed due to the insufficient number of white-tailed cats, and the income of Desert Crown Honey is almost the same. The outstanding results are still brought by the black condensation ice cream, which he has high hopes for. These products, which are sold for 20 units of ordinary resources, have brought him profits that exceed those of 4-star wines such as Whitetail Absolute Brewing. This is when its main raw material, frostgrass, has not yet been fully rolled out and produced on a large scale. Once the designated production area is planted, it will not be difficult to increase the production capacity tenfold. After encouraging and praising Kalu for a few words, he followed the topic and asked, how is the planting base of frostgrass, the raw material for the production of black condensation ice cream, arranged? Kalu's eyes were excited. My lord, 2 bases have completed the infrastructure construction and will be put into production soon. Although frostgrass contains a certain amount of magic, it is not difficult to cultivate. As long as there is sufficient water and the soil is fertile, it can maintain an extremely fast growth rate. A seedling only needs 2 months to grow to a height that can be harvested. If you keep the fertility, you can cut off their leaves and they will not die. They will recover again in 2 months. This is a magical plant that can be picked and harvested repeatedly. Its life cycle is as long as 10 years. As long as it is planted, it can be harvested continuously. The only limitation is that large-scale planting requires a lot of fertilizer, which is a big challenge for us. When Richard heard this, a plant suddenly popped up in his mind. Chives. The characteristics of this frost grass are exactly the same as chives. Good stuff. Cutting chives is so interesting. As for the fertility of the land, you can find some wild beasts or livestock that eat a lot and poop a lot to raise. These livestock can also provide the meat needs of the residents of Dusk City. Following this development, this seems to be able to become an industrial chain. Kalu smiled happily. My lord, we are already doing it. A week ago, a message was sent to Weir to purchase livestock suitable for underground breeding through the channels of Solan City, but no suitable large-scale breeding has been found yet. Richard nodded. It was enough to just mention these little things. Kalu and the people below would do what they should do. Speaking of this topic, he couldn't help but talk about something he was very concerned about. How is the development of the automatic harvester and seeder in Furnace City going? As long as you are a player, you will never forget the great leap in productivity brought about by modern technology. Although the development path of Glorious Era is different from that of Blue Star, this world has more magical magic and completely unreasonable alchemy technology. Because of the different rules of the world, it may be difficult to restore the machines of Blue Star 100%, but the same effect can be achieved in another way. It has already begun to take shape, and it is expected to be completed in a month at most. Kalu's tone was full of strong confidence. Furnace City has in fact become the technological center of Dusk City. All tasks related to alchemy technology will be issued and assigned. The other party's research and development progress did not disappoint. Richard smiled a little. The profits from conquering the underground world are still continuously replenishing Dusk City. This is very comfortable. After thinking about it, he still gave an extra reminder. At present, the focus of Furnace City should still be on the production of war materials. Although these studies are in the future, they can be postponed a little and cannot affect the upcoming war. His thoughts were very clear, and he was not blinded by some achievements. Big changes are imminent. If Dusk City cannot be preserved, no matter how bright the future is, it will be useless. The key now is to concentrate all our strength, strengthen ourselves, and prepare to deal with unknown enemies. Yes, sir. Looking at Kalu's serious expression, Richard nodded and continued. Where are the materials accumulated during this period placed? Placed in warehouse number 2. Kalu stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. It turns out that the warehouse of the Lord's mansion can no longer accommodate these supplies. It just so happens that we're handed in a construction drawing of a space warehouse and provided the corresponding building materials. We have completed the construction a week ago. Richard looked at the other party with great appreciation. This is why he values this old man so much. When he is not in Twilight City, the other party can still keep Twilight City in a healthy development and not fall into confusion. This kind of thing may seem small, but when accumulated over time, it plays an irreplaceable role in the growth of Twilight City. He has absolute control over Twilight City. No one can seize power without his consent. The army, heroes, residents, staff, everyone is loyal to him. So he can give up power with peace of mind. I'll get it out later. After talking about this matter, Richard's face became serious. Are there any new space cracks around Twilight City? Kalu was refreshed and said in a deep voice. We have sent a large number of troops to search outside, and the scope of exploration has expanded to 100 kilometers. But from what we have discovered, only refugees from the L-plane have appeared so far, and no other cracks have been found. Richard felt a little more at ease. He withdrew all his military forces because he was worried that more than a dozen planes would suddenly appear around and cover the city of Dusk. No one could predict what the scene would be like at that time. The letters from Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie had already explained that the Krina people were facing such a situation. So it was not that he thought too much. If you don't take precautions before the crisis occurs, you will have no place to cry when the crisis occurs. How many refugees from the L-plane have we accepted? What is the current total population of the city of Dusk? "Sir, we have accepted about 4,000 refugees in the past half month, and the total population has reached 7,000. 7,000 people. This number seems to be quite a lot, but Richard felt inexplicably sad. Players born in areas with rich resources can have a population of over 10,000 in just a few months. After more than half a year, there are many territories with a population of over 100,000. On the forum, it is not uncommon to see those lucky ones showing off. Even those players in barren areas other than deserts have a population of tens of thousands. The City of Dusk has been developing for more than half a year, but it has only a pitiful 7,000 people. Most of them have only been brought back recently. This barren place is simply tearful. If other players were born in the Death Desert, and their territories were breached, it must be because the population was insufficient to make ends meet, and they were dying of poverty. After coming to his senses, he said with some anticipation, "Have you found any high-level heroes among the refugees?" Kalu shook his head decisively. "No, there are only 3 potential D-level life heroes." Richard's mouth twitched, speechless. He suddenly thought of his skills that could attract foreign heroes to join him. Those skills would make tens of billions of players drool, but it was his bad luck that the City of Dusk was in the desert. It attracted nothing. Until now, he didn't seem to have seen any heroes take the initiative to join him. It's not that his skills are not good, but there is really no dog in the desert. As for those field soldiers refreshed by the rules, they will be restricted by the rules, and it is impossible for them to join foreign enemies before they are defeated. After Kalu finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and asked softly, "My lord, should we temporarily stop our actions in the L-plane and withdraw the remaining troops? Now Dusk City is undergoing a strategic contraction. Continuing to attack the L-plane is obviously inconsistent with the strategic positioning. If we want to fight, it is not in this time period." Richard pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Draw back some troops, but at the same time, keep in touch with the other side and cannot interrupt." After pausing for a few seconds, he added, "If the 2 princesses are willing, they can be invited to live in Dusk City for a period of time. After the crisis is over, Dusk City will provide all assistance." Kalu's eyes lit up. "Are you planning to conquer them?" Richard shook his head. "It may not be possible. They are firm enough in the goal of restoring the country. But with the cohesion and appeal of Dusk City, they will definitely be able to influence them." "That's enough." Kalu seemed to be thinking about something. Richard said nothing more. The value contained in the L-plane is obviously higher than that of the underground world. But now is not the time. He does not have so much energy to deal with the Transcendent who has already controlled a country and is involved with the evil god of the abyss behind it. After finishing this topic, Richard continued, "Has Bloodhoof City cleaned up the remaining forces of the underground world?" After he became the actual master of the underground world, he handed over the task of completely unifying the underground world to Bloodhoof City, the overlord on the surface. "My lord, the underground world has been completely brought under the rule of Bloodhoof City. Even those ethnic tribes living in swamps or poisonous areas are no exception. After the demise of the Great Wolves, Bloodhoof City was unstoppable in the underground world. Coupled with the full support of the City of Dusk, it has no worries, and wherever the blade points, everyone kneels. Those who disobey will become history. We have sent people to cooperate with Bloodhoof City to clean out the heroes, arms, mining resources, and specialty materials in those tribes, and register them one by one. But this project is more troublesome than war, and with the shortage of manpower, it may take more than a month. This was originally a plan, and it is now being implemented step by step. Although the underground world has a harsh environment and survival materials such as water and food are in short supply, but its value has been fully demonstrated in the Furnace City. Now that it is completely unified, it will definitely bring greater benefits." Seeing Richard thinking without saying anything, Kalu continued, "My lord, should we personally integrate the entire underground world? If we can make the underground world move forward completely according to our orders, the potential for explosion will definitely be amazing." Richard smiled. He saw what Kalu was thinking. This was because he was jealous of the densely populated underground world and wanted to participate in person. But he did not give him affirmation, but directly poured a basin of cold water on him. "The dungeons are all lives of the evil camp. If you want to integrate them, it will definitely be extremely difficult. And they are not a race, a life. Hundreds of races, thousands of forces, even if they are successfully integrated, in the end you will find that the cost of ruling them is too high. The gain outweighs the loss. The best way at present is to follow the original plan and let those evil lives become the arsenal of Twilight City. We only need to guide them in the general direction, and leave the rest to Bloodhoof City and them to arrange. Hearing this, Callie recovered from his excitement. He smiled bitterly. Twilight City still has too few people. There are nearly 1 million intelligent lives in the underground world, which makes me very excited. Those evil lives are basically ordinary dungeon lives, and the real army is less than 1/10. There are even fewer advanced troops like Bloodhoof City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the entire underground world to be ruled by the Grey Dwarves and Bloodhoof City with only tens of thousands of troops for hundreds of years. But the problem is that ordinary dungeon lives are still evil, and the cost of ruling is extremely high. But if ordinary humans live in the underground world, then the value is definitely not cheap, as lawful good lives, although they are easily tempted by various temptations, and fall into the arms of evil. But human creativity and unlimited potential are difficult to match by other races. Among the gods in the sky, human gods are the best example. This is why he values the L-plane so much. Chapter 490, the second stage function of the Black Gold System, the burial ground of the desert god. After stopping Callie from wanting to participate in the management of the underground world, Richard didn't say much about this matter, and changed the topic. Last time I asked you to recruit blacksmiths to research technology in Furnace City. How is the progress? The technological upgrade of Dusk City has been slow recently, although Sam, the one-armed blacksmith who was given a super A-level skill by him, is doing full-time research. But with the improvement of the technology level of the arms, the time required for research and development will inevitably increase. Although Andal has stronger potential, this darling of Dusk City now has to preside over the Blacksmith Association just established in Bloodhoof City, sharing forging technology. It is impossible to get out in a short time. Expanding recruitment is an inevitable choice. Callie responded. My lord, Miss Andal has been in charge of this matter. It is said that 20 blacksmiths have entered the preliminary list. They are currently being trained in Bloodhoof City. It may take another half a month before they can officially join the list. Richard nodded, and he had an idea in his mind. Developing a territory is like this. Everything needs to start from conception, decision making, and delegating tasks. Then comes the execution. Various problems may arise in the process. Only after these problems are solved one by one can the results be obtained. This process may take a few weeks or 10 days at the least, or 3 to 5 months or even 1 to 2 years at the most. It does not mean that the results will be obtained immediately after the order is issued. If something delays the process, the plan may have to be postponed. This is the case now. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it and changed the subject. This matter must be implemented as soon as possible. How is the doctrine of the Dark Ancient Tree sect discussed? This topic made Callie subconsciously straighten his back and said in a solemn tone, Sir, the Dark Ancient Tree sect has been initially perfected. From the history of its birth, the heroes that have appeared, the future development, the positions of the factions, and the glorious achievements it has had, all have been compiled, and we have integrated it into the previous history as much as possible. For this reason, we asked Welia to send back a large number of books about history and gods. However, although the content has been perfected, there will definitely be many problems when it is spread. We need to conduct experiments in the underground world to verify whether these contents are reliable. This may take a long time. At this point, the tone hesitated for a while. Sir, if possible, I hope to buy a few slaves who are proficient in history and religious doctrines to come back to cooperate with our work. This requires you to decide. Buying a few slaves is not a big deal, but if it is put into the revision of doctrine, the meaning is different. They are creating a false god sect. Blasphemy. All the big and small things in it must be approved by Richard, and he cannot grasp the degree. Richard frowned slightly. The appearance of the evil spreader, a super soldier used for preaching, and the promise of the 2 princesses of the Kingdom of El, aroused his great interest in preaching. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, the progress was not fast. Now he has to face the upcoming new expansion pack, and he can't spare much energy to focus on this. Let Welia handle the purchase of slaves. Tell Welia that this matter must be kept confidential and cannot be purchased through existing channels. No one else can know about this except her. After the slaves are purchased, they will be sent to the underground world immediately to cut off their contact with the outside world. The matter of the Dark Ancient Tree sect must be absolutely guaranteed not to be leaked. Richard's tone was particularly serious. The spread of faith and the creation of a sect involve the ultimate existence of this world. His current research is touching on certain taboos. The fewer people know, the better. In the short term, he will only use the underground world for experiments. Kalu solemnly touched his chest. As you wish. We have completely blocked the news. The relevant personnel involved will continue to work in the Eternal Land and the underground world. Richard's face relaxed slightly. You must supervise this matter in person. There must be no mistakes. If there are any problems, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. Just after this matter was arranged, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Richard's ears. It is detected that the game will open a new expansion pack. The Black Gold system has opened the second stage of functions. Huh? What is this? Richard was refreshed and immediately opened the Black Gold system. After reading the prompts above several times, his expectations were immediately filled. The Black Gold system can also have a second stage function? Question mark? What function? Question mark? But after reading the simple panel several times, his face was full of question marks. New function. Where is it? Question mark? Puzzled, he pulled the panel to the end, only to find a line of prompts below. Opening. Good guy, it's really hidden. With this sudden change, Richard was in no mood to continue discussing with Kalu. After waving his hand to let the other party leave to carry out the government affairs just discussed, he waited silently. The Black Gold system can be said to be the foundation of his livelihood. The Black Gold system has played an irreplaceable role in the current height of Twilight City. Several top heroes were conquered based on the information provided by the Black Gold system. All the arms of the City of Dusk were upgraded based on this. The opening of the second phase of the function this time made him full of expectations. It would be best if there was a function of one-click maximum level and click to send the creation artifact. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Richard frowned slightly without seeing the prompt of successful opening. After calming down, his rationality returned. He shook his head and didn't plan to wait any longer. It will be opened eventually, and there is no time to count now, so there is no need to wait here foolishly. He immediately got up and went to the warehouse to take out the 800,000 units of rare resources that he had saved. Together with the more than 1 million rare resources obtained from the Tomb of the Gods, the rare resources he now has add up to exactly 2.6 million units. As for ordinary resources, there are less than 1 million left in his hands, which looks quite pitiful. The master of the City of Dusk, who has thousands of glorious troops and even lords who are loyal to him, actually has such a small deposit. Sure enough, lords always die of poverty. With some helplessness, he returned to the lord's mansion. When he saw the soldiers in the corner, his eyes became excited. Explosive troops. This is the eternal way to become stronger in glorious era. For a territory, its importance is magnified a lot. The quality of the army directly determines the strength of the territory, which is not an exaggeration. Top heroes are hard to come by, and not everyone has the Black Gold system and knows how to subdue or cultivate those top heroes. The only thing that the Lord can really master is the army. This is the foundation of the territory. At present, there are a total of 8 arms in the City of Dusk. Scorpion Warrior, Mummy Guardian, Sand Archer, Sandstorm Controller, Deadstone Mummy Guard, Skeleton Blood Dragon, King of the Forbidden Army. Among them, the one that he values most is still the Deadstone, promoted from the Axe of the Dead. This top soldier is his favorite. The strong combat effectiveness of the Deadstone has been repeatedly proven in countless battles in the past, and there is no need to say more. Next is the highest level 3-star unit of Huayu, the King of the Imperial Guard. This unit was obtained from the City of the Lord of Dunes. It can use invisible ropes to control 5 swords to fight. After its explosion, Its combat power can be described as abnormal. Although the current number is small, it is still the absolute trump card of the City of Dusk. Next is the Sandstorm Controller, a fusion unit that can form a natural disaster. The remaining units are all strong in combat and have their own characteristics. But compared with these 3 units, they are still a little bit worse. According to Richard's wishes, he now hopes to expand these 3 units directly. But thinking about this, he thought of a key problem. The new expansion pack is about to start, and it is too late to synthesize the stone statue of the dead in the Sandstorm Controller from scratch. Each promotion of a unit requires a 7-day cooling time, which does not have much impact in normal times, but now it is fatal. The predecessor unit of the stone statue of the dead, the Axe of the Dead, was only elite at the initial level, and it had to be promoted twice to meet the synthesis requirements. This round trip took half a month, and if you count the promotion to the Brilliant Moon level, it would be more than 20 days. The same goes for the Sandstorm Controller. Shaking his head, it seems that these 2 arms will be sent out in this storm. The King of the Imperial Guards is really good now. This arm can attack and defend, and can control 5 swords, to fight in close combat. The range skill breaking army is a well-deserved killer. And the exaggerated level of 17 at the initial level is the best in the field. The stone statue of the dead, which is only at the level of the Brilliant Moon, is also somewhat eclipsed in front of the King of the Imperial Guards. The level and potential are directly 2 levels apart, which is difficult to erase. If you want to do it big. Just fill up the King of the Imperial Guards in one wave. Thinking of this, Richard did not hesitate, and made a decision directly. But after coming to his senses, he had a headache again. He didn't know what the predecessor of the King of the Imperial Guards, or 3-star Brilliant Moon, 17 level arm at the initial level, was. The 3-star Mummy Guards of the Crown are obviously 2 systems from the King of the Imperial Guards. One of them mainly outputs with a spear, and the other controls the sword, by controlling an invisible rope. After the soldiers are upgraded, they will not deviate from their original appearance, but will continue to enhance various skills and attributes within the original framework. When they can't speak the crown, they rely on throwing spears to cause damage, and when they are upgraded to Huayu, they can chop people with a knife. Thinking about it, Richard subconsciously opened the Black Gold system. The Sleeping Pyramid can recruit the King of the Forbidden Army. It can consume 10 Huayu level soldier nests to promote it. The cooldown time for each promotion is 7 days. The information is very familiar, and there is no difference from the attributes of other soldier nests. Frowning, he pulled down the Black Gold system, and the prompt below remained unchanged. This new function seems to take 10 months of pregnancy to appear. Shaking his head, he ignored it, and waved to call the guards, to ask them to call the Lord of the Dunes. The King of the Forbidden Army was found in the city of the Lord of the Dunes. If there is any problem, it is right to ask the real owner. In less than 5 minutes, a hurried sound of footsteps entered the front yard. The Lord of Dunes, wearing a black robe, and with an old face, came in and looked at Richard with a complicated look. Finally, he took a long breath, and slowly held his chest. "Good day, Lord Richard. McTeal salutes you." When he chose to surrender, and accepted to become a teacher in Twilight City, to teach residents to read and write. The glory of the Lord of Dunes, who once controlled the power of yellow sand, and destroyed thousands of troops with a wave of his hand, had been shattered. What supernatural, what idea of ruling the Death Desert, all became bubbles. Now he is ordinary, called grandpa by the children in the neighbor's house, and is a very respected teacher in Twilight City, McTeal. Richard looked at this supernatural who had changed his attitude, and felt quite satisfied. Twilight City, which has a high people's heart, is not a joke with you. How can a supernatural who has lost his power be qualified to resist the assimilation of the warm-hearted residents? He said meaningfully, "McTeal, you should be glad that you made the choice at the beginning." The Lord of Dunes was stunned, and was about to say something, but Richard waved his hand to interrupt. "No need to say more. I didn't call you here today to talk nonsense." He pointed at the Pyramid of the Sleeping God. "I got this troop nest in your city. Now, I need to know if this troop nest has similar troop types. The troop nests in Glorious Era cannot be promoted. This is a rule. But it does not mean that there are no higher or lower troop types of the same type. The signature troop of mankind, the Griffin, has a higher level of the Royal Griffin. As long as the predecessor troop of the King of the Imperial Guards can be found, it will be easy. As for buying it directly on the forum, Richard just searched it while he had some free time. The result is cleaner than his trouser pocket. The 3-star Huayu, the troop with the initial level of 17, is even treasured by him. At this stage, it is difficult for players to even get in touch with the crown troop types, let alone the Huayu. The Lord of the Dunes stared at the pyramid of the sleeping god in a daze. His tone was a bit sad. Sir, this is the troop of the god of desert. I also got it by chance when I got the power of yellow sand countless years ago. I don't know if there is any similar troop. Richard was disappointed. The real master didn't know. Seeing his disappointed expression, the Lord of Dunes hesitated for a moment and then said slowly, Sir, after the death of the god of desert, it is said that his body was buried in the death desert. According to legend, the King of the Imperial Guards is his direct guard. But it is said that the King of the Imperial Guards is a legendary troop, and now the level is only Huayu, which is obviously wrong. Richard raised his eyebrows. Métier, what do you want to say? The Lord of Dunes said in a deep voice. Sir, maybe the god of desert is really buried in the desert. Richard became interested. Do you know relevant information? The Lord of Dunes smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know I have explored it a long time ago. I'm just speculating. As he said that, his turbid eyes took on a bit of depth. When the power of yellow sand is strong, you can use the power of the desert. Sir, we don't know, but the desert knows. You can explore in this direction. With 2 yellow sand powers, you are now qualified to let the desert guide you. If you can find the burial place of the god of desert in the nest of the King of the Imperial Army, you will definitely be satisfied. There are even more possibilities. Richard suddenly remembered the talent skill he got after his promotion, Desert Blessing. In the desert, all attributes increase by 200%, and every week, you can communicate with the desert's pan consciousness and ask for the information you want. Chapter 491, The Black Gold System's super new function. Richard had never expected to hear news about the god of the desert from the Lord of the Dunes. The god of the desert is the main god of the desert god system, the guardian of the desert, and has many legends in the main plane. He has a great reputation. But the only pity is that this great being with supreme power fell in the War of Gods 500,000 years ago. Although the few gods that still exist in the desert god system are collectively called the god of the desert by the outside world, those who know the secrets know that the remaining gods are far from being able to compete with the Lord of the god system. If the burial place of the Lord of the Desert can be found, it will be the beginning of another transformation for him. The power of the yellow sand in his body is longing for more desert power. The god of the desert controls the desert. Even if the other party has fallen, it is still the same. The rules of the desert have not yet been inherited by a new owner. After a moment of silence, he stared at the Lord of the Dunes. Métier, what else do you know? The Lord of the Dunes shook his head. My lord, I have been asleep for too long, and some of my memories have become blurred. And with the changes in the situation, the useful information before is now worthless. At this point, his tone was a little bitter. Time is the biggest enemy. Even if he once had endless life, he is still weak under the erosion of time. Richard nodded. If there is important information, be sure to report it to me as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. The discussion ended here, and the Lord of the Dunes bowed slightly and turned to leave. But before he walked out of the front yard, Richard's voice with a bit of meaning sounded. Métier, are you still longing for power? The Lord of the Dunes stiffened and did not turn back. The aging body under the black robe was like dry grass in the cold wind in the bleak autumn. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice sounded. My lord, I'm now just an ordinary teacher who teaches knowledge. I'm very satisfied with my work. After the voice fell, the old figure slowly left. Richard's eyes moved slightly when he saw this scene, but he didn't say anything else. Perhaps one day, this old man who once possessed the power of a natural disaster will stand up again. But obviously, not now. After thinking for a moment, he looked at his skill, Desert Blessing. He hadn't tried to use the feature of Desert Blessing, Ask the Desert. The cooldown time of asking the desert was as long as 1 week. He wanted to save it for the dungeon and the S-level mission. Now, it was obviously unnecessary. Richard looked at the attributes several times again. The more detailed the inquiry, the greater the possibility of getting an accurate answer. In other words, you can't always get an answer. After calming down, Richard looked serious. With a thought, endless yellow sand power surged out. The majestic power made the surrounding mummy guards feel their souls tremble. With his full firepower, the yellow sand power gradually overflowed the Lord's mansion, and then exaggeratedly enveloped the entire Dusk City. The busy residents suddenly felt a hazy yellow veil in front of their eyes, and everything hundreds of meters away became blurry. The power of the yellow sand did not stop for anyone, overflowing the city wall and spreading to the yellow sand. The moment it touched the desert, Richard only felt that his perception was instantly magnified 100 times and 1,000 times. His thoughts were clearer than ever before. At the same time, his strength soared more than 10 times. It was as if the entire desert was under his control at this moment. As long as he wanted, he could even let the desert cover the Dusk City with just a thought. That was, the desert was responding to his call. Under the influence of the power of the yellow sand, the gravel around the Dusk City began to gradually lose weight and float up to the sky. The scene became more and more grand. After a while, the busy residents in the city saw a scene they would never forget. In the hazy vision, they saw the entire desert flying upside down into the sky. The endless yellow sand covered the sky like floating clouds. It was vast and magnificent, as if the ancient myth was reappearing, giving people a strong visual impact. At this moment, Richard suddenly sensed a life that had been sleeping for a long time, and at this moment he opened his eyes. That heavy, surging, mysterious life, the face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of orange-yellow eyes were overlooking the endless dimension. After a moment, the other party seemed to find that his eyes had passed through time and space, staring at him from an infinite distance. A strange and intimate breath surged into his mind. The will of the desert was awakened by him. Richard's mood fluctuated. He could vaguely feel how powerful the will of the desert was. He was like facing a giant 100,000 feet tall. The other party could easily tear the earth and destroy the mountains with a wave of his hand. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but suddenly found that he seemed to have been banned and could not say anything. His heart sank. Richard could sense that the will of the desert could only appear for a short time, at most 1 minute, and the other party would fall asleep again. As if sensing his mood, the orange-yellow eyes moved slightly. A message surged into his mind. It was not any language, but it directly made Richard understand what the other party meant. My child, what do you want to know? Child? Is this due to the power of the yellow sand? Richard's mind moved, and he conveyed his thoughts in the same way. He asked where the god of the desert was buried, and where the arm's nest and treasure in his hand were buried. God of the desert? Those orange-yellow eyes were a little turbulent. After a few breaths, the information came again. The god of the desert was buried in the core of the Death Desert, the forbidden land of death. Forbidden land of death. Richard was refreshed. Was the god of the desert really buried in the desert as the Lord of the Dunes said? However, the place where it was buried did not seem so easy to explore. Forbidden land of death. This name said a lot. While thinking, before he could ask another question, the will of the desert sent a second message. Many gods were buried in the forbidden land of death, and that area was not under the jurisdiction of the desert. Child, the desert is sick, it is becoming weak, and the source of everything starts from the forbidden land of death. The moment Richard received this information, his orange-yellow eyes suddenly dimmed, and the majestic aura disappeared like a broken bubble. Around the city of dusk, the flying yellow sand fell like raindrops. It fell back to the ground. Richard woke up suddenly and felt weak. He opened the attribute panel and saw that the power of the yellow sand had been cleared. He looked up at the sky in doubt. The forbidden land of death, where many gods are buried, and the desert rules cannot cover that area. Where is that area? What secrets are hidden? He felt that there was another layer of fog in his sight, and the last sentence made him feel creepy. The desert is sick, and the source of everything started from the forbidden land of death. This seems to be talking about the integration of other dimensional planes into the desert of death, but there is a discrepancy. Instead, it seems like a warning that some greater terror is about to erupt. Richard took a few deep breaths, but couldn't suppress his violently fluctuating emotions. He never thought that he would get such a thrilling information when he asked the desert well this time. What exactly is hidden in it? Richard was still in deep thought for a long time. Although the information he got this time was simple, the things behind it were enough to make anyone's back cold. He vaguely saw a huge tide coming. He was not sure whether this tsunami was related to the new expansion pack and the Crimson Moon. Everything was still unknown. You can only wait until next week and ask again. At this moment, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. The new function of the black gold system has been enabled. Please check it yourself. Richard, who was still thinking, was suddenly awakened. He immediately focused on the system prompt. After seeing the information on it clearly, his solemn mood immediately became excited. The new function is finally enabled. Richard was greatly encouraged. No matter what happens in the future, the powerful Dusk City is the foundation. The black gold system is the source of everything. With strong expectations, he opened the black gold system panel. Several new changes appeared on it. 1. After the promotion of the arms nest, the cooling time for the second promotion is shortened from 7 days to 3 days. The first one made Richard feel a little happy. The cooling time was shortened by 4 days. Although it will not have a qualitative impact on the arms, it is undoubtedly a major benefit for the training of new arms. For the rapid troops, it is very useful. Continue to read on. 2. New function: automatic promotion of arms nests. After paying enough resources, the black gold system can immediately promote the selected arms nest for the second time after the cooling is completed. Richard nodded slightly. This function is a standard auxiliary function. However, it is also quite useful. After leaving the Dusk City to go out to fight, there is no need to worry about the promotion of arms nests. However, I still feel that this function is not good enough and failed to bring him a surprise. While thinking, I looked at the third one. After seeing the attributes clearly, the original disappointment was swept away, and the surprise in my chest almost exploded. Joy overflowed from my face. 3. Newly enabled function: designated soldier training. You can select a soldier you own, consume the corresponding resources, and directly train it into this soldier. Note, the first training will be 1 level lower than its rank, and a second upgrade is required to reach the selected soldier rank. Note 2, the promoted soldiers can only be trained to the rank before the promotion, and the subsequent ranks need to be promoted normally. My goodness, this function is simply against the sky. This is the main trump card of the second stage function of the black gold system, right? What is the concept of designated soldier training? The Huayu 3-star, the 17th level soldier he wanted to expand the most, the king of the Imperial Army, has no prerequisite soldiers. If you want to expand, you can only go to the cemetery of the god of the desert to see if you can get it from the dead god. It sounds simple, but he is the master of the desert god system. For such a long time, no second god has been born in the desert god system. You can imagine how difficult this is. When he heard this news from the Lord of the Dunes, he had even given up the idea of continuing to train the Lord of the Dunes. A combat corps that cannot form a scale is destined to not become the main force of Twilight City. But now, with the new function of the black gold system, he no longer needs to find the tomb of the god of the desert. He can directly consume resources to cultivate this top level 3-star Huayu level soldier. Of course, what is cultivated now is Crown 3-star, which requires a second promotion to reach Huayu level. But this is enough. Directly creating crown soldiers, this is simply invincible! Exclamation mark. Richard couldn't suppress his excitement. After taking a few deep breaths, he didn't have any hope just now, and now he has been given such a big surprise. Under the huge gap, his mood is inevitably surging. What he values more is the possibility brought by this function. It is no exaggeration to say that this can directly affect the future development direction of the army of Twilight City. When he cultivated the army before, in addition to looking at the strength of the army, he also looked at whether the number of the army nests was sufficient. Some army attributes are very good, but the army nests are extremely rare, with only 1 or 2 and no extra. This kind of army is often rejected by him at the first time. The most important thing for the army of the territory is to be organized and able to cooperate with each other. A mixed army with a hammer here and to stick there, even if the individual combat power is several times stronger than the enemy, will still become a lamb in a large-scale war. The attributes, strengths, and attack methods of each type of soldiers are completely different. When the war develops to a certain extent, it is extremely easy to cause chaos. Just commanding can cost a person's life. Now it is different. With the new function of the black gold system, such soldiers can be directly collected in the future. There are tens of billions of people on the player forum, and there are always some lucky ones who can get some powerful unique ones. Just like the current king of the Imperial Guards, he can directly increase his troops, and he doesn't have to rack his brains to find a new king of the Imperial Guard soldier nest. In the future, as long as there are enough resources, the City of Dusk can develop without limit. This new function complements the previous function of promoting the soldier nest, which is simply amazing. The promotion function is to promote the original low-level soldiers to high-level soldiers. Some arms may not have higher levels. After being promoted by the black gold system, low-level arms can break the inherent rules and become the only and unique arms of the City of Dusk. The new function focuses on cultivating some isolated arms nests into a complete army. A match made in heaven. Thinking of this, Richard could no longer hold back his inner joy and laughed out loud. The pressure he had been under was released at this moment. No matter how the situation changes, no one can stop the progress of the City of Dusk. He just didn't believe it. If 3 Huayu level arms nests couldn't stop the enemy, could 30, 300 be able to stop it? After this storm, he could plunder some powerful isolated arms nests and bring them back for large-scale cultivation. Chapter 492, Cultivating Troops, Surrender of the Vampire Castle. After regaining his composure, Richard, in his excitement, did not hesitate to open the trading market. Let's test the effect of this new function first. The current price of each ordinary soldier's nest is lower than before, but it is still maintained at just over 400 units of ordinary resources. It takes 10 ordinary level soldiers to upgrade a soldier's nest from ordinary to elite, 100 ordinary level soldiers to upgrade to rare, 1000 rare soldiers to upgrade to rare, 10,000 brilliant soldiers, 100,000 crowned soldiers, and 1 million soldiers to upgrade to Huayu. Each promotion is 10 times the number of the previous promotion. 1 million * 400 equals 400 million units of ordinary resources. According to the current price of 1 unit of rare resources to 200 units of ordinary resources, it takes 2 million rare resources to upgrade the crown soldier to Huayu. Richard looked at the 2.6 million rare resources left on his attribute panel, and his mouth twitched. So after all this excitement, he can only cultivate a Huayu level soldier. The higher the level of the soldier, the more exaggerated the resources spent. If the crown promotion to Huayu is an exaggeration, then the number required for Huayu to be promoted to extraordinary is an astronomical figure. 10 million ordinary soldier nests. That is 20 million units of rare resources. Thinking of this data, Richard's eyelids jumped. From the time he came to Glorious Era to now, all the rare resources he earned added up, I'm afraid it has not reached 20 million. Unless he sold the several legendary treasures on him. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the ups and downs of his heart. Holding millions of rare resources, but still poor as a dog. This feeling is unique. It is impossible to explode the king of the Imperial Army at the level of Huayu on a large scale, so start with the crown. Anyway, it will take 3 days of cooling to be promoted for the second time, after recruiting it now. Thinking of this, there is no hesitation. Open the trading market, and start to purchase soldier nests in large quantities. According to the average price of 400 units of resources, that is, the price of 2 units of rare resources, he directly purchased 1 million. It was easy to spend 2 million. There was 600,000 left on the panel in an instant. This number seems to be quite a lot, but recruiting soldiers still requires a lot of resources, which may not be enough. Seeing this, Richard smiled bitterly. In his opinion, the most difficult part of recruiting soldiers is not to expand the number of soldiers' nests, but how to continue to recruit soldiers from them after the number of soldiers' nests increases. He has not increased the number of soldiers' nests on a large scale, because the resources required to recruit high-level soldiers are too exaggerated. The current income of Twilight City cannot afford so many high-level soldiers' nests. Even if he is given 100 crowns, there is no one with 1,000 brilliant moons, and there is no resource to recruit. Poverty is the biggest obstacle that Twilight City encounters on its way forward. Richard sighed. The system will temporarily give storage space to the resources purchased from the trading market, but once they are taken out, they cannot be put in again. After calming down, he looked at the long sleeping pyramid beside him where the king of the Imperial Guards could be recruited. With a thought, the black gold system immediately prompted. The ever-sleeping pyramid. 1. It can consume 10 Huayu level troop nests to promote it to the next level. 2. The ever-sleeping pyramid can be selected as a cultivation target, consuming resources to cultivate troop nests of the same type. Note, the level of the cultivated troop nest will be one level lower than the selected target, and it will require a second promotion to reach the same level. Note 2. When selecting a promoted troop, the level before the promotion will be calculated when cultivating it. After reading the attributes twice, Richard's eyes moved slightly. It's a pity that there are no loopholes in this. The promoted troop can only be calculated according to the level before the promotion, otherwise there would be no need to wait for such a long promotion cycle. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't hesitate. He immediately selected the second item selected target Eternal Sleeping Pyramid. It is detected that there are 1 million troop nests remaining. Do you want to cultivate all the troop nests Eternal Sleeping Pyramid? Note, the cultivation process is irreversible. The level of the ever-sleeping pyramid is Huayu 3 stars. If the cultivation is successful, you will get a crown 3-star troop nest. Richard was thinking, and took out the reward he got from the copy 2 days ago, the Tower Clan's troop nests. 3 crown levels. These 3 troop nests did not meet his usual troop requirements, so he left them in his hands without building them. Now they are just in use. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate them. The next second, all the millions of troop nests in his hands and stored in the system space disappeared. Then, a majestic energy surged out from the Eternal Sleep Pyramid. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged. Endless yellow sand whistled up and covered the surrounding space in the blink of an eye. The vast energy was surging unscrupulously. After 5 minutes, the yellow sand gradually settled, and next to the 3 Eternal Sleep Pyramids, one pyramid after another condensed. When the wind and sand dissipated, the energy subsided. Looking around, there were 13 more pyramids standing in this corner. Their scale is smaller than the Huayu class Eternal Sleep Pyramid. The Eternal Sleep Pyramid has been built successfully. As the black gold system's prompt sounded, Richard felt better. He immediately opened the attribute panel. The Pyramid of Eternal Sleep, level, crown 3 stars, recruitable arms, King of the Imperial Guards, crown 3 stars, number of recruitable arms, 10 weekly output, 10 recruitment conditions, 1400 units of gems, 1400 units of sulfur. Introduction, able to recruit powerful mummy soldiers, the King of the Imperial Guards. They are the kings of the mummy Imperial Guards and have considerable combat power. 13 crown 3-star level soldier nests. Richard smiled. From the current point of view, the difference between the brilliant level and the brilliant moon level is that the resources required for recruitment have dropped from 4000 units of gems and sulfur to 1400 units of gems and sulfur. Wait, this is a bit wrong. Richard felt a little uneasy and began to calculate carefully. 13 soldier nests, each can recruit 10, which is 130, 2400 rare resources for each soldier, which comes out to 312,000. This is just 1 week's output. 4 weeks a month. The total is 1.248 million units. The King of the Imperial Guards at the Brilliant Moon level, each with 8,000 rare resources. 3 soldier nests, 30 can be produced per week, 120 in 4 weeks. That's 960,000. Add the two together, hiss. He couldn't help but take a breath. Just to maintain the King of the Imperial Guards, Dusk City has to spend 2.208 million units of rare resources every month. After calculating this data, Richard's eyelids jumped. Dusk City's current monthly income is only more than 1 million rare resources. Damn it. How to make up for this gap of millions? Moreover, this is the data obtained without recruiting other arms. adding the existing arms. If Dusk City wants to recruit all the output, it will spend more than 3 million units of rare resources on recruiting troops every month. This data made Richard dry his mouth. The resource gap soared to 2 million. It turns out that the rapid recruitment of troops is not something that ordinary people can bear. No, he can't bear it anymore. No, Dusk City must make money, and make a lot of money. Black condensation ice cream must be expanded immediately. Richard gnashed his teeth. Has Lorena returned from the vampire castle? That vampire force must be hiding a lot of good things. The production plan of the magic music box in the Crucible City must be accelerated. I need this fantasy version of MP3 to make money for the City of Dusk. And the white-tailed cat clan. Where is the fine wine that these cats have researched? Why is there no movement? They must produce results in at most half a month. What about the weapons production in Bloodhoof City? Has it stagnated recently? The construction progress of the weapons factory must also be accelerated. At present, the income of Dusk City is not small, but compared with the resources he needs, it is far from enough. It was not so urgent before, but now when he calculated the accounts, he intuitively felt the problem. The huge resource gap made Richard ruthless. No matter what the reason, even if the scarlet moon rises at the gate of Dusk City, it can't stop him from making money now. After making up his mind to complete the tasks assigned to him, he retracted his mind and focused on the arms nest in front of him. In any case, the arms have been cultivated now, and they still need to be recruited. Without hesitation, he spent 31,210,000 rare resources we used to recruit all the crown level king of the Forbidden Army. It has to be said that this type of soldier is worthy of being commanded by the god of the desert. The attributes of the crown level are still domineering and fierce. If nothing else, it is at least a level stronger than the mummy guards of the same crown 3 stars. The only pity is that its strongest explosive skill, the Forbidden Sandstorm, has been reduced from a duration of 20 minutes to 10 minutes. But even so, the king of the Forbidden Army is definitely ranked among the top in terms of combat effectiveness among the crown soldiers. Looking at the mummy warriors with 5 swords lingering around him, he felt a little happier. With a wave of his hand, the power of the yellow sand surged. It directly granted these 130 kings of the Imperial Guards the trump card skill of Twilight City, desertification. As Twilight City grew and developed, the role of this life-saving skill not only did not shrink, but it has a tendency to expand. The larger the scale of the battle, the more obvious the role of the desert. I don't know how many troops were saved for Twilight City. After the king of the Imperial Guards obtained the skill, Richard did not let them stay for long. He waved his hand and asked the surrounding mummy soldiers to take them away and mix them into the army. When the front yard became quiet again, Richard's face was a little helpless. I wanted to blast a wave of soldiers, but I didn't expect to spend more than 2 million rare resources, but in the end only 13 squads of troops were exploded. It's really a bit unreasonable. Richard pondered and looked down. If the blasting of the Huayu level troops is not possible, it should be possible to upgrade the glorious troops in hand, right? Moreover, if the glorious level troops nests are upgraded to the crown, there is no need to wait any longer, and the original troops can be upgraded directly. Thousands of crown troops will be available immediately. Although there will be a larger gap in the resources for subsequent recruitment, too many lice will not itch. Let's get through this level first. To upgrade from glorious to crown, each troop needs 100,000 nests, which is 200,000 units of rare resources. Now there are 20 glorious level nests, 20 scorpion warriors, 3 mummy guardians, 10 condensed sand archers, 20 sandstorm controllers, a total of 53. The resources required for all upgrades are 10.6 million. Richard felt his scalp tingling. He could not help but feel his own poverty again. The City of Dusk has developed quite well, with hundreds of rare resources coming in every month, which is enough to stand out among the players. But compared with the consumption, it is nothing. If we keep going like this, we will have to sell our kidneys. After suppressing the ups and downs in his heart, Richard's thoughts became clear again, and he quickly changed his mindset. High-level troops cannot be expanded significantly in a short period of time, so he should cultivate brilliant level troop nests first. Compared with crown troops, brilliant ones are much cheaper. Only 10,000 ordinary level troop nests are needed to upgrade a rare level troop nest to brilliant level. Not counting the cost of purchasing rare troop nests, it is 4 million units of ordinary resources, which is only 20,000 units of rare resources. Thinking of this, Richard calmed down a lot. He withdrew from the astronomical figures required for the Huayu nest and returned to reality. After not thinking about those fantastic figures, he felt a little emotional. A few months ago, millions of troops were needed to build a nest. Ordinary resources are astronomical figures for him. It seems that it is unattainable to spend 500,000 units to upgrade the army. Unexpectedly, after just a few months, millions of resources have become insignificant numbers in his eyes. Only Huayu's level can make this heart surge. When did all this start? Richard touched his chin. It seemed that after opening the new map of the underground world, Dusk City embarked on the road to take off. After taking the underground world into his pocket, Dusk City's original construction in all aspects has also entered a new stage. In addition, he plundered huge amounts of materials from his battles outside. The superposition of various aspects has made the development speed of Dusk City soar. Shaking his head, he said nothing more. He thought that, no matter how fast the development was, he would still have to face the problem of insufficient resources. Seeing that there were less than 300,000 units of rare resources left, he felt helpless. He did not hesitate and directly opened the trading market and began to search. No matter what level of troops were dropped, there must be a nest. But he was greatly disappointed that the number of brilliant troops sold by players in the trading market was pitifully small. This was not only the case for the desert camp, but also for other camps. What was sold openly were all rubbish troops. At this time, no one was willing to sell the real good things. Upon seeing this, Richard did not stop searching and continued to look for rare level troops. After buying them back, he would be promoted once more. He could achieve glory without affecting his plan. The black gold system was the biggest bug. After more than half a year of development, players were no longer the same as they used to be. Although the glorious troops were still the best for them, the rare troops that were rare before were now so dense that it was overwhelming. Richard was also a little more energetic when he saw this and started to select them carefully. Half an hour later, he circled 3 troops as alternatives. These troops have their own strengths, and each of them can be cultivated to great effect. But just when he made up his mind to buy one of them, Kalu suddenly rushed into the room, panting and coming to him with an extremely excited tone. "Sir Richard, the soldiers just reported that there was news from Her Majesty Larina." Seeing the excitement on his face, Richard's eyes lit up. "How is the situation over there?" Kalu said in a very fast tone while panting. "Her Majesty Larina has successfully conquered the vampire castle. All vampires have surrendered. In addition, a large number of treasures and troops nests have been seized. Her Majesty Larina is now requesting to return." Richard was also excited. It was timely rain. Whatever he needed, the other party would send back. He did not bother to choose the army nest and immediately took Kalu to the quicksand. But as soon as he arrived, he saw a very shocking scene. On the side of the towering ancient tree of the gods and evil, the void sandworms that stood like a city wall were crawling in the endless yellow sand. The dark golden body was full of oppression. This behemoth, with its golden inscriptions at this moment, was extremely dazzling, and it was emitting a vast void force. The power condensed in front, tearing the void and opening a wide space crack. Through the space crack, you can see a picture full of fantasy on the other side. A medieval castle built in the dense forests of the mountains is reflected in the pupils, majestic and ancient. The outer wall of the castle is carved with dense reliefs and murals, exquisite and beautiful. It is where the royal family lives. The palace is just like this. But what attracts people's attention the most is that the walls and fortifications of the castle are full of people wearing tuxedos and noble dresses. Each one is so polite, elegant, and calm. It's like a noble dinner party held by a noble. Looking around, there are too many people to count. But these elegant nobles are all looking at a lady floating in the air in front of them with burning eyes. The other party has silver hair and silver eyes, and the blood-colored robe on her body makes her swollen chest seem to burst. The noble and elegant temperament also carries the queen's domineering and unyielding domineering. She stood in the air, and the whole world seemed to revolve around her. This being with supreme power, under the gaze of all the figures behind him, bowed to Richard in the air with his chest supported, and saluted with the most humble attitude. "Master, I have lived up to your expectations. All the blood clans have been incorporated by me. Please give the order." Thousands of eyes in the back looked in the direction of Richard. Then there was an uproar. Their master has surrendered to humans? The originally peaceful atmosphere began to become turbulent, and waves of bloody smell surged. This scene made people's psychological pressure surge. Richard's eyes were calm as usual, and he ignored those eyes filled with killing and anger, nodding slightly. "No need to be polite, Lorena, you did a good job." He waved his hand. "Come and talk." Lorena heard the words, responded yes, and then stood up, and then calmly came to the front of the space gate. But just as she was about to cross, a roar piercing the sky suddenly came from the castle. "Damn vampires. You can't get that treasure." Across the mountains is the territory of the Frostwolf family. The eldest daughter of our Frostwolf family, Miss Rebecca, is leading the army towards this mountain range. You can't afford the consequences of angering the Frostwolf family. Richard's heart skipped a beat. The Frostwolf family? He turned his head sharply to look at the castle. He asked without waiting for Lorena to pass through the gap in space. "Lorena, who is that person who spoke?" Lorena's silver eyes moved slightly, and she also turned her head to look back. "Master, that was a human who was abducted by my descendant, a 19th level vampire Marquis, 3 days ago. It is said that the human came from the Frostwolf family, a very powerful family in the Ice and Snow Empire. What's interesting is that we learned from him that there is a treasure that has greatly improved the vampires. He has been interrogating him these 2 days. However, the other party did not tell us the whereabouts of the treasure. Instead, he has been threatening us, repeatedly emphasizing that the eldest daughter of their Frostwolf family is coming soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Blood Scepter. Additional information. Richard's face was a little subtle after listening to Lorena's words. Although he knew that the vampire castle was very close to the Ice and Snow Empire, he never thought that the vampire castle could be related to the Frostwolf family. Moreover, for a vampire treasure, the other party's personnel were captured. What made him laugh and cry was that the prisoner was Rebecca's subordinate. Is this considered the god of fire burning down his own church? He felt a little relieved after he gave the girl who was ambitious and wanted to control the Frostwolf family the victory gem. The relationship between the two sides has risen to a certain level. If he asked Rebecca for that treasure for Lorena, the other party would definitely give it to him without hesitation. But what made him more interested was what was Rebecca doing during this time. It has been more than 3 months since the other party left last time. In the middle, the two sides did not have more contact except for the transaction of the Flame Dragon Rabbit. Some time ago, the other party sent a message saying that he was invited to the Ice and Snow Empire to receive the Frost Mine Vein, and there was a gift for him. He didn't have time to go either. Noticing the change in Richard's expression, Lorena asked slowly, "Master, do you have a relationship with the Frostwolf family?" Richard smiled and roughly told Rebecca's story and finally said, "The eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family has the ambition to lead the Frostwolf family and has strong execution ability, clear goals, and good skills. She is a top-notch seedling. As the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, the girl has countless people under her. But she still came to the Death Desert from the Ice and Snow Empire in person, and even set foot on the land of the Dusk City, which is enough to explain a lot of things. All these actions made him quite optimistic about Rebecca, otherwise he would not have invested such a precious thing as the victory gem in her." Lorena understood it. Her silver eyes condensed, and she looked sideways at the castle. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. A moment later, flutter, the sound of flapping wings resounded through the sky, and a large group of ferocious bats suddenly rushed out of the vampire castle. The screams that pierced the eardrums made these dark creatures even more creepy. through the dense swarm of bats, a drag figure could be vaguely seen. After a few breaths, the bats flew over the city wall and landed in front of the space gap. The bats flapped their wings and left, revealing the captives on the ground. The robes he wore looked like garbage picked up from the sewers by the lowest beggars in the city-state. There were holes all over the place, and only 2 strands of silk were left hanging on his shoulders. They barely didn't fall off completely, but judging from the shaky appearance, the silk wouldn't last long. Corresponding to the tattered robes were the disgusting scars of various sizes on his body. Some of the flesh was still rolling, and some had already scabbed. The blood turned dark brown after coagulation. His face was covered with dirty blood, and the smelly light golden curly hair covered most of his face, making it difficult to see his face. It was vaguely sensed that the other party was a middle-aged man. The other person was thrown to the ground heavily, but his hands were still supporting his bruised body, trying to get up. After supporting for a long time, he barely stood up with the veins in his neck bulging, and knelt on the ground. He was panting heavily, and he had no strength at all. But even such a disheveled captive who could die at any time made people feel his stubbornness inexplicably. The other person has an unyielding soul. The body can be killed, but the will cannot be erased. After taking a few breaths, the human kneeling on the ground slowly raised his head. The light golden hair swayed slightly, revealing a pair of blue eyes like the sea. The other person's eyes were fearless and firm. Vampire. No matter what you do, you can't get any news from me. After I die, Miss Rebecca will bring the Frost Legion to flatten your castle. The intermittent weak tone was filled with the passion of a fanatic. As he spoke, a smile that was almost crazy appeared on his face. Run for your life. A vampire exposed to the sun is just a lamb. So what if you are extraordinary? The power of the Frost Wolf family is beyond your imagination. A captive who has become a prisoner, and whose life is controlled by others, now shouts at a high and mighty vampire duke full of dark and brutal aura to run for his life. This scene makes people want to laugh, but they have to admire the other party's courage. There is a great terror between life and death. Not everyone can face death and pain, but this human did it. Richard took a deep look at the captive who was about 40 years old and said slowly, "If Rebecca's subordinates have your determination and courage, then the day when she will be in charge of the Frostwolf family will not be far away. You have won my recognition, Rebecca's subordinates." The flat tone carried the domineering and strongness that only a master who controls a place is qualified to have. Hearing the subtlety in his tone, the middle-aged man's eyes moved slightly. "Human, do you know Miss Rebecca?" He glanced at Lorena beside him and said with a bit of sarcasm, "That's a shame. Miss Rebecca would associate with a human who surrendered to vampires and abandoned the slaves of humans. Vampires are pure dark life, and what is different from other races is that they like to hunt humans who have sweet blood. Therefore, in human society, vampires are well-deserved evil villains, and almost all normal people have great disgust and malice towards them. If all evil lives such as demons, devils, undead, vampires, etc. are counted, vampires are definitely one of the top in the ranking of human disgust. At this time, Richard, in his opinion, is undoubtedly a lowly traitor who surrendered to the Grand Duke of Vampires. These people often take the initiative to assist vampires and help them open the defenses of human city-states so that vampires can slaughter and abuse humans at will. As for Richard being Lorena's master, this idea was dispelled before it even came up. How could a superhuman being be a subordinate in a relationship between the two parties? Even in the Frostwolf family, which has a legend, the superhuman is still one of the most important figures. In addition to her own excellence, Rebecca cannot do without the support of a powerful superhuman, so that she can get so much recognition in the Frostwolf family. Richard's eyes turned cold, but he did not move. Lorena's silver eyes beside him instantly turned red. The endless pressure was like a tsunami that was rolled into the sky and smashed down. The sky and the earth lost their color, and everything stopped. Creaking, the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground only felt that his soul was being grasped by a giant hand and squeezed hard. The terrifying pressure made him feel unprecedented pain. That was the pain of a damaged soul, which could not be exempted, and could not even be endured. A hysterical wail came out of his throat, like the roar of a beast before death. He only felt that the torture he suffered at this moment was a million times more painful than being tortured by the vampires there. The whole person's consciousness was wiped out in pain, but the more the squeeze and tearing feeling from the soul surged and twisted. Ah. The sound of pain gradually became weak, and even gradually became inaudible. Lorena's silver eyes still watched this scene indifferently. Her chest was heaving, filled with huge anger. No one could insult her master. She would personally harvest the souls of those who provoked her. Richard saw that the other party was almost dead, and could die at any time, so he waved his hand to stop Lorena. She was just a human who spoke rudely, and was worthless in his eyes, but Rebecca was different. He had placed a heavy bet on that girl. With a wave of his hand, a force surged into the other party's body, protecting his weak soul, and bringing him back to life. After waiting for a few minutes, the middle-aged man regained consciousness. But at this time, he was no longer able to support his body, lying on his side on the ground, gasping weakly. But even so, those eyes did not waver at all. "Is this all you have?" The corner of his mouth curled up, and that crazy smile reappeared. Richard's eyes were filled with admiration. This perseverance was really worth a lot. If Rebecca had such subordinates, the Frostwolf family would definitely be taken into her pocket. Just as he was about to speak, Lorena narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she sensed something, and then turned to Richard respectfully. "Master, the traps we left in the mountains have been triggered on a large scale. It should be the army of the Frostwolf family that is entering the mountains." Before Richard could react, the middle-aged man who barely took a breath below suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Richard with an extremely incredible look. Master? Question mark? He didn't hear it wrong. Was this due to excessive weakness and pain that brought about hallucinations? That extraordinary vampire called that human master? What a joke. A human who is only more than 10 levels can conquer an extraordinary, and it's a vampire known for its brutality and bloodiness. He felt that his brain was about to stop working. The huge shock in his heart made him feel like he almost fainted again. Richard nodded and said, "No more nonsense." The middle-aged man looked directly at the ground and said directly, "Rebecca's subordinates, I'm the master of Twilight City. You should have heard of Twilight City." He glanced at the vampire castle behind him. Countless vampires on it were staring at the space cracks, and all the focus was on him. After retracting his gaze, he continued, "The vampires in the castle have just been subdued by my subordinates. This incident was an accident. What is Rebecca looking for this time? Twilight City?" The middle-aged man looked a little surprised, and then tremblingly said, "Are you the Lord of God's grace who gave the lady a treasure?" Richard heard the temptation in his tone and said directly, "Flame Dragon Rabbit. Victory Gem." As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's face changed unpredictably, and he was surprised and unbelievable, and finally turned into bitterness. This is actually the Lord of God's grace who was repeatedly praised by the Grand Duke. Because of his special status, he accidentally learned about the Victory Gem. This kind of treasure that can attract the goddess of victory is a well-deserved top secret in the Frostwolf family. Except for the Lord of Divine Grace who gave the treasure, no other outsider could know about it. I thought that, even if he died this time, someone would avenge him. Now it seems that there is no hope. How could it be so coincidental this time? Didn't he get beaten in vain? The middle-aged man with a different brain circuit suddenly felt that the scars on his body hurt more. At this time, he wanted to slap himself a few times. If he said less at that time, wouldn't there be no such thing later? Thinking that it was his bad mouth that caused Cheofen to take action, his heart was about to twitch. He took a few deep breaths and barely suppressed his emotions before saying, "Lord Richard, I express my most sincere apologies to you. I didn't know that this crown was your subordinate." After pausing for a few seconds, he recovered some strength and said weakly, "What Miss Rebecca is looking for is quite mysterious. I don't know the details, but it is said to be related to the lost treasure of the Blood Clan. This treasure is the key to open a certain ancient ruins. We got the news that the treasure was left near this mountain range, so Miss came here in person." Richard was a little interested. This was the second time he had heard about the Blood Clan's treasure. He turned his head and looked at Lorena. "What is the Blood Clan's treasure?" Lorena's silver eyes were full of yearning. "The Blood Scepter. The Blood Scepter contains the essence of the first Blood Clan in the glorious world. The other party is the ancestor of all Blood Clans. It is also the only god in the Blood Clan. All Blood Clans are looking for this scepter. If you get it, you can get the essence of the ancestor and transform into the initial Blood Clan. Richard's eyes moved slightly. Newborn Blood Clan. This title is not small. If it is true, then the value of this scepter is obviously exaggerated. But Rebecca just wants to open the ancient ruins. What level of ruins must that be? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would just ask Rebecca later. Lorena, heal this warrior. He looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with interest. I don't know your name yet. The other party smiled bitterly. Burn salutes you. Richard looked at the other party deeply. I will remember you, Burn. Your fearlessness and courage are impressive. Burn smiled bitterly in his heart. What's the use of this? If he said less, he wouldn't have to suffer the latter. The pressure of the extraordinary is really unbearable. A pale silver light began to emanate from Lorena's side, and the majestic energy directly enveloped the other party. Although she did not have healing skills and magic, as an extraordinary, her control of magical energy has reached the pinnacle. It is easy to use it to heal the injuries of a human who is just over level 10. With the support of the majestic energy, the flesh and bone stimulated by the magic began to recover quickly. In less than 3 minutes, Burn, who was just barely breathing, stood up and could walk freely. After Lorena restrained her breath, Burn saluted again, his tone solemn and respectful. I apologize to you, Your Majesty. I'm ashamed of my recklessness just now. After Richard saw that his breath was stable, he waved his hand without saying anything and called a stone statue of the dead behind him. Let it come to Burn. You ride it to find Rebecca and say I'm waiting for her here. After thanking him, Burn didn't say much nonsense and neatly climbed onto the stone statue of the dead and then flew away in another direction. He was not afraid of any fraud. Miss Rebecca came this time, but she held a powerful trump card. The extraordinary is just a lamb in front of her. After Richard waited for the other party's figure to disappear, he retracted his thoughts and looked at Lorena again. He said with interest, how many treasures did you get in the castle this time? This is the highlight. Just now, in order to increase the number of soldiers, he wanted to sell all his kidneys. The hole caused by the increase in soldiers is too big, and he must make some extra money, otherwise he can't bear this consumption. Lorena sensed Richard's expectation, and her tone became a little more cheerful. Because every vampire has a collection, it will take some time to count them. But there are several good treasures, and you will definitely be satisfied. Richard did not ask about the treasures, but asked the most concerned question. How many rare resources are estimated? He was not short of treasures, but was extremely thirsty for resources. No less than 3 million units. Richard's heart was immediately relieved. 3 million units are enough to support this wave of violent troops. Looking at the vampire army in the castle behind, the temperament is more elegant than that of the nobles. The tone became relaxed. How strong is this vampire army? In addition to the resources he urgently needs, this vampire is the biggest gain. This is a complete combat force. It is much stronger than the scattered army. Lorena's crisp voice sounded. Master, there are 2 battalions of level 14 vampire swordsmen in the castle, with a potential of 1 crown star. Level 15 blood mages, 1 battalion, 2 crown stars. Level 16 vampire hunters, 5 squadrons, 3 crown stars. In addition, there are 3 blood clan heroes, a potential A level 19 blood clan marquis, and 2 potential B level 15 blood clan marquesses. Richard's mouth curved up immediately. Calculated in this way, there are more than 3,000 crown troops! Exclamation mark. This force should never be underestimated. Even with the current troops of Dusk City, it is not much stronger than the opponent. And there are 3 heroes in the account, one of which has reached level 19 and potentially the most important thing is that this time the harvest is so rich, but he didn't pay anything. Just send Lorena to go, and it's all done. At the critical moment, when the crimson moon is about to rise, it's too comfortable to get a large number of troops like pie in the sky. If this happens 8 or 10 times, won't Twilight City be able to take off directly? It's best to do more of this kind of thing. He likes it. After regaining his composure, Richard, who was still in joy, gave an order directly. Lead the army and let all the vampires return to Twilight City immediately. The harvest has been obtained, and there is no need to stay in this area any longer. Although the castle looks very gorgeous, Twilight City is the foundation of everything. His thoughts have always been clear, and he knows what to be greedy and what to give up. When Rebecca arrives, he will return to Twilight City immediately after seeing the girl. Now is not the time to go out for adventure. After the voice fell, Lorena's face showed a rare hesitation. Master, Richard raised his eyebrows, seeing that the other party did not continue, and felt the mystery. Lorena, is there any problem? Lorena organized her words and gestured to the gloomy sky. Master, the space around the castle is changing. A special plane is merging into the castle. That plane has a very special energy that can purify the blood of the vampires. All the vampires have benefited. Everyone is getting stronger all the time. If I can stay here, maybe my strength can be improved again. Richard already knew that the strange plane was merging into the castle and the void sandworm tried to open this area. But he was a little surprised that the strange plane could purify the blood of vampires. The purer the blood, the more fierce the vampire's fighting power, which is an irresistible temptation for any vampire. But after thinking carefully, he realized that something was wrong. Rebecca was looking for the treasure of the vampires, the blood scepter, in order to open the door of an ancient ruins. The area they were searching for was the vampire castle. Now there is another matter of the breath of the other plane purifying the blood of all the vampires. And the blood scepter hides the essence of the first vampire. This series of events obviously has a strong connection. Chapter 494 Rebecca, do you know the ancient gods? Thinking of the connection, Richard narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the blood scepter containing the blood of the original vampires is hidden in this area? He did not hide it at the moment and told Lorena his inner guess. Lorena's face froze slightly when she heard it. Rebecca's subordinate, Byrne, was too tight-lipped just now, and she did not get much information. She could not form a connection. Although she vaguely thought of this in her heart, she was not sure. After thinking for a moment, she said slowly, Master, please look. He stretched out his hand and waved it. Silver energy burst out from his body, rushing around like a storm. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the surrounding space appeared layers of fluctuations, like transparent glass being distorted. Through the distorted nodes, you can vaguely see a little blood flowing, which is the trace of the other plane. Richard frowned when he saw this. Evil, dark, cruel. The breath of that other plane made him feel irritated all over. It was as if some extremely evil life was staring at her. That plane was definitely not a good place. Perhaps the blood scepter is hidden in this area, but it's not that easy to get. Lorena's tone was very calm, and she didn't get too excited about the treasure that hadn't been discovered yet. Although it was the most precious treasure of the blood clan, for her, the energy that could purify her own blood was more important now. The treasure had been lost for too long. So long that, even if she knew its information, she didn't have much hope. Even many blood clans didn't necessarily believe in the existence of this treasure. Richard nodded and understood Lorena's thoughts. Then do you want to stay in the castle? Lorena nodded, looking serious. Master, everything is up to you. But if I stay in the castle, I will get a greater improvement. If there is an unexpected situation, I can return immediately. She pointed to the space crack. After I devoured a part of the energy of the other plane, I can already clear this turbulent space. The void sandworm can open the space door at any time. Richard frowned slightly and didn't respond to her immediately. As a transcendent, Lorena pleaded again and again, and he would usually respect her opinions. But the new expansion pack is about to start, and any decision may directly affect the fate of Twilight City. One careless mistake, and everything will be lost. It is obviously not a wise arrangement to let Lorena, an important force, stay in an area far away from Twilight City. Let's talk about it when Rebecca comes. Richard put this matter on hold, and it won't be too late to make arrangements when there is more information. Then he pointed to the towering vampire castle and the dense ancient trees behind. Send all the supplies in the castle back to Twilight City. We need this resource to expand the army. Lorena bowed and responded. As you wish. He immediately turned around and flew into the castle to make arrangements personally. Not long after, the whole castle became lively. Thousands of vampires with bat wings flapping, in groups of 3 or 5, flew out of the castle dragging huge boxes. The scene was quite grand. After passing through the space gate, under the guidance, they entered the Eternal Land and piled all the boxes in this private plane of Richard. Those residents who were still busy were almost scared to death when they saw so many vampires flying in. After they realized that this was the army of Twilight City, they all praised Richard loudly. The scene was quite interesting. The unique talent of blood gave each vampire the ability to transform into a bat, and all of them were flying soldiers. Therefore, the speed of moving goods was very fast. Richard was quite happy watching the ant-moving scene. The benefit of conquering Lorena was not only to get a supernatural, but also a race. In the future, this vampire Grand Duke can continue to attract new vampires to join him. He began to seriously consider whether to let the vampires continue to stay in the castle. If this castle is managed seriously, with its geographical advantage of being close to the Ice and Snow Empire, it can completely open up a new source of income for Twilight City. This is a fatal temptation for him who is short of money now. The vampire army that is acting as porters is working hard at this moment and dare not have the slightest dissatisfaction. In the system of the vampires, the high-level vampires have absolute dominance over the lower-level vampires. Not to mention Lorena's extraordinary strength. Just relying on her ancestors' identity is enough to make them obedient. Even different from Richard's idea of a fierce battle to subdue the Blood Clan. After Lorena went to the castle, the vampires sensed her blood. Then they knelt down excitedly. There was no resistance or struggle. The blood coffin in the hands of the orcs was originally snatched from the castle. Lorena is the object of the vampire army. It is completely natural for her to take over the castle after she wakes up. The savings in the castle are very rich. Thousands of blood clans were busy for nearly 20 minutes to move all the supplies to the Eternal Land. The vampires who executed the order did not enter the castle again. They stayed in front of the space gap one by one, quietly waiting for orders. The army formation formed by thousands of blood clans with bat wings was very neat, densely packed, and quite visually impactful. In terms of discipline, vampires and demons are the strongest among all evil lives. Both races have absolute dominance over the lower classes. They are the benchmarks of lawful evil. Richard did not say anything at this time, and Lorena also quietly waited for orders. The two big guys did not speak, and the air fell into silence. After a moment, Richard, who had finished observing the blood race, seemed to have thought of something, and waved his hand to signal the Dark Soul Eater, Critus, who was guarded by 32 dark servants in the back. This 19 boss has been stationed in the Quicksand Land with the ancient tree of the gods recently, guarding the Eternal Land, and also to support the L-plane that may change at any time. Critus, is there any new news from the L-plane? Critus, who is 6 meters tall and as strong as a mountain, said in a muffled voice. Master, the two princesses have recently contacted the army that is still loyal to the L royal family through certain channels. Although the number is small, the trend is very good, and they have been hiding in the forbidden area, and the outside world cannot enter, so it is safe for the time being. Gunter and Gray have also been assisting each other. Richard nodded. We are temporarily unable to deploy troops on a large scale against the L-plane, and have we informed them that they are coming to Twilight City? We have already informed them, but the two princesses are very strong-willed and are unwilling to come to Twilight City at this moment. They made it clear that, even if Twilight City cannot spare them, they must prepare first. Richard heard this, and had a little more appreciation for the two people. They are clear about the current situation, and have not relied on anything. From the beginning to the end, the other party has always taken their own efforts as the benchmark. These two people have great potential. You must keep an eye on them. If there is any accident, you must bring them back as soon as possible. Others died in battle, but these two princesses are irreplaceable and scarce resources, and nothing must happen to them. Critus nodded. I will follow your orders. After saying this, he seemed to think of something and said hesitantly, Master, the two princesses also said that they are looking for a special treasure and want to give it to you as a thank you gift. That treasure is a legacy of the gods. Although it is not a divine weapon, according to them, it also has a very special function. Richard became a little interested. This is the second gift that people want to give him. A legacy from the gods? It sounds very attractive. Okay, you just focus on this matter. If you need any help, tell me. Yes, master. The vampires in front of the space gap listened to the conversation between the two quietly, with subtle expressions, guessing Richard's true identity. How much money must it be to be the master of their ancestors? But there was too little information, and nothing specific was obtained. At this moment, a thumb-sized black dot suddenly appeared in the dim sky in the distance. The black dot quickly approached, and gradually grew larger as everyone watched. In less than a minute, a team of flying soldiers led by the King Stone statue quickly arrived. It was a group of griffins with a wingspan of more than 15 meters, shining with a faint blue light. The feathers on their bodies seemed to be carved from ice, crystal clear, like rare treasures. The breath was cold and violent, and they were definitely not good people. There were about a squadron of blue griffins, and on them sat burly knights wearing golden patterned masks, carrying air lances and long bows. The most eye-catching person was the one in the center. The female warrior in white full body armor rode a two-headed griffin. Its size was more than twice that of the griffin next to it. From a distance, it looked like an adult griffin was flying with a group of underage griffins. The army approached quickly, and after a few breaths, it hovered 100 meters away from the space gate. The flapping wings caused gusts of cold wind. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of vampires, the griffins did not show any confusion, and the knights under the golden masks were full of fighting spirit. Even if you don't look at the attributes, you can tell from this scene that this army is extraordinary. The two-headed griffin flew out alone. Led by the stone statue of the dead, it came to the front of the space gap without fear. The female warrior on top pulled the reins, and the griffin stopped instantly, and then the other party took off the golden helmet. Swish, the long hair fluttered in the wind. A perfect white face appeared in front of everyone. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke. After taking off her helmet, the girl stared at Richard closely, with a bright smile on her face. Sir Richard, long time no see. The happiness and joy in her words seemed to overflow from her chest at this moment. Richard's mouth curled up slightly. Rebecca, I didn't expect to meet you here. Rebecca's eyes curved into crescents. Her tone was light. Me too. As she spoke, she looked curiously at the fierce vampire army and the open space door below. Sir Richard, what is this? Richard shrugged. The subordinates I just subdued. Speaking of which, there were some misunderstandings with your subordinates. As she spoke, she looked at the middle-aged man who came down from the stone statue of the dead with a bit of admiration. Burn. The courage of this Sir Burn is precious. Burn below showed a bit of a painful smile on his face. He was courageous, but it was not pleasant to be beaten. And if it weren't for that extra nonsense, he wouldn't have almost died. After a simple courtesy, Richard's face became a bit serious. Rebecca, are you looking for the blood scepter of the vampires? Rebecca nodded. Yes. She glanced at the vampire army. I got the news that the blood scepter will appear in this area. There is only a vampire castle here in this mountain range. My target was originally these vampires. They have a particularly strong sense of the blood of their ancestors. After saying this, her tone was a little coquettish. But, I didn't expect that they were all subdued by you. Sir Richard, you have to lend me a few vampires. Otherwise, I won't agree. Riding on the giant two-headed griffin, the heroic girl showed a little girl's expression. It gave people a strong contrast. Burn below had a thumping heart, and looked at Richard with a dry mouth. Could this Lord of God's grace be the lady's partner? With a shudder in his heart, he immediately stood up straight, and tried to be more respectful. Richard laughed and gestured to his side. It's all small matters. Lorena can go with you. Rebecca's attention was now on Lorena, who had silver hair and silver eyes, and whose chest seemed to make her clothes burst. She first looked at the exaggerated mountains with a little envy, and then said with some surprise, Sir Richard, is your subordinate a supernatural one? After watching Richard nod, she was full of amazement. It has been a long time since they last met, and there are even supernatural people in Dusk City? At the same time, she felt a little proud. This is the friend she chose! Exclamation mark. In her heart, she even wanted to go back to her father to show off, to let him see how good her vision is. Richard didn't get entangled in these trivial matters, and asked the most concerned question. You use the blood scepter to explore ancient ruins? What ruins require the treasure of the Blood Clan? This topic made Rebecca's face solemn. Slowly took out a pendant from her arms, and then the pendant emitted a majestic energy, isolating him and Richard alone. Put an end to the prying of the outside world. After doing all this, Rebecca stared into Richard's eyes and said word by word, "Sir Richard, do you know about the ancient gods? Ancient gods?" Exclamation mark. Richard's eyes condensed. "What do you mean?" Rebecca's face became particularly solemn. "I found their traces in that ruins. Sir Richard, perhaps you don't believe that the gods today have become gods by stealing the power of the ancient gods." As she said this, her eyes were filled with pain. The ice and snow goddess is the same. Richard heard this and looked at her deeply. Unexpectedly, Rebecca had contacted the ancient gods in advance. Looking at the look of the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf family who had her dream shattered, slowly said, "Rebecca, maybe I know it earlier than you. Even, I have contacted the spokespersons of the ancient gods. They are calling for the return of the ancient gods." Rebecca suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. "Sir Richard, you didn't lie to me?" Richard looked at her meaningfully. "Perhaps, in a few days, not just you, but the whole world will be able to see this scene. The ancient gods will once again set foot in the world." Chapter 495, Special Arms Castle Heroes. Rebecca's eyes widened when she heard Richard's words, and she looked at him in disbelief. "The ancient gods are about to return!" Exclamation mark. "The other party actually contacted those ancient gods before her?" Exclamation mark. She thought that, even if she told this news, Richard might not believe it. Unexpectedly, the news Richard gave was even more explosive. At that moment, her tone was slightly trembling. "Sir Richard, how did you know this news? Have you had contact with those ancient gods?" Richard glanced at the dark blue griffin that seemed to be carved out of ice and snow 100 meters away. He said meaningfully, "Rebecca, it won't be long before you can see the changes in this world. When the time comes, it won't be too late to explore the root of it. What you should do now is to increase the power in your hands and become stronger. In the face of changes, only strength is the only thing. The system rules limit the disclosure of too much news about the Crimson Moon to the natives. What he can say here is already the limit." Rebecca looked into those deep eyes and nodded thoughtfully. After taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "Sir Richard, no matter how the situation changes, you are my friend." Richard smiled and looked straight into those serious eyes. "Rebecca, you will always be a friend of Twilight City." The two smiled at each other. The atmosphere immediately became harmonious, and the strange feeling of not meeting for a long time melted away at this moment. This area is merging with the other plane, and the breath emitted from it can purify the vampire blood. This is definitely not a kind place. If you are not sure, it is better to evacuate first, and wait until that plane is completely integrated before exploring. Rebecca looked up at the sky. The aftermath of the energy fluctuation created by Lorena just now is still there, and a breath of evil darkness can be faintly sensed to penetrate the void. After a moment of silence, she said in a concentrated voice, "The blood scepter is in this area. The information I received was calculated by a superb priest with the ability of divination at the end of his life, and it will not go wrong. This is the only key to open the ancient ruins. I can't leave." His eyes were firm. "Sir Richard, my path must always be walked by me, and no one can replace me. Danger can never be avoided, and I can't stop moving forward because of this. That ancient ruins has a professional heritage that is incomparably in line with my career. This opportunity must not be given up." At this moment, the girl, wearing full body armor and with long hair dancing in the wind, had a dazzling light in her eyes like a sky full of stars, and her stubborn and determined temperament made people tremble. Some people are always so dazzling. Richard took a deep look at the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf family. Perhaps only with such a character can you defeat those excellent competitors and take charge of the most famous family in the Ice and Snow Empire. I respect your choice, Rebecca. His tone was full of rare appreciation. Everyone has his own mission. Now that you have chosen your goal, don't be disturbed by the outside world. Don't waver or hesitate. You've done a good job. This was said to Rebecca, and also a warning to himself. After the voice fell, he took out a gem emitting yellow sand light from the system space. If anyone needs help, you can crush this gem. I will sense it. The gem was infused with the power of yellow sand. As long as the power of yellow sand dissipates, he can sense it. This is some extra tricks he learned after being promoted to level 15. Although it is not a top treasure, it also requires great patience to input power. He failed dozens of times before getting 3 or 5 of these. For the time being, it can only be used in certain critical occasions. After Rebecca reached out to take it, she subconsciously clenched the gem, as if it was a rare treasure. Her eyes were fixed on Richard. The emotion in her chest almost overflowed. Sir Richard. After calling softly, her eyes were rippling, as if water could drip out. Then, as if she thought of something, she spoke in a brisk tone. I got a special treasure before, which should be of great help to you, he said with some apology. It's a pity that I didn't bring it this time. Richard smiled. After this storm calms down, I will go to the Ice Empire. Come to think of it, I haven't seen the Frost Mine yet. Rebecca's eyes immediately curved. You are welcome to come anytime. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and waved, breaking the surrounding shields, allowing the outside world's voices to come in again. Except for the secrets of the ancient gods, other news does not need to be guarded so strictly. Seeing this, Richard subconsciously lowered his head to look at the vampire army. After thinking for a moment, his eyes looked at Lorena. Lorena, you lead the Blood Clan to continue to stay in the castle and support Rebecca. Whatever Rebecca asks, as long as it can be done, it must be met. In 3 days, I will take you back to the City of Dusk. The aura here can purify the blood of vampires, so there is no need to bring the entire army back so quickly. There are still a few days, and it may not be impossible to improve their combat effectiveness again. Especially Lorena. This level 22 supernormal is very important to Twilight City. If she can upgrade one more level in these 3 days, she will make a lot of money. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Rebecca's heart trembled when she heard the words. Her breath froze at this moment. She only felt that her face became particularly hot at this moment, and at the same time, she seemed to hear the sound of her heart beating like a drum. Sir Richard, you really left the supernormal here. She has been to Twilight City and knows its power. Although Twilight City has developed rapidly, Richard is a lord of God's grace after all, and is still a lot worse than a real noble. The power of supernormal is definitely the pillar of Twilight City. Judging from the other party's tone, the situation will change unpredictably next. It is related to those ancient gods. In this case, because of her arrival, the other party has left the top power of Twilight City to her. The emotions in her heart are like a turbulent wave at this moment, and it is difficult to determine the ups and downs. Burn Below heard this, and subconsciously glanced at Rebecca's expression. Her eyes seemed to melt when she looked at Richard, and she sighed in her heart. Giving away victory gems, and sending extraordinary people to protect the other party. How many girls can resist such actions? Next time I see Lord Richard, should I change my words? Lorena didn't hesitate at all, and immediately held her chest to answer. I will obey your orders, Master. Richard's orders are absolute wills, and she will complete them, even if she sacrifices her life. This is a rule ingrained in the soul. Sir Richard, I have enough power in my hands. You should take this His Majesty back. Lorena agreed, but Rebecca was a little anxious. Twilight City needs the power of His Majesty more than I do. Richard looked at the girl with a blush on her face, waved his hand directly, and said without question, I have my own arrangements, just listen to me. Rebecca's heart skipped another beat, and immediately, like a cat with its first stroked, she said obediently. After this conversation, Richard no longer had the interest to stay, and he had to hurry back to recruit soldiers. Rebecca, go and complete your mission. The day when you take charge of the Frostwolf family will not be far away. Rebecca looked at Richard deeply. I won't let you down, she said, holding the gem that had been warmed up tightly in her hand, and drove the two-headed griffin to turn around and leave. Burn Below was a little dumbfounded watching this scene. The dead stone statue that brought him here had just returned to the team, but now there was no flying mount. He hasn't got on the car yet! Exclamation mark. Miss Rebecca, wait for me, wait. Richard looked at Rebecca's figure who came and went in a hurry, and couldn't help but sigh. Being in this land, too many fetters, made him unable to control himself. Shaking his head, he didn't think about these things anymore. Turning around and crossing the void rift, he returned to the quicksand. He waved to the void sandworm on the ground. Seeing this, the giant bug that looked like a wall immediately dispersed its power, causing the void crack to disappear without a trace. With Lorena leading the Blood Clan, there was nothing to worry about. If things didn't work, they could call on the void sandworm to open a gap in space. Extraordinary, there are plenty of ways. Richard glanced at the quicksand land. The Dark Tree people had been rearranged to guard in front of the City of Dusk, and the land became somewhat empty, leaving only a black mass of poisonous wasps and killing wasps in the sky. But with the two bosses, the godly ancient tree and Critus, this area is still the safest area in the City of Dusk. Guard the eternal land. After giving the instructions, Richard didn't waste any words and turned directly to the space gate on the side of the godly ancient tree and stepped into it. Although the eternal power is immature, every time he steps into this plane, it will bring him a considerable power bonus. This is the exclusive characteristic of the plane master. Every time he looks forward to it, when the eternal land expands to hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, how domineering the power attached to him will be. No way, the eternal land is his real home. After calming down, he looked at the boxes piled up like a hill. These were all carried by vampires. The boxes were half a person tall and made of white oak. Just looking at them, you can feel that they are solid. With a thought, the gravel on the ground flew up and turned into a giant hand to open the top box. Crash! The box was not supported and directly tilted to the side, and the full box of gems poured out from it. The sound of the dingling taro was crisp and pleasant to the ears, and everything in sight was a flash. The scene looked very attractive. If there was a dragon here, I'm afraid it would go crazy. With a wave of his hand, the gravel rolled up the gems and sent them to him. Then Richard directly put them into the system space. After emptying the treasure box, the system prompt sounded quietly. Ding, you got 5,000 units of gems. Richard's mood immediately improved a little. This is a pure extra gain, and he was very happy. At the moment, he couldn't help but speed up the action of opening the box. Because the Blood Clan did not compile a detailed list, they had no idea what was in the box. At this time, they felt a bit excited, like opening a blind box. They never knew what treasures they would get from the next box. Richard enjoyed this process very much. He directly stored the resources he opened into the system space and put aside the treasures for the time being. From the box, he also obtained a large number of luxury goods made of gems and pearls, and even a lot of antiques and paintings. These things were obviously accumulated by the Blood Clan. At present, they can only be sold at a high price to the natives. Players are not interested in antiques from the glorious era. Let's put them aside for the time being. After a lot of picking and choosing, Richard spent more than half an hour to open all the boxes. Most of the boxes were filled with rare resources, with gems and mercury being the most. The total number of rare resources obtained was 3.1 million units. Adding the 300,000 units that were originally left, the data on the attribute panel soared to 3.4 million. He breathed a sigh of relief. There were finally enough resources to support the next surge of troops. But just when he was about to deal with those low-level treasures and antique paintings, a sound of flapping wings suddenly came from behind. Richard turned his head subconsciously, and a vampire hero appeared in his sight. There was some confusion in his eyes. Did Lorena have anything else to tell him? When the vampire approached, he immediately folded his bat wings and humbly held his chest. Great Lord, this is what Lorena's ancestor asked me to give you. He held something in both hands and stretched it out. Richard looked at it intently. It was a miniature castle. It looked like it was carved by a master, quite delicate. What is this? The vampire hero said immediately. This is a special soldier's nest. Lorena's ancestor said that you can use it. Richard immediately became interested. Although he was very happy to open the box just now, he always felt that something was missing. It turned out that the soldier's nest was not in his hands. After reaching out to take it, he nodded to the vampire hero. Go, assist Lorena well. Joining Twilight City is the greatest fortune of your life. Your future has unlimited possibilities. The vampire hero stood up, his eyes full of meaning. Great Lord, we believe in the vision of Lorena's ancestors. I hope to fight with you in the future. Richard opened the other party's attribute panel with interest. It was the strongest of the 3 vampire heroes that Lorena had conquered. Potential air level 19. Nodded. Very good. Twilight City needs fresh blood like you to join. I also hope that you can show the edge of the Blood Clan and make contributions to Twilight City as soon as possible. After the vampire hero left with some complicated emotions, Richard looked at the mini castle in his hand. His heart was full of curiosity. Special troops? How special? Can it be comparable to the evil spreader? Open the attribute panel. Castle heroes. Special soldier. Level. Crown 3 stars. Recruitable soldier. Castle heroes. Crown 3 stars. Number of recruitables. None. Weekly output. None. Recruitment conditions. Special recruitment conditions. After the troops in the territory are killed, their souls will return to the castle. 1 castle hero can be recruited for every 3 hero souls. The potential of the souls killed is lower than the crown level. For each level lower, the number of souls required increases tenfold. Introduction. A troop nest with a strange power. It seems that it can snatch souls from the god of death. Chapter 496. Crowned Dead Statue. After Richard read the properties of the arms nest, his interest soared. This arms is really special. After the arms die, their souls will be collected and become new arms. Although this is not as convenient as recruiting directly in the arms nest, it greatly improves the war potential of Twilight City. This arms is a bottom-up arms. The significance of its existence is not comparable to that of a few crowns or brilliant moon arms. This arms alone can greatly increase the war potential of Twilight City. Before, the army died in battle. If you want to get new troops, you can only recruit from the original arms nest. But the output of the arms nest is limited, and it is fixed to so much per week. Even if there are resources in hand, once a major loss is suffered in a short period of time, it is extremely difficult for the army to recover quickly. You can only buy new arms from outside. But with a castle hero arms nest, it is immediately different. The more deaths, the more arms can be recruited from it. Although it takes 3 souls to recruit 1, and the number of those below the crown level increases tenfold for each level lower. But even so, its role cannot be ignored. To a large extent, it directly recovered the losses of the Dusk City army. In his eyes, this army nest is no less valuable than the extraordinary level nest. What a treasure. Lorena really understands him. Richard's smile became particularly bright. After calming down, looking at the antique oil paintings covering the ground, he couldn't help but think about it and put all these things into the system space. I will give them to Weya to deal with next time I go to Solan City. The system space will increase with the level. After he reached level 15, the space has reached 200 cubic meters, which is the size of an ordinary warehouse. There is not much pressure to load these things. Richard, who was in a good mood, did not stay any longer, turned around and walked out. But after taking a few steps, he saw the residents who were still busy moving supplies in his peripheral vision. His footsteps paused. Last time, the Lord of the Dunes and the God of the Kobolds launched an attack on the City of Dusk, which resulted in the capture of most of the City of Dusk, the death of 70% of the army, and the destruction of a large number of buildings. This directly shows that the defense of the City of Dusk is far from being impregnable. The situation this time is unclear, and he must prepare for the worst. Because the loss last time was too exaggerated, he did not leave the Eternal Land idle after obtaining it. Instead, he asked Kalu to arrange some people to build various facilities in it as a backup. It came in handy at this time. Looking from a distance, on the ground, there is already a small city in the shape of a small city. Although most of those buildings are residential houses, there are only 30 to 50 buildings, which is pitifully small compared to the population of 7,000. But at least there is a basic framework, so that not everyone sleeps on rocks and soil. Richard looked at it for a while and said nothing, turned around and left this new plane. As a temporary shelter, the Eternal Land is enough to have a place to live, and it does not require residents to live there for a long time. When the storm subsides, we can invest more resources in it and build a real city. After leaving the Eternal Land, Richard did not rush back to the City of Dusk, but entered the two-way portal leading to the underground world. It has been more than half a month Since the last harvest of Bloodhoof City, and the weapons forged by those underground lives must have accumulated a lot. It's time to go again. Not long after, Bloodhoof City welcomed their master again. Richard didn't waste time, and he was too lazy to inspect the Bloodhoof City, which had become vibrant without any worries. He directly asked Sel Bloodhoof, the chief of the dungeon barbarians and the lord of Bloodhoof City, to gather the weapons purchased from other tribes during this period. Taking advantage of this gap, Richard opened the trading market and checked it carefully several times. The current weapons business is indeed as he expected. As time goes by, the strength of players is rapidly improving. At the beginning, the broken weapons he got from Bloodhoof City were extremely popular, but now, those broken weapons have long been ignored. Even some inferior intermediate weapons are not easy to sell. When players become stronger, they will naturally develop the military, and weapon forging is the top priority. It has become a fact that inferior weapons are eliminated. Richard was relieved when he noticed the changes in the market. His layout was finally not behind. The reason why he valued the upgrade of Bloodhoof City's forging technology so much was the change in the player market. If you fall behind, you will be eliminated. This is an eternal truth. But now, he can breathe a sigh of relief. The seeds have been sown, and the next step is to wait for them to sprout. The Forger Association has been successfully established, and a large number of other tribes and forces enter Bloodhoof City every day to exchange and learn. Because the conditions set by the Forger Association, you must share your forging skills and secrets before you are qualified to learn from others. Therefore, the Forger Association has accumulated a wealth of forging knowledge in just 1 month, since it was established in Andal. And after everyone tasted the sweetness, the atmosphere of mutual exchange and improvement has become more and more intense. According to Cyril, the improvement of Bloodhoof City's forging technology can be described as changing with each passing day. The entire weapon forging industry is developing rapidly. After listening to Cyril's report, Richard was quite satisfied. In his plan, the entire underground world would become an arsenal, which is gradually being realized. Interestingly, until now, he is still using food to trade with those underground tribes. In this land, it is not possible to completely eradicate the food crisis by solving the Great Wars and making Bloodhoof City the overlord. The environment of the underground world is not suitable for growing food at all, so even after Bloodhoof City became the overlord, the living patterns of most people have not changed. They still have to use the weapons they produce in their hands to exchange for food in Bloodhoof City. In this way, they can survive. But it must be said that this operation, that is impossible on the surface, is not only easy to achieve in the underground world, but also makes those tribal forces full of gratitude. It is so comfortable to have enough food. They don't know anything else. At least now, they don't have to risk their lives every day to go out to find food and live a life of hunger and fullness. This is the underground world, and most of the places with food are occupied by terrifying monsters. If there is a choice, no one would risk their life to fight those monsters that cannot be killed for a mouthful of food. Compared with the past, how much easier is the work now? If you work hard to forge weapons, you can even store some of them, or go to Bloodhoof City to buy some goods handed down from the City of Dusk to improve the quality of life. Of course, these underground lives who live a happy life do not know that this is actually economic colonization. When all the materials in the underground world depend on the City of Dusk, then the underground world can only move forward according to Richard's will. One day he does not need weapons, and asks those tribal forces to weave thongs. They will all go there happily. The disadvantages of this kind of rule are obvious. There is insufficient direct control over those forces, and there must be enough strength to suppress the other party. The advantage is that the cost is very small, and the City of Dusk does not need to pay management costs to enjoy a steady stream of benefits. Obviously, the current ruling model is more in line with the current Dusk City. Unexpectedly, this acquisition of weapons, minus the purchase cost, earned 600 million units of ordinary resources. Converted, it is 3 million rare resources. Richard looked at the data on the attribute panel that soared to 6.4 million, and the corners of his mouth curled up high. The joy in his heart was beyond words. The deficit of Twilight City. There is a place to fill it! Exclamation mark. The weapons trade in the underground world will probably become the pillar industry of Twilight City in a short time. Sure enough, the arms trade in this world is the most profitable business. The plan of the underground world weapons factory must be firmly and forcefully promoted. Forging technology must always be ahead of mainstream players. Those top elites may have various adventures and develop beyond ordinary people, but most players are still ordinary people. As long as they can lead 70% of the players, the weapons trade in the underground world will always be worth doing. However, if the timeline is extended, he is still more optimistic about the development potential of the low-priced black condensed ice cream. This kind of fast-selling product has infinite repair cases and infinite audiences, and the cost can be reduced as the scale increases. On the other hand, it takes a long time for each generation upgrade of the weapons factory, and the scale cannot be expanded indefinitely. The level of the forger alone directly limits the development of the weapon forging industry. No fourth can cultivate a large number of top forgers. While Richard was enjoying the joy of harvesting another wave of leaks, the players on the forum were annoyed again. Fuck, how many times has King Q sold weapons on a large scale? Is this guy still human when he throws out tens of thousands of weapons at a time? Every time I think my strength has improved and I'm getting closer to King Q, he always tells me in a nonchalant manner that I'm still far behind. How many resources can so many weapons exchange for? Who can stop this sudden surge of troops? Because it has been a long time since the last copy, the ID King Q has already shown a bleak trend on the forum. With so many things happening every day, it is difficult for people to keep their attention on one person for a long time. But his big move immediately reminded countless players of the figure who was almost invincible in the death arena, fighting 1 against 100. The popularity soared rapidly. Some players who have been in the limelight recently were immediately left aside, making them feel how fast the world changes. Richard is not as bored as the players, shouting and making a fuss about such trivial matters. After harvesting the leaks in Bloodhoof City, he took a walk under the guidance of Cyril. Then he went straight to Furnace City, which has become an important city for the scientific research base of Dusk City. He inspected Furnace City and asked about the progress of automatic sewing and harvesting machines and magic sound boxes. He also visited the relevant factories before leaving. After a busy day, Richard left the underground world and returned to the quicksand land. It was already the morning of December 25th. He hurried back to the Lord's mansion and leaned on the soft armchair, too lazy to move. Busy life. Richard smiled bitterly. There were too many things piled up in his hands, and he couldn't handle them, even if he split it into two. After drinking a few sips of the hot tea that the maid had just brewed, he was too lazy to work anymore, so he went to sleep and didn't get up until noon. After lunch, he went straight to the front yard. His eyes became excited. With 6.4 million units of rare resources in hand, he could already do a lot of things. Improving the combat effectiveness of the army is an inevitable option. He opened the attribute panel of the troops, and after a moment of hesitation, he stopped at the column of the stone statue of the dead. The stone statue of the dead, 3 stars of Huayu, 11 nests, weekly output of 110, current number 1100. This troop with explosive combat power has stayed at the level of Huayu for too long. Twilight City needs them to take on more important combat tasks. To promote Huayu to the crown, 100,000 ordinary level troop nests are required. 400 million ordinary resources can buy this number. In rare resources, it is 200,000 units. 11 troop nests, 2.2 million. After the troop nests are promoted, all Huayu troops must be promoted to the crown, which also requires a lot of resources. But the stone statue of the dead is the most powerful troop in Twilight City for a long time, and it is worth investing in it, no matter how much. He never hesitates to increase the power in his hands. Richard did not hesitate, and directly began to purchase troop nests on a large scale. After spending 2.2 million rare resources, 1.1 million troop nests were obtained. He looked at the lair of the dead stone statue in front of him with burning eyes. He opened the black gold system and directly chose to upgrade. After millions of soldiers' nests disappeared, 11 soldiers' nests emitted a dim light and began to usher in their own transformation. After 10 minutes, the light gradually dissipated. Richard saw this and couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Lair of the Dead Stone Statue. Level. Crown 3 stars. Recruitable soldiers. Dead Stone Statue. Crown 3 stars. Number of recruitables. 0 weekly output. 10 recruitment conditions. 1400 units of gems. 1400 units of crystals. Introduction. A troop nest formed by the fusion of 2 arms, which can summon fierce stone statues, and has powerful combat power. Richard focused his eyes on the recruitment conditions column. Gems and crystals are 1400 units each, which is several times higher than the previous 300 units each. Like the crown level king of the Forbidden Army, it costs 2800 units to recruit each one. Now, there are still 1100 dead stone statues in Dusk City. If all these brilliant soldiers are promoted to crown, multiplying the two, Richard silently calculated. He got the accurate data: a total of 3.08 million units of rare resources are needed. Just spent 2.2 million, and there are 4.2 million left. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is within the tolerance range. What he is most worried about is that there are too many soldiers' nests and he can't afford to recruit them. That would be a waste of resources. Immediately let the soldiers pass the order to recall all the dead stone statues to Dusk City. Only in Dusk City can soldiers be promoted. This is the rule of the Black Gold system. An hour and a half later, all the dead stone statues that went out on patrol returned. After receiving the soldier's report, Richard did not hesitate, and directly chose to promote all brilliant dead stone statues to crown on the panel of the soldier's nest. The moment he made the choice, the resources on the attribute panel instantly remained 1.18 million units. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion, all the stone statues of the dead on the walls of the City of Dusk felt a huge force surging out of their bodies. Eye-catching inscriptions appeared on the dragon scale-shaped armor on the body, and the cold stone wings spread out behind them emitted a faint glow, and the momentum on their bodies soared to an exaggerated degree. The battle axe held tightly in his hand now emitted a cold light that was even more compelling. Transformation. The transformation from glory to crown. When the aura on his body gradually converged, this top-level soldier, which was synthesized from the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle, finally stepped from glory to the crucial crown. This small step is a huge transformation. Richard looked at the stone statues of the dead guarding in front of him in the yard, his eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. This soldier is genuine, and was cultivated by him step by step. From the rare at the beginning to the crown now, every step is very solid. Opening the attribute panel, the first thing that caught his eye was the opponent's level. Dead stone statue level. 15 potential. Crown 3 stars now. The 1100 brilliant arms in his hand have become 1100 crowns. And the level of all the dead stone statues has crossed the threshold of top arms. Level 15. This is a qualitative transformation. Chapter 497. New era opens in the Scarlet Moon. P.S. The attributes of the dead stone statue have been placed at the end of the chapter, related to the work. Free chapter. After seeing the attributes of the dead stone statue, after it was promoted to crown 3 stars, the tight string in Richard's heart quietly relaxed a lot. Every rank upgrade is a huge transformation for the army. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade, and accordingly, the more exaggerated the enhancement after the upgrade. The dead stone statue originally had all B level skills, but now they have all been upgraded to A level, and the attributes have risen across the board. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if the dead stone statue is taken out alone, the player has to treat it as a small boss. It's too fierce. Originally, this powerful army was suppressed by the King of the Imperial Guards, because of the rank gap. Now that its potential has been improved, it immediately has a bit of a competitive attitude. And the King of the Imperial Guards is a 3-star level army of Huayu. After being fully upgraded by 5 strengthening crystals, fused with gems, and enhanced with attack technology, the legendary treasure, the origin fire strengthens the combat power of the dead stone statue, which is almost a dominant existence in the same rank. If it can be upgraded to Huayu 3 stars, the King of the Imperial Guards is definitely not the opponent of this dead stone statue. The trump card he personally cultivated is not a weakling. In addition to the original army, he has 500 mummy guards, 130 kings of the Imperial Guards, and 125 skeleton blood dragons, with a total of 1,855 people, nearly 2 battalions. In addition to the 2 battalions of brilliant arms and 13 squads of Huayu level kings of the Imperial Guards. It is no exaggeration to say that even in Solon City, where the legendary ascetic monks are stationed, this army can be called the backbone. One's own strength is the strongest confidence to deal with external challenges. Richard's mouth curled up. This is not to mention the 3 battalions of the Blood Clan army led by the extraordinary Larina. In addition, there are the ancient godly tree and 2,000 dark treemen, plus thousands of poisonous wasps and killer wasps. If all these combat forces are counted, the number of troops owned by the City of Dusk has exceeded that of a legion. Tens of thousands of people. These are real combat forces, without any falsehood. Comfortable. No matter how the situation changes, he has the confidence to deal with it. All his previous efforts have finally paid off. After upgrading all the stone statues of the dead to crowns, Richard did not continue to increase the number of troops. The remaining more than 1 million rare resources in his hands are left in his hands for the time being. The first of every month is the time for the troops' nests to refresh their production. Today is the 25th, and it will be a few days later. This wave of upgrades is cool, and the cost of recruiting troops will also soar exponentially at that time. The surplus food in hand cannot be all consumed, and a part must be reserved. The passage of time is not transferred by anyone's will. Whether it was the players who were full of expectations or full of fear and anxiety, or the natives who had vaguely sensed the change in the atmosphere, they could not stop the rush of the long river of time. December 26th, December 27th, December 28th. The calendar posted in the center of Twilight City. Every time it was turned over and updated, the residents felt that the atmosphere of Twilight City became more solemn. It was a kind of depression revealed from everyone's hurried footsteps and the solemn expressions of the army. It was like the eve of a sandstorm. The tense atmosphere made Twilight City very quiet. Even the laughter that was everywhere in the past disappeared, and the children's crying became monotonous and lonely. The whole city seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Everyone was acting according to the orders issued by the administrative agency of Twilight City. Carrying goods, building fortifications, and transporting strategic materials. Everyone had their own work, except for the literacy class that was paused, because the war was coming. As a teacher, the Lord of the Dunes, Matir, could not participate in this action that everyone had mobilized, because of his old and weak body. The room where the Lord of Dunes lived had not changed. It was still the same medium-sized residence. The only difference was that the house had changed from being empty to a cozy residence with various furniture. The Lord of Dunes, who was used to living in a magnificent palace, did not feel that such a residence was shabby. He lived there comfortably. Habit was a terrible power. At this moment, the Lord of Dunes felt inexplicably angry that his course schedule had been disturbed. If this continued, the original teaching task would be postponed. Damn bastards, who on earth is going to attack the City of Dusk? Exclamation mark. With his hands propped on the hardwood window frame that was open to the left and right, the Lord of Dune's cloudy eyes, whose pupil color could not even be seen clearly, stared blankly into the distance. That was the direction of the city wall. Under the setting sun that had sunk into the yellow sand, strong dungeon barbarians, under the command of the Grey Dwarf next to them, were piling all chemical bombs in the corners of the city wall and putting them in order. It was hard to imagine that these two races could work together, but in the City of Dusk, this was not a strange sight. Next to them stood a row of newly made giant cannons, all chemical products with diameters measured in meters, which were definitely the nightmare of the enemies on the battlefield. He had seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, and even a level 17 soldier would be torn apart if he entered its explosion range. Teams of mummy guardians holding sharp blades were patrolling the city wall and would immediately go up to assist anyone who needed help. The poisonous scorpion warrior, who had 2 giant iron pincers and a body as sturdy as a hill, was now guarding in front of the battlements with a cold look. In the sky, the flying gargoyle soldiers exuded a fierce and violent aura. The battle axes they held tightly in their hands were entangled with fiery red lines, as if they had just been taken out of the furnace. Even if you just looked at them from a distance, you could feel the hot aura they exuded. He looked back at the back of the city wall. 3 towering arrow towers, at this moment, had revealed ferocious arrows in their shooting holes. That was the defensive position of the mummy archers. On the top of the arrow tower, there were heavy crossbows with exaggerated shapes, and the ferocious crossbow arrows were 2 times thicker than human arms. If they were shot, not to mention humans, even a 10-meter tall giant would be pierced. The residents said that these heavy crossbows seemed to be called dragon hunting crossbows, which were treasures obtained by their great lord a long time ago. Because the forging process was very difficult before, the number was always small. It was not until the conquest of the underground world recently that the number of forgings increased. Looking back, I saw the huge figures like hills in the square in front of the Lord's mansion. The Tower Clan. Last time, the leader of the army brought back by the master of this city was a level 19 hero. The city has taken shape. Even until now, the Lord of the Dunes found it hard to believe that this was a city that had only been built for more than half a year. Even if he was still the master who possessed the power of yellow sand and commanded thousands of troops, he dared not ignore this force. It is hard to imagine how the other party developed so fast. The longer he stayed in the City of Dusk, the more mysterious the Lord of Divine Grace became, and his position in his heart gradually rose. What made him even more uneasy was that until now, he still couldn't see the potential and ceiling of this city. And the cause of all this seemed to be the leadership of the charismatic Lord of Divine Grace. His heart was changing in a state that he couldn't even detect. Sometimes, he would often think about what would happen if he really joined this city. Although it was inexplicable, every association would make him look forward to it. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" A childish and cheerful voice behind him interrupted the Lord of Dune's thoughts. Turning his head, a chubby-faced little boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, appeared in front of him. The little guy was wearing a grey cloth robe that was 2 sizes larger than his own. Although he tried to roll up his sleeves, the long sleeves still covered his palms from time to time. He had to stand on his toes to prevent the hem of his robe from dragging on the ground. This scene looked very funny. The Lord of Dunes looked at the silly boy with a smile on his face. "Abalo, who gave you the clothes? Why are you wearing such big ones?" The little guy raised his head and smiled happily. "This is what Aunt Mary gave me. She said that I'm growing very fast now, and it will fit me next year." The Lord of Dune's eyes softened immediately. "It will fit me next year." This is perhaps what every poor child will hear in childhood. Quietly, it touched some of his long-forgotten memories. He, a long time ago, also climbed up from humbleness. The little guy didn't notice that the Lord of Dunes was a little subtle. He came to the window excitedly, picked up a small stool next to him, and stepped on it. His chin just touched the bottom edge of the window frame. He showed a round face and looked outside. The busy and solemn army on the city wall showed confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. "Grandpa, why are you all so busy these days? Even the classes have stopped." He said something unhappy. "Everyone is working. I want to help, but no one lets me." The Lord of Dunes looked at the cute movements of the little guy and reached out to rub his head. His turbid eyes showed a bit of kindness. "This little guy is pitiful, but he is lucky to come to such a city. Abalo, we are going to fight." Although he didn't know what was going to happen next, the obvious movement of Twilight City made even those who didn't know much about military affairs know that the war was about to start. It's a pity that now he is just a teacher in the literacy class of Twilight City who teaches students to read and never has the opportunity to step on the city wall and face the enemy's blade. The little guy raised his head, waved his chubby little fist, and said viciously, "Those bad guys, do you want to attack us again? Grandpa, we have the Lord, and we will definitely defeat those bad guys." The childish words in a baby voice made this little guy particularly cute. The Lord of Dunes was inexplicably amused. He pinched the other's little face. "We don't know when the enemy will come, but we can be sure that you..." He hesitated for a moment when he said this word, and then continued after a moment of consideration. "Our Lord has made all preparations. Grandpa, can I go and fight those bad guys?" Looking at the other party's longing eyes, the Lord of Dunes smiled. Of course, when you grow up, you must also take up arms to protect the city of Dusk. The little guy was immediately in high spirits. Grandpa, I want to be the hero you mentioned before. Yes, yes. The hero with the same name as me. The Lord of Dune smiled and said casually without caring so much. Why do you want to be a hero? Are the heroes in the stories all very impressive? Children are all enthusiastic for 3 minutes and they want to do too much. He didn't notice that the little guy's eyes became more serious and determined than ever before. Because I want to protect Grandpa, Aunt Mary, protect protect the Lord, and protect everyone. As long as we can win, we don't have to lose Twilight City, and we won't be hungry anymore. As he said this, his eyes were filled with an exceptionally bright light. Grandpa, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you. Looking at those eyes that were so clean without a trace of dregs, the Lord of the Dunes' heart trembled. He thought of many answers, but he didn't expect that this little guy would think so. His throat was inexplicably blocked. He put his hand on the little guy's shoulder and wanted to say something, but at this moment, a fierce knock on the door sounded. Then, before the Lord of the Dunes could respond, the door was roughly pushed open. A human messenger in armor entered the house panting at this moment. After seeing the two, he said in a hurried voice, "Mr. McTeal, please evacuate Twilight City immediately. You are already the last batch of residents." The Lord of the Dunes' eyes condensed. He looked at the other party with turbid eyes. "Enemy? Coming?" The tone was particularly low at this moment. The messenger shook his head subconsciously. "No, this is the order of the Lord. Please." The voice had not yet fallen. At this time, the last ray of sunset in the sky also fell into the earth. The next moment, the Lord of the Dunes only felt an indescribable breath surging into his heart. Fear, uneasiness, endless pressure came from all directions, and his soul was trembling at this moment. The messenger's face changed drastically at this moment. Although he wanted to hold on, his body was out of control. His legs softened, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. The big beads of sweat on his forehead slid down like a rainstorm, and he looked like an ant meeting a giant dragon overlooking the sky. What happened? Are the enemies of the City of Dusk so powerful? The Lord of the Dunes held on to the pressure that made his soul tremble, and turned his head suddenly. His eyes passed through the open window and finally solidified in the sky. His face became extremely ugly. "Blood moon?" Exclamation mark. In the blue sky, a crimson moon was emitting blood red light. Looking around, the whole world was covered with a layer of red gauze. What he didn't know was that at the same time, all the excited players heard a familiar prompt. Ding, the expansion pack, New Era Crimson Moon, officially opened. The sky changed. Chapter 498, Crimson Moon's Big Move. On the wall of the City of Dusk, wearing the crown of the Dark King, inlaid with black gems and rubies, Richard stood in front of the guarding army, and the cloak with dark patterns behind him fluttered. At this moment, he held the cold wall with his right hand, and looked up at the eye-catching protagonist in the sky. The blood moon standing in the void was so dazzling in the afterglow of dusk. The scarlet moon rose. After several months of waiting, this moment ushered in the beginning. The new expansion was also launched at this moment. New Era Scarlet Moon. This is the name of the new expansion. The meaning contained may be difficult for outsiders to understand, but after communicating with the dwarf god, he understood the meaning better than all players. This will definitely be the beginning of a new era. A great era is slowly opening. Richard, who was in deep thought, suddenly felt a wave of palpitations. His eyes focused on the sky. At this moment, the blood-colored moon seemed to have turned into a demon eye emitting endless divine power. It came across the long river of time. The other party was looking down at the earth and staring at everyone. He suddenly remembered what Windsor had said to him. The crimson moon is an ancient god. This is not a wonder, not a star sign. The other party is an ancient god. Exclamation mark. What he didn't know was that it was not just the main plane, but now the bottomless abyss, the 9 layers of hell, the plane of the dead, and so on. All the planes. Even those planes that were as dark as ink and had never seen light since their birth, now saw a blood moon floating in the sky. The light of the crimson moon illuminated the entire multiverse. The world inexplicably entered a strange silence. Everyone stared at this trembling picture in a daze. What is that? Question mark. The ignorant residents looked up at the sky, their minds full of doubts. At this moment, on the crimson moon, a ripple suddenly appeared like a rippling water wave. Then, one by one, translucent souls appeared. Those souls exuded endless divine power. It made people tremble. In the city-states of humans, many believers cried out in surprise when they saw a certain soul. That is, my God. How is this possible? The soul in the middle is the god of the river? I have seen the scene of the other party performing miracles. That kind of aura cannot be wrong. But why is such a great existence on that blood-colored moon? Countless people were confused, frightened, and uneasy. The souls of the 10 gods began to dissipate under the gaze of countless intelligent beings in countless planes. The wails that resounded through the world became the only sound at this moment. Even the demons in the bottomless abyss subconsciously stopped killing at this moment, staring at this shocking scene. God is dying in front of them. After a moment, all souls turned into the purest energy and merged into the blood moon. The believers of the gods stared at this scene blankly, as if their lives were sucked out of them. The gods they believed in fell. Fear, horror, and unbelievable emotions of countless intelligent beings reached their peak at this moment. For millions of years, the gods have held an indelible brilliance in everyone's heart. They are the controllers of this world, the makers of rules, immortal and eternal. Even the beings that hate the gods have to admit their power and greatness. But at this moment, 10 gods were executed in front of everyone, and their souls dissipated. The miserable cries of those believers told the world that it was not an illusion. Ancient beings are returning. A new era has begun. Countless ancient lives that exist in places that cannot be peeped into whispered at this moment. The blood moon that seemed like the eyes of a demon gradually stabilized after the souls of the 10 gods dissipated, and the pressure it emitted gradually subsided, returned to calm. At this moment, the last light in the sky disappeared, and the bright moon belonging to the glorious era appeared at the other end of the sky. On one side was the moon emitting silver light, and on the other side was the crimson moon emitting blood. Each occupied a piece of the sky, incompatible with each other, but also set off each other. Richard looked at this mythical scene and couldn't help but waver in his heart. 10 gods. This is more than the number he saw in the crimson moon. But what puzzled him was that the figure on the edge was the god of dog-headed people. The other party did not escape this disaster. But the news from the Dark Valkyrian sinner said that they saw the god of dog-headed people. The news from the two people could not be false. The only explanation was that the cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. These beings who controlled the power of rules should not be underestimated. Fortunately, the two discovered it in advance, otherwise, they would not know that the god of dog-headed people had additional means to revive. The enemy hiding in the shadows is the most terrifying. Once revealed, the danger is greatly reduced. Richard did not dwell on this. Even if the god of dog-headed people survived, he would definitely be seriously injured. After being slaughtered like this, it is impossible for him to pose such a strong threat in a short period of time. In comparison, he was more worried about the movement of the abyss after the crimson moon rose. The Lord of Decay and the Spider Queen Rose both had irreconcilable conflicts with the City of Dusk. The power of decay was still in the hands of the ancient Tree of God, and Rose was slapped in the face by him. Neither of these two abyss masters was easy to deal with. After taking a deep breath, his eyes were firm again. No matter who the enemy was, he would lead the City of Dusk to break through the obstacles. No one could stop the progress of the City of Dusk, even if the opponent was a god. Retracting his attention, his eyes looked back to the sky. The crimson moon, which he had been waiting for a long time, really took off. He finally felt a little more at ease. The unknown was the most unsettling. At this moment, the turmoil was a foregone conclusion, which made him feel at ease. Even if the goal of the crimson moon was to hunt the gods of the heavens, there would definitely be huge chaos next. Master, there are no traces of enemies around, and the space is very stable. There is no sign of the integration of the other plane. Richard was interrupted by the voice behind him. Turning his head, he saw Gray, the mummy hero wrapped in bandages, reporting respectfully. Gray and Gunter had been dispatched back from the L plane yesterday. It was too complicated to conquer a plane, so there was no rush. The two princesses of the fallen country did not follow, and they were still contacting the old subordinates who were loyal to the El royal family. Let the army maintain the highest alert and report any unusual movements immediately. Yes. Since the day before yesterday, the flying troops of the City of Dusk had been organized into small teams and patrolled the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. As long as there is an enemy, it can be discovered as quickly as possible. Now it is clear that the worst situation he expected has not yet occurred, but it cannot be taken lightly. After Gray turned and left, Richard glanced at the city wall. Looking at the guards who were ready for battle, he nodded slightly and then turned around to leave. The defense alert of the City of Dusk has entered the highest level, and there is still a long time, so he doesn't need to keep an eye on the city wall all the time. But he didn't walk down the city wall. Suddenly, a flash of red light flashed across the sky, followed by the surrounding noise. Richard felt something was wrong, and turned around abruptly. The next moment, his pupils shrank. The crimson moon hanging high in the sky was now bursting with light spots. It was as if something was exploding inside. The blood-colored light was now several times brighter than when it just rose. The dark night sky was directly lit up. Looking out, the entire sky turned crimson. What is this? A question just arose in his mind. The crimson moon, like the eye of the devil, suddenly had dense black spots. Those black spots fell at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to see, as if they had crossed the space. After just a dozen breaths, they gradually became clear. Is that rain? Blood-colored rain? Exclamation mark. Richard suddenly had a bad feeling. But before he could react, the blood-colored raindrops that covered the entire world had already fallen to the ground. There was no surprise in the Dusk City, which was directly covered by the bloody rain. But at the moment, when the blood-colored raindrops fell into the city, swish, a transparent shield suddenly rose from the center of the city. 5-star treasure, the statue of the Ice and Snow Elf. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf Grand Duke, put an extra treasure on the scale when she bought the fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit when she came to the City of Dusk last time. The most powerful effect is to create ice and snow elves so that the City of Dusk can maintain a habitable temperature of more than 20 degrees, and secondly, to create a magic shield to resist external damage. Those ruby-like raindrops hit the shield like dripping on glass. After making a ding-dong sound, they slowly slid down. On the translucent shield, blood marks were drawn. Looking up, the shield, like a bowl cover, had thousands of marks. It was dyed red and turned bloody. Richard could clearly sense at this moment that there was a special energy contained in those crimson raindrops. The statue of the old god. The name of this treasure immediately emerged in his mind. These powers are surprisingly similar to the aura emitted by the old statues of the ancient gods. The difference is that the energy contained in the raindrops is extremely weak. Even if they gather into a river, they cannot be compared with the old statues of the ancient gods. Just when he was in doubt, Gray, who was interrupted by this sudden incident and turned back, pointed to the outside of the city wall. Master, look at those dark tree people. Richard was awakened, and after regaining his mind, he immediately stepped forward, put his right hand on the battlement of the city wall, and looked down. Outside the city, the dark tree people who took root in the yellow sand and guarded the Dusk City were now completely covered by the blood rain. But unlike what he imagined, the evil soldiers created by these evil ancient trees stretched out their dry branches without branches and leaves, shook their huge trunks, and actively welcomed the blood rain from the sky. They were enjoying it. Richard's eyes moved slightly. He sensed that after the blood rain dripped onto the tree trunk, it would immediately merge into the dark tree people. Then, their aura would rise. The gray-brown bark was directly stained with a layer of crimson. What was even more frightening was that after the dark tree man swallowed a large amount of blood rain, blood-colored filaments continued to extend upward from the roots along the cracks in the bark. This made the already hideous dark tree man even more terrifying. The aura of these soldiers surged, mixed with a trace of terrifying pressure. That was the aura of the ancient gods. Master, these blood-colored raindrops seem to have some unpredictable energy. After the dark tree man absorbed it, he became stronger. In Gray's empty pupils, the flashing soul fire flickered. For the undead life, becoming stronger is almost their only pursuit. At this moment, there is an opportunity in front of it, and it is inevitably tempted. But the mummy hero immediately suppressed the feeling and returned to reason. The empty voice was particularly low at this moment. I don't know if this blood-colored rain only fell on the Dusk City and the Death Desert, or covered the entire world. Richard's eyes condensed. Covered the whole world? This sentence opened up his thoughts. So, is this the true meaning of the rising of the crimson moon? Infecting the entire world. What a great courage. The elegant figure appeared in his mind, and the mist around him was quietly thicker at this moment. Windsor, what are you planning? If it is true as Grace said, then in comparison, the 10 slaughtered gods are just appetizers. After calming down, Richard immediately opened the player forum. The information above made his face become subtle. It's right. Fuck, it's raining blood. Awesome new expansion. Blood clouds can improve the strength of the army. Brothers, don't miss it. What's going on? Can you get new skills by being caught in the blood rain? I just got an F-level skill, Eyes of the Ancient God. Whoever you stare at will have their attributes weakened by 10%. Ice and Snow Empire also released this new expansion. Isn't it so spectacular? Brothers, is there any place that doesn't rain? The blood rain did not fall in a single place, but all over the world. The return of the ancient gods. The return of the ancient gods. I didn't expect that the other party would announce his return in this way. The lives that absorbed the blood rain were not surprisingly directly contaminated with the breath of the ancient gods. The Dark Tree people are the best example. Next, these lives will naturally become members of the Crimson Moon camp. Good tricks. This plan is almost unsolvable. Only city-states with fortifications can perhaps avoid being drenched by blood rain. And such city-states are often the reserved places of human nobles in various sects. The enemies and the friendly forces were directly separated by the Crimson Moon through a bloody rain. After Richard figured out the key, he could not help but have a higher opinion of Windsor, the Crimson Lord. The protagonist of the new expansion pack is indeed extraordinary. He took a deep breath and looked at the Dark Tree people under the city wall again. At this moment, those tiny red lines have covered their trunks, and under each cracked old bark, there is crimson flowing. The aura emitted by the Dark Tree people has risen several levels compared to before. At this growth rate, it won't take long to be upgraded. This is 2000 Dark Tree people upgrading at the same time. Think about it, this world is in a bloody rain. How many people have been enhanced, changed in your subordinate? The ancient tree of the evil god, Treebird, devoured a lot of ancient god energy and comprehended a new skill, the body of the ancient god. The body of the ancient god, E level, reduces the damage of the divine spell by 15%. Note, this skill level can continue to devour the power of the ancient god to improve. Richard heard the reminder that suddenly sounded in his ears, and his expression was subtle. Is it really like what those idiots on the forum said, that getting caught in the bloody rain can gain skills? Exclamation mark. I'm afraid the players will go crazy now. He admired Windsor again. The news he gave him before, as the patron of the plane, the player can influence the decision of the world's will by choosing the camp of the new god or the old god. Now it seems that with the bloody rain, it is not a problem. At least 70% of the players will stand on the side of the Crimson Moon. Not for anything else, just based on the characteristic of getting caught in the rain to gain skills to strengthen the soldiers. Not many players would be willing to refuse. It is not the style of players to not take advantage of it. Few people can resist the temptation of such a big advantage. The only thing that makes him uneasy is that the bloody rain falls everywhere. How many soldiers in the world have also been upgraded? Are those planes that have been integrated into the main plane also covered by the bloody rain? He vaguely feels that this is a huge hidden danger. Chapter 499. The rioting field troops. The smell of decay. The bloody rain that swept the whole world lasted for 2 hours. When the scarlet raindrops gradually became smaller, Richard looked around and saw that the entire desert was covered with a dazzling red. It was as if it had become a sea of blood in the abyss of purgatory. This world was eroded. The changes in the 2000 Dark Tree people outside the city were the most eye-catching. Countless lines of blood flowed in the cracks of the bark. The evil and dark appearance now had an additional layer of the breath of the ancient gods. The breath of the ancient gods could not be accurately described in words. It was like an initial, ancient, mottled, vicissitudes, and faded feeling. Even if you only saw it once, you would remember it for a lifetime, and could never forget it. After a bloody rain, the seeds sown by these evil ancient trees all gained an additional skill, blood of the ancient god, B level. Activating the blood of the ancient god will increase the whole body's strength by 50% for 10 minutes. This skill is considered a top-notch skill even for the fierce dark tree people. More importantly, this was obtained for free, a pure pie in the sky. No resources were consumed. As for the consequences, it is still unknown. However, what made Richard think the most was that their level was upgraded from the original level 14 to level 16 in just 2 hours. They crossed the level 15, which was the gap between high level and top level soldiers. Their strength increased dramatically. It seemed that these lives were born with a strong ability to absorb energy such as rain. And the sower of these soldiers, the real terrifying existence, the godly ancient tree, this level 17 boss, was upgraded to level 18 during this encounter. The skill it obtained, the ancient god body, soared from the initially level to A level, and the damage received from divine spells was reduced by 75%. Divine spells. Spells granted by gods, or related to sects. This is simply a killer for enemies facing sects. An existence of this level of the godly ancient tree can still get such a big improvement in such a short time. Richard couldn't imagine how much waves this bloody rain covering the entire world would cause. The old gods, the former rule controllers of this world, announced their power to the world in a shocking way. Windsor won the first move. Next, it depends on how the gods will counterattack and strangle the enemies that frightened them. This will be an unprecedented turmoil. Master, the rain has stopped. Gray's solemn voice came from the side. Richard took a deep breath and turned to look at the mummy hero. He gave a decisive order. Send the army out to explore immediately. I need to know all the changes around me. Follow your orders. Gray acted without hesitation. Not long after, more than a dozen teams of stone statues of the dead in the city flew out of the city and spread to the surroundings. Flying away from the city of dusk, you can immediately sense the free energy in the air. Especially the crimson on the ground, which attracts it all the time. But Gray didn't have the slightest heart. He knew a very common truth, that everything has a price. It is true that it can improve strength in a short period of time. But what is the price? The blood moon in the sky can give the world power, but it can also take it back. When the other party wants to take back this power, who can resist? At least, it can't. Not long after Gray left, the pale-haired Kalu came in with a hurried pace. The old man panted before he could stand still. Lord Richard, urgent news from the underground world. Richard perked up a little. The underground world? He asked in a concentrated voice. What's the matter? Kalu said in a hurried tone. News just came from the underground world. The underground world also rose a bloody moon and bloody rain swept them. The only difference is that the bloody rain in the underground world only lasted for half an hour. However, those lives that were soaked in the bloody rain have been greatly strengthened, and those beasts in the wilderness have been greatly stimulated and are entering a riot. Some powerful monsters have already launched attacks on the tribes and gathering places in the underground world. Bloodhoof City and Furnace City were not spared either. They have entered the highest defense alert. Richard raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the City of Dusk did not usher in the first wave of impact after the rise of the Crimson Moon, but the underground world changed. Kalu didn't finish speaking and continued after taking a few breaths. And Bloodhoof City has also detected that there are special spatial fluctuations hundreds of miles away from them. It is suspected that a plane is about to merge with the underground world. The breath emitted by that plane is very similar to that of the Naga, the superior race of the Dungeon Clan. The Naga are natural warriors and spellcasters in the Dungeon Clan. With 8 arms, they are almost invincible on the battlefield. Once that plane is really the Naga plane, the underground world will inevitably face a huge impact. Every Naga tribe has at least a supernatural commander. This race that yearns for conquest and rule is full of aggressiveness. Richard suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Traces of other planes appeared in the underground world! Exclamation mark. And they are Nagas with names and surnames in glorious era! Exclamation mark. Although the previous news surprised him a little, with the strength of the underground world in the City of Dusk, it would not have any major consequences. But the integration of different dimensional planes is different. This can even directly change the ecological pattern of the underground world. If he fails to deal with it properly, the underground world he has spent a lot of energy to occupy will become a new battlefield. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. He needs a large rear base where he can produce safely. The underground world occupies an irreplaceable position in the current system of Twilight City. No matter what happens, there can be no mistakes. He forced himself to concentrate and gave orders calmly. Send an order. Let Lorena lead the Blood Clan army to the underground world immediately to suppress it and calm the storm as quickly as possible. I don't want to see any turmoil. Let Lorena find out the situation in that space. I need to know more detailed information. Lorena didn't summon the other party back to Garrison because the vampire castle was merging with an unknown evil clean, and the breath it exuded could purify the blood of the Blood Clan. But he was not without preparation. The passage of the Void Sandworm has been connected to the castle since yesterday, and the Blood Clan army is also on standby at all times. As long as the order is issued, these natural flying soldiers can return to Twilight City within a few minutes. Kalu's face was solemn. As you wish. Richard saw him about to come down and waved his hand to stop him. The vampire castle cannot be abandoned. Leave a squadron of vampires to guard it. If you encounter a strong enemy, let them leave directly and don't confront them. The castle is so close to the Ice and Snow Empire. We will need it in the future. Yes. After making sure that he had nothing else to say, Kalu hurried away. Richard watched the other person's back disappear, and his eyes turned to the front again. Under the cover of the crimson moon, he looked at the yellow sand land under the night sky. The dark tree man in front of the city wall was still in a unique excitement at this moment, constantly stretching out his dry branches. The dry desert in the past now formed large patches of bloody hard blocks because of the blood rain, looking like a place of death formed after countless lives were slaughtered. Bloody and terrifying. Richard was lost in thought at this moment. His mind was full of thoughts about the new expansion pack, the Crimson Moon, the other planes with the remaining power of the ancient gods that would be integrated into the main plane in large quantities, and how the City of Dusk would develop in the future. But the scene calmed down for a short while. Boom! A thunder interrupted his thoughts. After being awakened, Richard subconsciously looked up. At the end of his sight, there was a sudden burst of dazzling lightning. Then there was a deafening sound of rolling thunder. At this moment, it seemed that the sky and the earth were split apart. The eardrums of ordinary people would be broken. On the city wall, thousands of soldiers guarding looked up at this moment. Countless lightning was erupting in the sky. Waves of light tore the red sand covering various objects and restored them to their original appearance. The scene looked like someone was bearing the wrath of the thunder god. The thunder was connected into a line. The twisted lightning was like a silver dragon dancing wildly. The shaking thunder was enough to make the old soldier feel trembling. This scene full of mysterious power lasted for 10 minutes until the lightning gradually disappeared and the heaviness suppressed in the chest of the army eased. When the blood light in the sky was no longer dispelled by the light, the world became dim again. But everyone felt different. At the places where the lightning broke out, an inexplicable smell came at this moment. It made them feel as if their souls were placed in some kind of sticky and disgusting substance, and they felt uncomfortable all over. Even if they were dozens of kilometers away, they could clearly feel it. After the rain stopped, the human reserve army of the City of Dusk immediately evacuated the last batch of residents to the Land of Eternity. The Lord of the Dunes was following the crowd at this time. Because they needed to confirm that there would be no more blood rain, they delayed for some time. The moment he stepped out of the city gate was exactly the moment when the lightning disappeared. He shrugged his nose, took a few short breaths in a hurry, and his face became extremely solemn. He had seen that feeling before. The chubby little guy who was holding him tightly was now a little scared, but very brave and strode forward. At this time, the little guy frowned and covered his nose with one hand, then turned his head and looked at the Lord of the Dunes in confusion. Grandpa, what is this smell? Why does it smell like the stench of rotting rats in the sewer? Rotting. The Lord of the Dunes followed the little guy's words and instantly captured the key words. That's right. He had sensed this breath from the evil tree man in the city of dusk. Rotten, dilapidated, and filled with a disgusting stench. That was the power of authority. The Lord of the Dunes took a deep breath, subconsciously turned his head, and looked at the city wall shrouded in crimson light. At this moment, the mummy army on the city wall, the exaggerated caliber all-chemical artillery, and the towering arrow towers behind all reflected scarlet. At first glance, it gave a strong visual impact. But he didn't care about these armies, but took a deep look in a certain direction. There was the west of the city of dusk, the area where the master of this city was located. The Lord of the Dunes wanted to say something, but suddenly swallowed it. Now he is no longer the Lord of the Dunes before. After a long breath, he retracted his gaze, held the hand of the little guy beside him tightly, and quickened his pace. The little guy seemed to sense the emotions of the Lord of the Dunes, and shouted a little ignorantly, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" The Lord of the Dunes looked down at the muddy and wet blood-red sand, and his turbid eyes flashed with emotions that were difficult for outsiders to understand. The enemies of the city of dusk are coming. Danger is coming, but he can't do anything. He can only stay with women and children, and be protected by others. This is another torture for the overlord who once ruled a place. 5 fingers, subconsciously clenched. In his mind, the words Richard said to him appeared again. "Do you still desire power?" On the city wall, Richard's eyes froze on the area covered by thunder. He was more familiar with the rotten smell than anyone else. The Lord of the 333rd floor of the bottomless abyss. The Lord of Decay. The Lord of the Abyss with supreme power. The authority held by the ancient tree of the god of evil was obtained from this lord. The enemy is tracking. As for coincidence? No, there are not so many coincidences in this world. What makes him most stressed is whether the god of conspiracy is involved in this. Spider Queen Rose is not a good person. In the copy of the god's cemetery, the Spider Queen suffered a great loss. Facing the prying eyes of 2 abyss lords at the same time, outsiders could not know the pressure. All troops on alert. The cold voice resounded throughout the city. The army, which was already on high alert, immediately tightened their weapons, ready to launch a fatal attack as soon as the enemy appeared. Richard stared at the area that exuded an endless smell of decay. There was no movement for a long time. It was not until 20 minutes later that a team of stone statues of the dead returned from a distance that the stiff atmosphere was slightly eased. The mummy hero, Gunter, who was wrapped in blood-red bandages, stepped onto the city wall and reported immediately. "Master, the area with abnormal movement has been explored, and no enemy was found. But the surrounding space is very thin, and the existence of the other plane can be clearly sensed. It is expected that within a week, that plane will merge with the Death Desert and produce a relatively stable space channel. And in the period before the fusion is completed, it cannot be ruled out that there will be troops descending on the Death Desert like the L plane." 1 week? Richard's tense heart relaxed a little when he heard this number. Fortunately, the Lord of Decay's army did not attack like a tide. After calming down, he gave an order in a deep voice. "Send someone to tell the arena that within 3 days, no, 2 days, the turmoil in the underground world must be quelled. After 2 days, as long as Furnace City and Bloodhoof City are no longer threatened, return to Dusk City immediately. Also, let the Void Sandworm continue to try to connect to the space where Sinner and Foy are. Dusk City needs them. We are about to usher in an unprecedented bloody battle. The Abyss has appeared." Chapter 500 Broken Plane. Looking at Gunter's leaving figure, Richard's eyes were solemn for a long time. He didn't expect that the situation would take a sharp turn for the worse in such a short time. Underground wild monsters rioted because of the blood rain, and the plane to which the high-level race of the dungeon, the Naga, belonged, was merging with it. His arsenal, scientific research base, raw material production base for black condensed ice cream, etc. were all set up here. Once the underground world was destroyed, the impact on the City of Dusk would be fatal. On the surface, the Lord of Decay directly opened the space channel to a place dozens of kilometers away from the City of Dusk. The Master of the Abyss, the dark evil god who holds power, put the blade on his throat. The power of authority on the ancient tree of the evil god made it impossible for the other party to give up. The two sides have long become enemies. Even if the other party gets that ray of power now, it is impossible for the chaotic and evil master of the abyss to stop. When will there be mercy? Perhaps the only good news is that the dimensional plane integrated into the main plane is still subject to the rules. The more powerful the existence, the more restrictions it will face after entering the main plane, and the gods will not be able to descend. This is the basic rule of the main plane, which has never changed since ancient times. Perhaps only the power of the Creator God can break this restriction. After forcibly calming his fluctuating emotions, Richard took a deep look at the desert shrouded in crimson. Without staying any longer, he turned back to the Lord's mansion. After sitting down in the main seat, he waved to the maid who had made hot tea to leave, and took out a grey stone statue. There was a vivid dwarf carved on it, and it didn't feel cold to the touch, but rather had a bit of warmth. After Richard rubbed it for a while, his mental power spread out, and immersed in it. In the tomb of the gods, he once awakened the dwarf god, and asked him to input divine power together with the Dark Soul Eater critters. Finally, under the influence of multiple forces, the level 19 boss was finally born. But this also caused the other party to overdraw, and this supreme being fell into a deep sleep. After leaving the dungeon, he had been inputting the power of yellow sand to nourish it. It was not until a few hours ago, when the crimson moon rose, that the statue made a slight movement. The situation changed too quickly, and many plans of the City of Dusk were blocked. At this time, he needed to listen to the prediction of the future by the God of Dwarfs, to verify his new plan. At present, only the God of Dwarfs has the qualification to predict the future. His mental power was immersed in the depths of the statue. A familiar picture emerged in his mind. The God of Dwarfs, Fam Mogrid, sat on the majestic throne. The other party was wearing a gorgeous winged cloak, a silver crown on his head, a gem ring on his hand, one hand supporting his cheek, and sleeping with his head slightly tilted. In his perception, the one sleeping on the throne seemed not to be a dwarf shorter than a human, but an ancient dragon. As long as the other party opened his eyes, the world would be eclipsed. A terrifying existence who once stepped into the river of destiny in the glorious era to spy on the fate of all living beings, and was then backfired by the power of destiny but remained immortal. Perhaps only this person could give him useful information in this chaotic situation. Richard took a deep breath, and was about to make a move when the dwarf god of the throne opened his eyes before him. He sat up slightly, and gently placed his jeweled hands on the armrests of the throne. His eyes, as deep as the vast stars, stared at his soul body. "Sir Richard, long time no see." He glanced around as he spoke, as if he could see through countless dimensions. "I sense that the ancient existence is returning to the world, and some long dormant energies are beginning to awaken. In the past, too many powers fell into a dormant world due to changes in the rules, and are now coming back to life. The new era is more exciting than I imagined." His tone was filled with unconcealed joy and happiness. Richard's mind moved slightly. The words "the world is coming back to life" contained great meaning. "Your Majesty fam, I need your help." The dwarf god looked at him deeply. "My current power cannot affect the main plane. The rules that bind me still exist. I can't help you too much." Richard did not stop there. He took a deep breath and continued. "Your Majesty fam, the Lord of Decay is trying to enter the main plane and attack Twilight City. Do you have any way to stop him? The situation is unpredictable, and he does not want to confront the other party head on at this point in time. As long as it can be delayed for a month or two, Twilight City will be fully prepared to face this great enemy." The dwarf god was silent for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, "I saw the breath of decay, but I can't stop a person who holds power now. At most, I can delay the other party from opening the space gate." Richard's eyes lit up. That's enough. What he wants is to delay the Lord of Decay's offensive. His tone was extremely sincere. "Please help me." The dwarf god stared at him for a long time, and then let out a long breath. "Wait, you put the statue in that area, but at most, it can only delay for 2 months. Richard's eyes were burning. Enough. 2 months later, Dusk City was able to withdraw its hands completely. The biggest stone in his heart fell to the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, he continued. "Your Majesty fam, the new era is opening, and I want to get your advice." The short and tall figure on the throne narrowed his eyes. The road ahead is no longer clear in the chaos, and no one can see the future clearly. Sir Richard, I only have one piece of advice. Lord God's grace is the choice of the world's will, and the new era will be born in your hands. Richard's eyes moved. This is not the first time he has heard this statement. But so far, it has not been discovered how the so-called new era is born in the hands of players. Sensing that he was vaguely hesitant, the dwarf god said with a somewhat complicated tone. Sir Richard, you don't have to be confused. Haven't you discovered that the growth of your own power and the improvement of the strength of your subordinates, whether it is you or other gods' grace lords, are far beyond the normal rules? This is your extraordinariness, and it is also the biggest variable in the world. Just do it. Whether it is the old gods of the past or the gods who have stolen the power, they are just the remnants of the old times. In the new era, a new master will be born. This time, it will be led by you who are favored by the will of the world. The player's strength has increased beyond the rules. Richard's face was a little strange. The extraordinary thing that the dwarf god mentioned is to level up by killing monsters? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this ability is indeed abnormal, and I have never heard that the strength of the natives can be improved so quickly. The upgrade mechanism of the natives is quite different from that of the players. Killing monsters to level up is useful, but it is not as exaggerated as the player's strength can skyrocket by killing monsters alone. Only after being recruited by the players will they be included in the player's upgrade system. So, this is the variable? Seeing Richard lost in thought, the god of dwarfs paused for a moment and spoke again. Sir Richard, bring my descendants here. Although I cannot interfere with the main plane for the time being, the revival of the dormant power of the world has given me a little breathing space from the endless constraints. I will activate the blood of the descendants of gods in their bodies and let them regain the power of the dwarfs. The dwarfs once made the gods tremble. Use them well, and your territory will grow faster. I can't help you with the rest for the time being. No matter how dangerous the future is, you need to face it alone. After Richard let out a long breath, he saluted the god of dwarfs with his hands on his chest and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Your Majesty fam, thank you for your generosity. The new era has begun. Dusk City will definitely grow at the fastest speed. I believe that the day you are free is not far away. After being awakened by him, this god has helped him many times. No matter what the other party's purpose is, this is an indelible fact. In the future, when the City of Dusk grows up, he will definitely fulfill the other party's long cherished wish to regain freedom, even if the other party is backfired by fate, which will be full of difficulties. He has always believed that a favor must be repaid. I'm also looking forward to it. The tone of the dwarf god was a bit complicated, that no one could understand. Then Richard communicated with this majestic being for a few minutes, and waited until the other party said that the power could not support it, before he took back the scattered spiritual power. After putting the statue of the dwarf god in his arms, he immediately waved his hand to call the mummy guardian who was waiting for orders at the door. Pass on my order, bring back all the god blood dwarfs in the underground world immediately. Yes, Lord. He has always had great expectations for those god blood dwarfs that he had conquered a long time ago, but he had no chance to activate the blood of the gods in their bodies before. At this point in time, those guys may not be able to change the situation, but they are still a good force after all. The only pity is that he failed to get the information he wanted from the dwarf god this time. The future is no longer clear. Turning his head, he looked at the crimson moon in the sky through the open wooden window with an inexplicable expression. After a moment of silence, Richard stood up again. His eyes had become extremely sharp. Call all the skeleton blood dragons, the king of the Imperial army, bring the void sandworms, and follow me to the plane, permeated with the smell of decay. 2 months of delay, this is too precious. The underground world. Unlike the loneliness and desolation of the Death Desert, this land is not suitable for growing food that can be eaten by normal life. But there are still a large number of wild monsters. And unlike the gathering places of wild soldiers that will be refreshed on the surface, in the underground world, most of the monsters that are refreshed every week are single individuals. Therefore, the level of these monsters will be relatively higher, and there are not too many rules to restrict them, and they will not be restricted to a certain area. This has led to a surge in the danger level of this land. In addition, there are poisonous insects, poisonous snakes, swamps, traps and other deadly things. This is a land of death that is unimaginable for life on the surface. As the only overlord of the underground world, Bloodhoof City is bearing the brunt of the land. Endless hideous and twisted monsters are rushing towards Bloodhoof City like a tide. Cave spiders, giant pythons, ghost wolves, harpers, poisonous frogmen. Countless monsters have formed a black tide that sweeps across the world. These monsters of different races have one thing in common: long red lines lingering on their bodies. At the same time, they exude an ancient, lonely, and dilapidated atmosphere. On the towering walls, the dungeon barbarians, Cell Bloodhoof, looked at this scene with a solemn face. They intensively commanded the army on the walls to resist foreign enemies. Relying on the defense of the walls, the army launched waves of fierce attacks, coordinated with the towering arrow towers behind the walls. Those monsters would be slaughtered as soon as they rushed onto the walls. But what made Cell Bloodhoof feel heavy was that, although the monsters in the wild had no organizational ability, their individual strength was too strong. Especially after the blood rain, their strength could be described as skyrocketing. If it weren't for the strong walls and numerous heavy weapons, I'm afraid those monsters would have been able to break into the city in the first wave of attacks. But even so, after several hours of high-intensity fighting, the defense line of Bloodhoof City has become precarious. It may fall under the enemy's charge at any time. Bloodhoof City is a force mainly composed of level 10 advanced soldiers. The most powerful hero, Sir Bloodhoof, was only level 15 a few months ago. At this moment, facing a group of beasts with an average strength of level 14 and a large number of level 15 top soldiers, the pressure can be imagined. Lord, the enemy is coming too fast. Only 1/3 of our troops are stationed in the city, and the troops outside are too late to be transferred back. Lord, when will the reinforcement from the surface arrive? If there is no support, we can't hold on. Faced with the high pressure risk of breaking the city at any time, the nerves of the higher level officials of Bloodhoof City are tense to the extreme. Several heroes who were covered in blood and had just been replaced asked in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Cell Bloodhoof silently watched as powerful monsters continued to surge onto the city walls, his clenched fists creaking. The incident happened suddenly, and Bloodhoof City was unprepared, with most of the army still outside. At this moment, he could only pray that the reinforcement from the City of Dusk would arrive as soon as possible, as Bloodhoof City would not be able to hold out for long. Reinforcement, coming soon. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a crisp sound rang through the sky. He subconsciously looked up. At the end of his sight, under the shining of the blood moon, a huge crack with a green glow appeared in the sky. The plane was broken. His pupils condensed. His eyes penetrated the crack and saw countless terrifying monsters. Those creatures had long snake bodies below the waist, and the cold green scales revealed a heart-pounding danger. Above the waist, they had 8 arms. Each arm was tightly holding a weapon. A name that was very familiar to the dungeon creatures emerged in his mind: Naga. A high-level race in the dungeon. Cyril's heart trembled. Bloodhoof City could still deal with those irrational beasts, but the advanced race, Naga, was far beyond the capabilities of Bloodhoof City. Because every Naga was a top-level soldier above level 15. Their tribe must have extraordinary people in charge. Bloodhoof City can't stop it. He turned his head and looked in another direction, his face full of bitterness. Sir Richard, where are you? Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.